I don't know. Let's just start with the best damn intro in the business.
Quantum eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him Chewie, the quantum eraser. A master archer with bow in hand. His aim is true across the land, not just in science, but in every heart. He hits his mark with a steady heart. They call him Chewie, quantum eraser. It's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles that cage. The crayon eating nupties are running out of time. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades. And with each strike, the glow burst, illusion degrades. Huey's treatments, they cure them of their plight. Guide them toward truth with all his might. They call him Huey, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a Glover is tell your daddy you're gay, oh so gay. That's why they need Huey's treatment. They call him Huey, quantum eraser. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser.
That's so mighty fine of picking and a grinning. Welcome to the show, BALLBUSTERS 130 something. Gonna finish it up here, little summary with the dirt bag, Mr. Ping Pong golf ball. Then we're gonna roll on into Antarctica. See where we get to. Is there any VCs in the VC?
VCs.
Yes, there is, the distinguished Nathan Oakley. Yeah, I call them VCs. It's a long story.
Super chat.
Super VC.
You got 2 super chats before the show even started.
Jeez.
Let's go ahead and say here. Phoenix Rising 86 cent. We had a guy drop a big bag of empty beer cans, so I walked them over to the beer store and got $13 for the return. It'll go to the plate tomorrow and thought I'd pass the buck. Winky face, peace sign. Billy
you,
Philly
sir.
20 yeah, and Billy Philly 22 sent, I don't catch many live streams, but to QE and the panel, you guys keep me entertained and learning when I do get time to listen. Thanks, guys. Love. You too, Billy Philly.
You too, Billy Philly. That's a mighty fine of picking and a grinning. Thank you. Now, back to VCs. Now, it used to be MC, like Master of Ceremonies, but I changed it because I can. It's my show. I call them now VCs, like Charlie. So, how many VCs are in the VC?
When the vicinity.
Bad guys, right?
Listen to that mic. I got to turn him down. Hold on, Nathan. Give us a radio check, Adam.
I'll give you more than that.
Oh, man.
I'll give you a bloody issue.
You got to, but your mic is blaring, dude.
You've got to turn me down. I can't.
Go ahead. What's the issue? I turned you down. Try it.
Request for a caveat. The best damn intro in the business. Not at that now. The best damn intro in the business that's currently not under copyright supervision. Yes, but I'm not having that.
Yes, and it's not in the business. It's in the business.
Shame about the rest of the show.
It's business.
Yes, I should have stated that, Adam. You're correct. The best damn intros that's not under copyright strike. Yeah, that's true. We're still waiting. I sent it off. What was it, like a week and a half ago? So they said up to 3 weeks. So you're gonna have to get the puke-worthy, pretentious intro.
Just
Good.
needs a better video, doesn't it? It just needs a little bit of work after Christmas. He's so good that.
You want to try it?
That was a half-assed offer, wasn't it?
It was sort of half-assed. Go ahead, you can muck with it. You want me to send it to you?
Yeah. Well, I've got it anyway, haven't I? Because I did the first muckabout one. I've got the audio, but yeah, send me that one. Because
let me do it right now because I'll forget, and then we'll forget all about it.
You'll upset Nathan doing that.
All of this is upsetting me. Shouldn't do this as
You've not
admin.
got a song.
None of it's relevant to the audience. They just want to hear about whatever was introduced, whatever it was, 12 minutes ago at the beginning of the show.
What was introduced then?
We got Witsit, formerly Sky Grifter, now Ping Pong Golf Ball.
The audience loves our precious banter, Nathan. How dare you?
Yeah.
You're going to be able to prove that, Flatsy. You got substantive evidence for that, right?
You got substantive evidence for the contrary?
I represent many thousands of people when I cast my opinion on the matter.
He tried to shift the burden on you, Flatsy. You noticed that quick.
Yeah, he did. But it's Booger's shouting super chat, but maybe it's too high of a caliber. Only dogs can hear it. Anyways, Tony Wickham sent football or soccer has nothing on flat Earth, as it can't be done without a flat Earth. Good job, Tony.
Exactly, Tony. Thank you very much, sir. You got that right. We don't have. Where's Mr. Gumby football field at? Oh, that's old school. But go ahead, Nathan. Go on with your bashing of our intros.
No, not at all. We're on to Mr. Gumby football field and talking about Earth being measured flat with super chats. Now I'm happy again.
Yeah. Yep. We're getting there. This is just the intro to the intro. We got to warm up. You missed the intro. We started kicking it hard, man, with cowbell right out the gate. You guys weren't even here.
I wasn't. It's all been a rush because of football. Thanks you to Tony Wickham.
You got soccer going on over there in the super soccer.
Goodness, we are live, guys. We are live. Bree, she sent, been a while, but love your work, Huey. And I fancy that gal. She's great.
Yeah, I like Bree. Yeah, thank you,
I'll
Bree.
second that. No, I'll third that as you beat me to the second in.
I was number one, Nana Boo Boo.
The reason I moan is because what is Ballbusters? Why does Ballbusters exist? Why did we start Ballbusters? Because there was a hiatus for Globebusters. We wanted to fill the void.
Yes.
Now, as time has progressed, realistically, we want to be a satisfactory replacement for these ether punters over on Globebusters, as is now the case, as time has progressed. Well, when I then think of it in those terms, I think, well, what did I get out of Globebusters, or more accurately, not get out of Globebusters when I used to go and watch many years ago? Well, it immediately takes me to a place where I was getting banned in the chat for going, why aren't you talking about flat Earth? I was seen as some sort of troll because I was saying none of this has anything to do with flat Earth, which it didn't. When we start talking about the pizza we had earlier, that's where my mind goes. I was an audience member. I'd be listening to this thinking,
yeah,
if I was not on the show,
yeah, that's a
typing in the chat?
mischaracterization. That's a mischaracterization because this is just the intro banter. We always get on with the cowbell. So that's a mischaracterization.
I smell a bit of micromanagement.
Yeah, but that's a mischaracterization. You're like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. You know, on the Glowbusters, all they did was circle jerk with their NASA photos for the whole how long were they on? Sometimes 3 hours or something? No, we banter back and forth for the first 15 or 20 minutes about various things in our lives and what's happening, Van Halen and stuff like that. But then we get on with the cowbell.
Fair enough. You got 3 minutes left.
I want to object again. Absolute straw man. No pizza was ingested. It was sausage and fennel ragu with penne pasta and garlic bread.
Yeah.
Micromanagement just became full-on management.
Like we're cultured here, Nathan. We're not brain dead NASA photo reviewers. Look at this. Look at the strings, and then this is all the ISS is all fake. Look at the
Bubbles.
wires,
And bubbles.
bubbles in space. You know, and ethers.
No. Bubbles in space isn't. It might have, after the fact, come from Globebusters, but the originator of Bubbles in Space was Infinite Plane Society. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
The so-called Tim Osman, the double S.
Yes.
He's back. So I just happened to see, because I was subscribed to the channel called Infinite Plane Society. Then suddenly it appeared in my subscription. I'm like, I haven't seen this in a long time. The first thing I tuned into is him saying, I've appealed all of my old channels. I just had the inclination to go back and see if I could get back some of these old legacy channels. And I got them back. And it was quite amusing. This is Tim Osman, not to be confused with Tim Osman, different character altogether with the same name. It's a different spelling. This particular Tim Osman, a different Tim Osman, saying, what I did to get my channel back was write to YouTube and say, I promise, cross my heart, I won't engage in this information. I promise.
Is that what he did?
That's what he said he did.
And he got it back?
Well, yeah, it seems
Wait.
so. He said, from what he was saying, he got several of them all back at the same time. When that happened, several people saying, is it just me or are YouTube relaxing their censorship? So I'm like, not by my statistics, which I look at daily, but it's nice that you've got that impression. And then, like I say, Infinite Plane Society channel reappeared. It's him, back to the point. It's him that originated Bubbles in Space. So he went out to like a council meeting that was televised. It was filmed. And he asked a whole bunch of councilmen about what they would do about this fakery with bubbles in space. Did they know? Were they aware that there's bubbles in space? And then he told them about the deep submersion tanks that NASA use, with a giant ISS in it, planting seeds and all that sort of stuff. It was about 2017, maybe 2018, something like that.
Yep. How was his intros?
He just starts and immediately starts talking about flat Earth. It's why I like him.
So boring. I'm boring. Can you imagine that? Straight away.
Yep.
Oh, so. Well, as an appeal to Nathan, then, let me do a bit of globebustery type things. Talk about NASA.
What?
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 What? There was no segue in there to do that, Adam. Are you drunk?
You said I've been so good, right? So honestly, I kept my word. I had half a glass of wine. I didn't even have one in the first half. Forest were playing. Yeah, Man U, we won. Away. Right, I've been such a good boy. So no. Ha.
Thank you.
You did say you pined for Globebuster. Why do people watch Globebusters? I know it was a crude segue, but there was a segue there.
To get
After doing
dumber.
NASA reviews.
Well, I noticed it this week, and it's one of the things you notice on a repetitive cycle. Yeah. And again, this year, this week, we've had another setback, which means we can't go to the moon again until 2026. Due to go this week or whatever, I had to have a setback, but we're going to have a 2-year setback. It's that always infinite regression fallacy, which means for 50 years we're not able to go. I thought that's interesting. But once again, we've got a shove back.
There's always a need for a cover story when there's an area of volume gas isn't filling in violation of the second law of thermodynamics, where they claim they could be, but for whatever ancillary reason are not going this time. Maybe next time.
And Wendy said in 2020, we'll be definitely there by 2024. Yeah. And it really is galling when you got to make some other crap up and stick it forward again. Very noticeable. Get William Shatner up there.
There's a term for that in psychopathy. It's called future faking. You tell the woman, of course we'll get married. She goes, wow, really? Yeah, we're going to have the best wedding ever. It's going to be enormous. We'll have 200 guests. We'll hire out a freaking cathedral. You'll love it. And the woman goes, oh my God. And in that moment, chemically, it's as good as being at the wedding. Well, as far as the narcissist is concerned, jobs are good. Look how happy she is. Didn't even need the wedding.
That is so bad. That is so, it's cringe.
It's psychopathic. That's future faking. The arsenal of psychopathy.
Why would you want to go in 2024 in that rocket when actually they've just realised they could go in this one, which is shinier and got go faster stripes?
Do it with your kids. We're going to Disneyland.
We could go to the registry office tomorrow, couldn't we? We could go and get married tomorrow, but I don't want to do that. I really love you. Got to be special.
The date comes and you don't go. Then you can do it again. Oh, yes, of course we'll get married. 2029.
2029. Yeah, that's bad. It's bad. It's just bad. It's no.
Just sad news.
16 mumbles in a row from Adam.
Just I know. And then he's not bellying up again.
It wasn't me. I just unmuted.
It was you.
Either way.
Anyway,
hopefully we'll get more positive news from the Antarctic trip, but we need to proceed.
We're going to be going, we're going to take a small, we're going to summarize, and we're going to get right into that, because we had Flatzoid show up on the non-debate modern day debate channel with brain dead Will Duffy last night. So yeah, we'll be going over that because we're headed right into it. We're right in the lane. Can't wait till December. December's here, folks.
I told myself I'd tune in for that until I was irritated by either of them. I'm like, no, I'm having a nice day. I'm not going to ruin it. If it's going to wind me up in any way, I'm just not going to watch.
Did you watch it last night?
I watched it for as long as I could until I was irritated. I lasted about 60 seconds.
What I watched, what I found interesting was the founded Earth Brothers. You know, the flat Earth Brothers that used to be.
Yeah.
Took time out to say, it's first of all, it's at best it's the final observation, and then went to great lengths to point out it can't be the final observation. But here's lots of other observations which mean whatever you observe can't mean whatever your claim can be true. Quite nice, quite biblical towards the end, but actually a really nice point and noticeable that he made that distinguishment of what's going off. Whatever goes off there, it at best will be an observation. And that's the question. Will we observe something or not? Will it be just a non-observation? They recognise, and that's the important point, there ain't no experiment here.
Yeah, that's secondary. No, close your ears, Kiwi. The whole not an experiment thing is secondary to the antipodal assumption. You've got to understand how false dichotomy on the globe side functions. Understand how it's not valid, how it won't prove anything, how it certainly won't be proving we're on a ball, unless you assume you're at the bottom of a ball before you make the observation. That's the key detail. There's a seeming facade of understanding from people where they are like, right, I got it. It's just an observation. Yeah, that's right. Not an experiment. Yeah, that's right. What else? That's it, isn't it? No. Got to assume they go to the bottom of a ball and then make the observation. Now, at that point, when they go to the bottom of the ball, they're already at the bottom of a ball. They don't have to do anything. Down to Antarctica. Already on a ball, aren't they? In terms of what they actually do, how we functionally arrive in Antarctica, it's all flat. Journey's flat, the mapping's flat, the charting's flat, everything's flat. Earth's measured flat. How do you make that into a ball? Well, if I'm on a ball and I go to the bottom of it, will we or will we not see a 24-hour sun? You've got to understand that assumption of being on a ball is the most critical detail for them to make their magic trick work here. The antipodal assumption.
I don't disagree with that. I think this guy, the FEB brothers, trying to make that clear by the numerous list. These are our other observations, so we're not going to pre-assume that. Yeah? Whatever we see, whether you see it or not, it's going to be interesting, though, isn't it? Yeah, like this is the point. There's only their false paradigm online here. There's only them that's got anything of anything significance at risk. Maybe
Risk.
we should say this
That's a
later.
good segue for me. Sorry to tail off from you, Adam. Yeah, absolutely. What is the actual consequences here? What if we break it down and we understand all the fallacies involved as we do, and we have broken them down in great detail up until now? What is the actual end result, potentially? Well, it could turn into a modus tollens if they don't see a 24-hour sun. Now, if they do, I still don't assume I'm on the bottom of a ball when I saw it. How interesting. We see the sun all day in Antarctica. How interesting. You travelled there flat and Earth's measured flat, so it doesn't change anything. However, them not seeing a 24-hour sun means you can turn it into a logical consistency. You can turn it into a modus tollens. So you can destroy their position if they don't see it, because it's a prerequisite. They must see it, antipodal assumption or otherwise. If you're going to assume you're antipodal, you must see this 24-hour sun. If you don't, and you're begging the question assumption based on our values that are measured flat, fails. Now, that to me isn't such a big deal. I don't care. Every aspect that I just detailed, up to the point that it fails with a modus tollens or otherwise, it's kind of irrelevant if I've got everything I need in my arsenal to show how Earth's actually functionally used and measured. That would be flat. I don't care that they need it to be observed. And beyond that requirement, which won't affirm their fallacy, affirm the consequent, it means nothing to me. This is inconsequential. QE's sarcastic when he says, I can't wait. I don't care. I'll just be honest. I'm not going to be sarcastic about it. It is inconsequential to me.
I say that because I've been warned by ballers secondhand that just wait till December. So my comeback is, I can't wait till December. You get it?
I can't wait till you numpties affirm the consequent by assuming antipodal positioning and potentially seeing the sun. Wow, that's amazing. You guys, your pain relief levels, things you'll seek out to get them is unfathomable to me. It's just such an extravagant way to get a bit of pain relief when we're telling you how the fallacy works. At this point, you should just relinquish all pain relief and ask for refunds, because you're not going to be getting it if you listen to us. We'll dissolve the pain relief. It won't work anymore when you know how the magic trick works. That's assume you're on the bottom of the ball.
They're all retards.
I can't wait, because when all this started, I got 30-1 at the bookies on Chinook Suns being a reality. If
That
you
was
do
such
see it,
a-
I'm quids in.
I was talking to Betty last night, and we were talking about, well, we still got Chinook Suns.
Right?
Yeah.
That's another suck. I've got to break this down because it's a while since we've detailed these things in the length that they require for someone who is new, if they were here today new, right? Adam's talking about, in sarcastic terms, you could just make up an alternative. The potential need, there isn't one, to explain why we see the 24-hour sun. We haven't seen it yet. Nevertheless, right, Adam's come up with one. Now, I find it extremely disheartening. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. When I see our flat Earth compadres falling into the trap and going, it could be a sun simulator. It's like over here on Flat Earth Debate and Ballbusters, you hear the sound of half a dozen people slapping their own face at the same time when people do that. Like, what? So it could be insert extra part of a false dichotomy now. You having me on? Come on. At least break down the fallacy that they're going to be using before you insert a new bullshit explanation. Especially when we spend literally now years pointing out to our, in this case it's Dave Weiss or whoever else is coming up with these sun simulator suggestions, right? We point out, don't make stuff up, you look stupid. Why are you doing that? Understand how the argument breaks down and break it down. That's it, that's your job. Don't go, it could be the magic gnome sun people. You're gonna look like a clown. Stop making stuff up, flat earthers. There isn't even anything that needs explaining yet. Now, if there is, it's not going to put you on the bottom of a ball. But I don't care. All right, that's really interesting. Did it change any of the logistics of getting to the place that they made this observation? Oh, all flat still. Okay. So I care because... What? It could have been a sun simulator. All right, now you've got that burden, haven't you? And if you don't satisfy that burden, you're an idiot. Why do this to yourselves? It also could be the magic sun gnome people.
So I don't think you're on board with Chinook Suns.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
I'm bored with if we see something that's of interest, right? Northern Lights. Explain that. Not explain it on a globe, explain it on a flat earth. Explain that. The sun. Explain that. Can you do that? Oh, you can't? Oh, right. So let's have some lofty ambitions about explaining something we haven't seen yet. You guys are all nuts. Just, you get away with yourselves with these things and then suddenly you're involved with the arguments about whether or not a model will prove something or not, which is the bit I tuned in on modern day debates. I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing something else.
Yeah, but we have some old business to take care of before we get to that.
Pong golf ball?
Take it. Ping pong golf ball. Got to do it. Sorry. We got to wrap it up. There needs an ending to it, right? So I might as well go ahead and do it. You guys are already looking. What?
What's kind of ironic is the wrapping up is the new. It started out with Witsit, Witsit 0, 160, 120, 140, 180, 60. And we've come to the end here where he's summated himself in such an eloquent manner. You felt the need to change the slideshow.
I did.
On golf ball.
I did. There's some other ones still in there that I couldn't change all of them. But yeah, he's Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball from here henceforth.
I feel compelled to translate the internal, what do you call it, lexicon of in talk that the audience doesn't understand. So the numbers that Adam just did in descending order were what we were ascribing for a title to Witsit, because he had told the audience at some stage, and probably still does, that he's got 160 IQ. Immediately, Witsit 110, 100, 80, 60, etc. is Adam describing us knocking IQ points off him when he does something stupid.
Which is constantly, as we witnessed. By the way, if you want, because we're going to end it right here, there is over 120 hours. I'm going to show you where it is. The heck with it, just saying it. So if there's ever a question, right, you just roll on over to my channel and you just go to, I guess I don't want to do that just yet. Hold on one second. Let me do that. I go to my YouTube channel. You hit playlists, right, on the YouTube channel. And if there's ever a question in your mind, if you like forget, because I know a lot of people have memory problems, especially after about 10 or 15 minutes, you hit my playlist and you go to Witsit Clown, right? And this is what you're going to, when I hit it over here, this is what you're going to see. You ain't going to see it in Discord, I don't think. So this is what you're going to see right there. So this is starting from 2 years ago. There is over 120 hours detailing every single doublespeak and shape-shifting lie. 120 hours, people. So that's where you can find it. If anyone says, well, you're just making baseless assertions, I'll tell you what. Bosh! Oh, I screwed it up. How do you say that, Nathan?
Bosh.
Bosh! Just bosh this right down there for you. So there you go. How about it?
That is why you earned the word fastidious. That's a fastidious bosh.
Bosh!
Indeed.
Okay, let me get out of here and then back to the regular scheduled program, and this is what we're going to do.
What did you just say, by the way? What did he say?
Bosh! It was close.
I don't know. I'll have to listen back for that one. I thought it would be a common term up north for, like, taking medicine. Just bosh a couple of those.
I like it, though. I do. I like it. I'm going to keep it. I just screwed it up.
And you look pretty crazy eyes. Yeah, I boshed 5 of them.
Reminds me of Loads of Money.
Yeah, Loads of
your character, isn't it? Yeah.
Loads of money.
Loads of money. I went, bosh. Here's £1,000 on the counter. That's what it's.
Bosh!
Bosh. There's your evidence. Take your pitch data. Bosh.
Bosh!
Have it.
80s character by Harry Enfield called character's name Loads of Money with an A. So loads of money. And he'd be very cockney, very rich 80s yuppie walking around with cash to literally slap people around with. So he'd just take out a big wad of cash and just beat people with it. Get out of my way, I got loads of money.
All right, we're back. You get it all out? You all tuckered out now? Let's get on
This
with
is
this.
important stuff we're talking about.
I know it is. Let me make sure and pull this up because we're going to be going to that. 1 second. You should be, if you join QE Live in Discord. QE Live in Discord is up. Can I get a confirmation? Can I get an amen?
Yeah, we got you in Discord and you're good on YouTube as well.
I'll tell you what. Can you see this in Discord? My little play again button? My little is there anything appearing on the screen other than, can you see this rolling around right here?
No.
No, but when anybody says,
on
you
YouTube,
see this?
Yep. Yes, you can. Yes, on YouTube you can, but not on Discord.
Yeah,
yes.
but that's what I was asking. Thanks, Flatsy. I should have been more specific. Can you see this in Discord? Of course
Yeah,
they
I
can.
just said it.
Of
I
course
just
they
saw it.
can see it in YouTube. Okay, not a big deal. I'll just have to switch over. Not a problem. So we have to do this summary. I've had it with Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. I was at my wit's end the other day. We're lucky we got that far. So we're going to summarize. Now, he may come back on every now and again, but it has to be something incredibly stupid. So you can bet he'll be back on, but nothing, I won't be going over it in the sense that we went over it like this. Everyone got that?
One person.
Again?
Right. Eli, do you want to get a word in just before QE starts proper? I know he already has.
What?
Or you mute, Eli. Did you want to add something?
Why would
Sorry.
Why would he want to add anything?
Just doing my thing. You carry on as you were.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball Z for claims. I'm going to take you back to the beginning, okay? Remember these. We're going to go down this list, and we'll end the summary. Number 1, he said, Ping Pong Golf Ball, either the propagation is propagating through something or the propagation is propagating through nothing. Idiocy. Yeah. Number 2, what's the vacuum energy in? Number 3, what sustains the electromagnetic field? Number 4, what does the electromagnetic wave propagate within? Number 5, and I've starred this because we'll be coming back to this one. We have electromagnetic waves we can show, and it either has a medium that it's waving through or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim. That was the first one out the gate, 1702. Number 6.
Pause.
Pause?
Just a sec. It's important, I think, here, just because we've gone straight into the indictments, just to point out here that these aren't genuine questions. These are question responses. Yeah.
And
In a
question
lot
claims.
of the cases. What is it? Sorry.
Question claims.
No, I
I'll take
called him.
what's a question
No.
claim for 100.
No, question proofs.
Question proofs.
So on. Question proofs.
That's important. Yeah, these are responses to things, which also incidentally show his duplicitous, contradictory nature. But that's why they look weird, like why they look like questions, which is part of the indictment against Witsit, that he can't answer a simple question, what he believes, like a politician look.
Yes, most of these are questions. This one, number 5, wasn't, but most of these are his question proofs. So number 5, we're going to deal with that one down here below. Number 6, if you have a vacuum chamber and you have all kinds of electromagnetic fluctuations that you can measure and detect within that, what's the energy traveling through? Yeah. Number 7, light is just a disturbance in the medium that's already there, but not a material medium. That's just semantics. Of course, that contradicts 1, 4, 5, and 6. You can go through them. I've already done it one time in one of the past videos. You can do it for yourself. Just go back and look through and say, yep, contradicted that one, and that one. Number 7 or number 8, the light is the medium. This nonsensical bullshittery, sorry about that, Nathan, directly contradicts every single statement that he's made up to this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. He's an imbecile. Next, it's a philosophy, a logical framework. This little gem right here directly contradicts every single one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that he made claims beforehand. Every single one, it contradicts him. But he just keeps on rolling on. Number 10, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. Light is neither a wave nor a particle. That little gem right there directly contradicts number 1, 4, and 5 above. You absolute imbecile. Number 11, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. I'm sorry, he had 2 number 10s. I never claimed that light was a wave. Again, directly contradicting 1, 4, and 5 above. Number 11, the last one we ran into just the other day, and I just had it after that. Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. Ether is unmanifest pure potential rest state of blah, 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 blah. That's his words. Yeah. Yeah, you see that? This is manifest cockamamie pure horse shit. That's what that is. Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball, we're back to number 5, has denied he ever made this claim. We have electromagnetic waves we can show, and it either has a medium that it's waving through or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim. He has repeatedly denied that he ever made that claim, making him a liar. Everyone get that?
Yep.
Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. I can shoot a laser through a vacuum chamber and it gets to the other side. Then Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball's number 1 ether proof. I call him shits at 0 here. Just rewind back to what we were talking a few minutes ago. But you get Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball is also shits at 0. These are his claims in rapid succession to Nathan. If you have a vacuum chamber and you have all kinds of electromagnetic fluctuations that you can measure and detect within that, what's the energy traveling through? This is 1702. All of these. Shit's at 0. If you have an electromagnetic wave, what does it propagate through? So what does the electromagnetic wave propagate through? Again, shit's at 0. So Michelson-Morley, for example, remember, number 1 ether proof at the time, we had lights go in different directions. Nathan quickly retorted, Stop, stop. What's the phenomena studied in this highly scientific parlor trick? Shit's at zero. The difference in the travel of light. Yeah. 10 days later, shit's at zero. Light doesn't travel. It's already there. Making him a liar. Again. Then, just 6 days ago, let's throw this up. Discord, get ready. We'll top it off with this. Moment, please. Stop. Stop. Share. Share. Go live. Here we go. The Lion Double Speaking Sewer Rat. Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. 3 December 2024.
Oh, you indicted the guy with millions of views. Oh,
No, you. You are indicted because you are a liar. That was proven here now.
no, because
Yes, you told the host light does travel because you wanted to be conciliatory. Unfortunately, that makes you a liar, Witsit.
if you don't know how debate works, which is that
If I get really close to my mic, maybe I can accuse you of being aggressive too there, Witsit.
Listen to this guy.
Listen to how he stutters for me, ladies and gentlemen. When he's over a barrel, he'll stutter.
I didn't stutter at all, actually.
I didn't stutter. Yeah, you did. You stuttered because you're screwed. You know we've caught you in a lie. The same lie you had to agree with the host on. Light travels, right? Like the host said.
It wasn't the host. You're just kind of retarded. It's okay.
Oh, so now I'm being called retarded. Is this why we'd want you on a representative basis for these big shows, right? To call me retarded? Maybe call me toxic. Maybe claim I interrupt you.
Fairly
Is that you interrupting there, Witsit? It seems I hadn't finished my sentence about your projection of the interruptions you keep doing. It seems like when I state something, I have to close my Discord line so that I can be heard, not accused of being
you're
aggressive.
such a fucking crazy person, bro.
So are you swearing at me now? I'm fucking crazy. So now I'm being accused of having mental illness problems through the top of me indicting you on your lies about light not travelling. Oh, unless you're agreeing with that host, right?
In debate, you temporarily conceded.
In debate, is that you not stuttering? In debate isn't a response to the light travelling that you agreed with that host on.
I didn't stutter.
Like light travelling, like you agreed with that host on, right?
This is the same thing you claim I lied
Non-responsive.
about with you. That's
So now he's telling me about what I've done. I've put it to him 3 times, ladies and gentlemen. So he agreed with the host of that show, the one we wouldn't want him on because he's a liar, when he agreed with the host about light
You're
travelling.
a grifter and a
Maybe if you just chant through me that I'm a grifter. Yeah, maybe the audience won't hear me indicting you on the lie you've told. I'm calling you a liar for being on when you addressed the journey of the light. The one that you wouldn't have said for ages. You agreed to it on that show, Witsit. Call me a
because you
grifter
lie
again.
to get money. You lie about me to get money.
Non-responsive. I've called him out on a lie, and he's chanting through me non-stop that I'm a grifter.
You are a grifter, yeah, because you have to lie about me so that people will click.
What, like the lie of light travelling that you agreed with that host on?
It's just an intents and purposes concession for the 5th time. Do you understand?
Oh, so a lie, an intents and purposes concession, aka lie.
Oh, does everyone agree that that's a lie?
Does that everyone agree that that's a stutter?
That wasn't a stutter.
That wasn't a stutter about the lie that you conceded with the host, then?
If you watch the show, you hear
I did. I watched you lie to the host about the light travelling. Something you thought you could call me out on. Like, indict me for? It seems like something I got indicted for was something you lied about and agreed with that host on.
I literally say in the show, yeah, sure, for intents and purposes, you.
So you lied.
So you literally said, yeah, sure, for intents and purposes, huh? Let's take a listen.
So Ares failure, for those who don't know, I'm sure the audience may not be familiar with this, but it involves a telescope filled with water because light travels slower in water. Would you agree that light travels slower in water? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you have a water-filled telescope. The principle behind Ares failure, which, I mean, this experiment goes back, before Einstein, because light travels slower in water. Would you agree that light travels slower in water? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm.
isn't yeah, sure, for intents and purposes.
You're a black liar, sir.
That'll be all for that one. So he just re-upped on his lie. That was just a few days ago on Nathan's show, referring to the Tim Pool podcast that happened about a week to 10 days ago.
Comment?
Not yet. Almost done. Go ahead and rejoin QE Live. We're back in the lane. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for the past 4 weeks, I have demonstrated that Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball is a delusional Dunning-Kruger double-speaking, plagiarizing, lying sewer rat ether clown that couldn't spell cat if I spotted him the C and the A. Are these the qualities or character traits that you want representing you? The prosecution rests. Now you may comment.
I have a personal interest in this because obviously, number one, he's talking to me about it, lying to my face with these examples, because these quotes, these question proofs, they're put to me. I've got more skin in it than perhaps I'd like to have. However, what I'd like to highlight at the end of that particular recording is what's happening while we're indicting wrongdoing and lies. I'm pointing out a lie. I'm having to really carefully phrase how I slip in between him rumpusing me, that's talking through the middle of me, about what, like the lie you told the host. Because I can't get him to listen to me. What's he doing while I'm trying to indict him on his lies and deceit? He's calling me a scammer, basically. He's saying I grift people and con people out of money whilst talking about him. That's what he's saying. Just like Jaron. When we called Jaron out for being an idiot, not knowing what science is, suddenly Nathan Oakley's a grifter. What's literally happening while I'm pointing out an egregious lie that he's told multiple times in front of many people. Many people, after telling me, I wouldn't ever say light travels, I would indict any who stated it to me. Who states it to him in front of loads of people. Liar. What's that, Witsit? As I call you the liar that you are, you're a grifter. So, in the face of being called out for his scumbaggery, he wants to destroy me, reduce my income, take the food off my children's table. That's what he's doing. He's indicting me, causing damage from a higher position with more followers, more subs. What's he out there doing, telling people I'm a grifter? No, we've caught him. To squirm, he's going to try and threaten the person that's caught him lying. That's us, me in this instance. Really? Rather than having the maturity to say, yeah, you're right. He's gone, you're a grifter. You're a con man. No, I am not. You're the one caught in a lie, Witsit. How dare you? Just like Jaron. As soon as you're caught looking like an idiot, you call the person who's called you out on your idiocy a scammer. That's how you react. It's pathetic.
That was just one lie. He'll lie at the drop of a hat. In all those hours, I should have marked down all the lies. I didn't do it. I've got 3 here. All I need is 1. But I've got 3 here. If I go back through, if I get bored, I'm going to go back through. I'm going to document every single lie. The double speaks on over 120 hours are in the high hundreds. You can't make this up. Go on.
Was the point that I wrote down, that bit that Nathan's took offence to, and I can see why he just sees it personally, but I didn't see it like that. What I heard was somebody make a lie up to justify and use that as a reasonable rebuttal after they've been cut out for lying. So Nathan clearly points out to Witsit that he's lying, and his response is, yeah, well, you lie, and then, which is a lie. Then he goes on to lie further by indicting the thing that Nathan takes offence to, which is the thing that Jaron's accused him of. So he's trying to trigger him distract with a lie away from the fact that he's been caught lying. That is the trait of a liar. That's particularly galling. These are, for all my faults, yeah, I don't lie, and I don't double down on a lie with further lies, which is also an ad hom about somebody. This is why I take particular offence at this gentleman representing me. And just one final point on just listening to that. As far as I'm aware, in debate, yeah, doesn't mean technically I fundamentally disagree with that, but for the purposes of the argument, let's move forwards.
You think?
Yeah, that's another lie that he told me. Yeah, I said for all intents and purposes, I lay down in concession at this point temporarily, even though it's fundamentally something I disagree with, and have said to you personally, I would disagree with anybody who said this to me. But that's what I actually meant when I said, quote, end quote. It's a lie. He's a liar. He'll lie his way scumbaggery through anything that's put to him.
I couldn't believe he said it. That's what I said. He will lie at the drop of a hat. Because doesn't he know that people can go back and listen to the video's just 3 days old from Tim Fool and go back to that spot and listen to what he said?
Chat.
Super liar.
I don't know. Kiwi can't hear Booger ever. AI Mega Wordy sent logical fallacy of the year, Bulverism.
Isn't that an old one?
From C.S. Lewis?
Did we
Yes,
go
Lewis,
back?
yeah.
Didn't we go back? Wasn't that a super chat on another show? Or
Yeah, last week it was.
trying to get me off my game. So,
Sometimes
like I
you
said,
can have
thanks,
that
thanks,
threat.
Theo. I appreciate it. But realize what I just said. He at the drop of a hat, the videos he said literally, if you go back and listen to the show, I said this. Doesn't he think that we'll just go back and listen to exactly that part? Huh?
Yes, absolutely, we can. You can just hear him lying. But just because this is a conclusory show, I want to sort of take this in a slightly different direction, right?
Okay.
We have approached Witsit. This is not the first endeavour. This isn't our first foray into altering Witsit's ways, and it's gone beyond altering Witsit's ways. So I have love and affection and desire for him to do well and represent us well. We've done all those things with him. We've interacted with him personally, aired our grievances, tried to give him good arguments. We've done all the good things that you would hope we would do for a brother. We've done them. Now we're not doing that anymore. Now we're saying, why in unholy hell would we ever want you, a deceitful scumbag, to represent us?
Yep.
We don't. It's not, oh, you could be doing better. So when people are like, oh, share the love, man, he's at least he's there. No. It's way beyond that. It's at the point where this is an affront to me when he's out there lying. Because it's me that he's told, oh, I wouldn't allow anybody to say light travels. Oh, you wouldn't? Unless you're in front of people and it's important, then you'll lie through your teeth. The most important moment where we would be aggrieved to see you representing us now in the present. That's what it's come to. Why are we documenting and listing all of the lies? So when someone says, can't you just share the love? Can't you just support him? No, we can't anymore. Here's why. He's a liar. I don't want liars representing me. You don't do that. If we're caught out and we're wrong, which is often, we'll accept that. Sometimes we're a bit red-faced, eating a bit of humble pie, as we call it. Why do we talk about eating humble pie? Because we get it wrong. We're human. And that's not intolerable to anyone if you accept it. What is intolerable is turning around and saying, what's that? I'm wrong? Oh, well, you're a grifter scammer, making up lies about me. No, that's not a reasonable way to respond when it's way beyond our grievances. We're saying, don't represent us anymore. You don't represent me. I don't consider myself a liar, and you are a liar. That's what you're demonstrating over and over again, this individual, Witsit.
It's those standards, and there's also the fact that throughout the elongated analysis of the stuff, part of the frustration we've had is that when given the opportunity to discuss flat Earth, it was much more beneficial to steer the conversation in the direction of a non-manifest medium. That was noticeable at times, and that fundamentally was part of the initial objection before all the evidence was put there, and the request of don't represent us, because and it's not an attack on the person here, it's just obvious you've got an additional agenda. And that's not to say it's a bad thing. It was obvious that you weren't able to stay on the target of flat Earth. You'd always be led astray. And if you represented yourself as an aetheite, no one would have a problem. And I think through this, you've also demonstrated that unfortunately, you don't step up for flat Earth. You'll take the opportunity to interject for ether. That's why we don't want you speaking for us also.
Yeah, brother. On that point, I just want to put this out as a hypothetical. This Tim Pool event, would it have come about if the topic proper was the discussion about ether? The answer is no. The only reason Tim Pool had this on his show is under the auspices of the title Flat Earth. So a lot of people in the community are taking advantage that people actually are intrigued or interested, or that flat Earth is divisive, provocative, whatever it is, to then attach themselves to that so they can talk about other ideas. Because rest assured, nobody cares about Sungenis and Witsit, ether, enough to invite them onto Tim Pool. They only invited them on under the auspices of the banner Flat Earth. And all of us should have, probably been hoping, oh, maybe this topic will actually be about flat Earth. Wow, imagine that. The title says flat Earth. We show up, and it's 90% about something that's not flat Earth. Forgive us if we're upset about that.
Indeed. Well, the only thing we can do is appeal to our own audiences. And as much as it pains me to say this when, as I say, we've appealed to Witsit to do better in the past, is to take the same attitude I take with NASA, which is to say, when you establish that somebody is a liar, all you can do is turn your back on them. Obviously, we're in a position where we do have influence, as little as that may be, and we will still continue to be reactive as things happen and occur with Witsit that we find objectionable, and point them out to the benefit of our audiences. However, in terms of our interactions or desires to alter this person, make them do better, give them better arguments, the desire has altered from this point forward. This is why QE is saying, well, this is kind of the last one, we're drawing a line under it. No, we will still be reactive if we need to be. That's not what we're saying. Oh, right, you're talking about Witsit. I thought you said you'd never talk about him. No, that's not what we said. What we are suggesting is that once you establish that somebody is a liar, what do they do when you catch them lying and you start appealing to them? Well, I can give you an example. QE just played it. I happened to be confronted with a liar. What did he do when I confronted him with the lies telling? He called me a liar, made up some lies about me. Oh, that's what you have to do when you're confronted with somebody like that. You turn your back on them.
And he lied again.
That's all liars do. Shocking, isn't it? What does a liar do when caught in a lie? Lie.
Yep.
Don't want to deal with that? Turn your back on them. That's my only advice I can give you, the audience.
With regards to all of this, and this might be a decent segue as well, one of the other thing is standards. What standards do us flat earthers have? And affirming the consequent isn't one of them. Yet somebody who is now going to Antarctica as a professed flat earther to affirm the consequent. Again, why you shouldn't speak for us, young man. Your standards demonstrate you don't represent our standards.
Right, Adam. Check out you with the segue. Slick.
Smooth.
I'm not ready yet.
That's true, and standards apply outside. Look, friends, standards apply outside, but they also apply inside. If you're unwilling to apply the same standards inside, then you really have no standards. And, for example, I just want to focus on that term Balverism again. What Witsit was attempting to do to Nathan, what Jaron was attempting to do to Nathan, is called Balverizing, right? It's a trifecta, quadfecta of all the ad hominem, guilt by association, class denigration, identity politics into one attack, okay? And that's happened in this community over the past year. It's happened in this community over the past month. And it's happening in the community from the outside looking in. They're attempting to castigate all flat earthers under this tactic with all kinds of social, downgrading of who we are. And if they come to find us and they find, oh, these guys have no standards internally, then yeah, they actually are the scumbags that we've been told they are.
We've
that's
always
my
had
point.
standards, and we keep the standards at Flat Earth Debate and Ballbusters.
Well, there is often internal skirmishes, which is, although he hasn't mentioned it explicitly, AI that is, the same principle, bulverism, happening internally. Difference being when it occurs, we internalize and address. That is to say, it gets addressed internally. People look at what's happening and go, why is this happening? What needs to be addressed? How can we stop it happening again? It doesn't escalate. So, as much as AI hasn't mentioned it specifically, we've had that happening internally. We're all accusing each other of all and sundry, but you get a rain on it, it's very dark and everyone's very miserable at the moment, is my excuse.
That's our standards. That's part of the standards, is to always analyse even what our peers are saying. Yeah. And appraise it fully. That's never an issue. It's only when people lie and deceive and don't hold the standards that it becomes more tasty within the internal group. And those standards are a bit like with Witsit, like we're seeing there, that standards are ignored or expected to be ignored. That's why you have standards. They're not always comfortable, are they? But
I don't know.
that's when you prove you've got them, when you stand by them.
I don't know how this is going to end, but it's not going to end good. You have a self-purported and a self-mandated leader along with idiot Jaron, right? Mr. Rocks Cause Waterfalls. And their whole, it's like just a supernova grift. They've been demonstrated to be utter morons at the very best and liars. So how is what they're leading the flat earthers right now, whether we like it or not, they're doing it, right? You got a shape-shifting Mr. Magoo, ether clown, double-speaking lion, sewer rat in charge. How do you think, flat earthers, how do you think this is going to turn out? I want to know. How's it going to turn out, folks?
Burnt penguins.
I think in general, societally, people get away with bullshitting. People don't double check. People are surface dwellers. They only look skin deep and therefore bullshitters, even when in contradiction. As long as it's not right next to the original assertion, people will let them get away with it. So our standards are through the roof because they have to be, because we're held to a high degree of scrutiny. We're automatically considered stupid. One false move verbally. Of course, he said the word twice. He's automatically an idiot. He's a flat earther. Need not communicate with him anymore. He said one word twice. He repeated it, didn't he? So we've got to watch everything we do. Therefore, obviously, we're going to point that degree of scrutiny at ourselves internally, at other flat earthers. So yeah, otherwise, if we were only pointing that scrutiny, heaven forbid, at our opponents, globe side, someone could turn around and go, well, have you ever pointed that finger at any of you lot? You lot do it all the time. Yeah, but they're one of us. They're allowed. No, they're not allowed. Nobody is. Everyone's under the same level of scrutiny. Us included. I've had to listen to internal affairs for the last 2 or 3 days as a result of that. And it's a necessity. It doesn't overwhelm us. It's nonsense that we're criticising Witsit for.
Nobody's above reproach. No one.
Much more concise. Yes.
Thank you. So, let's roll on into the final excrement. Oh, I gotta put. Do I already have this up in Discord? No, I don't.
No.
No, of course not. 1
Hey
second,
guys,
please.
what are y'all doing?
You need to do the shots game. Whenever you hear the word down, right? Shot.
Somebody wanted to
Left.
before we leave this Witsit ordeal. Does somebody want to comment? I heard somebody in the background.
Yeah, that was me. I just want to say hi, guys.
Refracted. Or reflected.
Yeah, Will
We are.
Duffy's behavior is despicable and disgusting. Just saying.
Oh, don't poison the well, Flatsy. My statement, my God, my statement was before we get over here to the final excrement, the fraud, before we go there, does anyone have any last comments on Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball?
Good us.
Booger?
We'll be watching.
Super chat.
Always watching.
Super chat, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball Super.
Phoenix Rising 86 cent. If you guys want to share my diagram, go ahead. I know it's simple pen on a notepad, but it might help the audience understand the ether is the waters outside our bathysphere containment.
Yeah. That no, I'm done with ethers. Done with it. I don't know what any diagram. If you listen to all 12 responses that he made, he should be institutionalized. Okay? He's a pretender clown. Dunning-Kruger type one each. He's tricked you all into thinking he's some type of intellect. This boy is being laughed at by incoherent second graders. Because you don't listen. You're not good listeners. Contradicting with every other breath. I've pointed them all out to you. I hear them. They're like big gongs go off. It's like no one else can discern this stuff. Well, what's up with that? You all Jedi mind tricked out there or something? Like the Pied Piper, right? Playing his flute, right off the cliff.
Is this rhetorical?
Yeah, it is, because most of the people in here, even who I consider intelligent people, they were totally unaware. They're like, did he really say that? So I said, let me slow it down for you. Okay.
Onto this. People have started recognizing it. So at first you're like, oh man, are we overlaboring this? No. After about 3 weeks of it, people started to say, yeah, light doesn't travel, but when it does, and things like that in the comments, you're like, oh, okay. So it has been repeated ad nausea, but now after 3 weeks of us pointing it out, people are starting to get it, as opposed to the first day or two of us doing it.
Right.
What was it? Mid-November. People were like, just be good, just love and be kind, and why are you doing this? And that's what I was getting. Now it's, oh yeah, I see his lie. It's really obvious. Like, yeah, after 3 weeks of us repeating it, now 4.
Not repeating it, demonstrating it over and over and over again.
Yep. I have a quote very palpable. I can't believe I have to employ a contradiction to prove my point. I rest my case.
Oh,
ad infinitum into the future.
That's a quote that was a verbatim quote from Witsit to me when caught out in double-speak contradiction. When laying down, literally, I believe it was me, it might have been QE. Might as well be the same person with both ace. Either way, I'm laying out exactly what QE just laid out. The distance of the travel of light, Michelson-Morley, light doesn't travel, you wouldn't tell anybody, you'd tell anybody off who said it, and you're indicting me for saying it. I kept pointing it out to him, eventually to the point where he actually listens, because he's paused long enough calling me a grifter to listen, and goes, I can't believe... Do you want to say the quote again?
I can't believe I have to employ a contradiction to prove my point.
End quote. Witsit gets it. Yeah. That's pretty much a fantastic ending. Did anybody watch this? Just as a ham-handed segue back into the Antarctica thing as it's on screen. Did anyone watch it in its entirety or get a good idea more than beyond the 60 seconds I got of it?
Nope.
This is 2 hours long.
Yeah, we don't have to get through it all today. We're definitely not going to get through it all today. We'll continue it on QE Live on Tuesday.
Fine.
Did anyone else listen to this?
I said nope at the exact same time you did. So nope.
Well, nope.
So my 60 seconds actually trumps everyone else in terms of quantity of watch time. Wow.
Super chat.
The whole thing. I was there for the whole
Phoenix
debate.
Rising 86. Is some
Right, you, Reg. We'll come back to you. Go ahead, Flatsy.
Yeah, Phoenix Rising 86. I'll make a better, more complex one later.
All right, thanks, Phoenix Rising. Yeah, we're done with the ephers for now. But thanks.
Okay, Reg. What was your impression? Is there plenty of praise to be given to Flatsoid, as I would hope would be the case?
That was Roger, not Reg.
Roger, sorry, I thought it was Reg I saw. Go ahead, Roger.
No, Flatsoid held his own. He did his best he could. He tried to point out the dichotomy for the most part, but there was a slandering campaign against you and
Really? Nathan came up on this?
Absolutely.
Nathan came
yes,
up?
he did.
Hello.
It's me.
Roger.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, brother.
Roger. You were simulcasting it, were you not? You watched the whole thing, did you not?
Yeah, I did.
By who? Who was this smear campaign by?
Mr. Duffy himself.
Okay, that's part of the course. Was
Yeah,
the
you might say, Nathan.
Bear with me, AI. Just so the question is fulfilled. Is there plenty to praise Flatsoid for in this, would you say, Roger? Maybe he doesn't want to answer that. Silence is deafening, Roger. Come on, Roger. There's got to be something to praise Flatsoid in here for, right? Maybe not.
Why ruin the surprise? Why ruin the surprise?
Yeah, don't let him.
AI, he's talking to Roger. Just chill your beans.
Yeah,
please.
yeah. What?
That's all right. He doesn't want to answer me. So go ahead, AI.
I'm sorry.
Super
No,
chat.
everyone
Super
else,
chat.
chill. Super chat.
Sorry, guys. Phoenix Rising 86 cent. I'll cut his tongue from his mouth, QE. You have my word.
You'll cut his tongue. No, you don't have to do that. We're just done with Efer. I'm tired of listening to the idiot Efers. Okay, I've had it. I got to move on to something else. Maybe we can come back to it in a few weeks. It'll be okay then again, right?
No, I think he's talking about. I think he's talking about Will Duffy. I think that super chat was actually in reference to the smear campaign from Will Duffy, and then Phoenix Rising 86 is saying, "I'll cut his tongue out," as in, obviously not literally.
Obviously,
Isn't that interesting though? Yeah, that you're in his head rent free. He's on there, dieting you. Whatever he's doing, why would you even be coming up? Yeah, why?
I have no idea.
This is the whole point. So this again is the whole point.
Actually, give me that.
What?
I've got no idea. Why on earth would Will Duffy, the man that we utterly annihilate and debunk, fundamentally at the core of his argument, and undermine him as a grifter based on that undermining? I have no idea why this man would want to undermine us.
Yeah, but why? The question is, why would it come up here? That's the question.
It's public.
Because of what he's after. And this is the indictment again at Witsit and Jaron here. This guy's desperate for validation in the flat earth community for the reason he's tripping there still now, which is why he's butthurt mentioning Nathan. Nathan's in his head. Whatever reason, yeah. The only flat earthers that have got on board, those two clowns, yeah, that we as real flat earthers say, please don't speak for us. That's all the validation this observation that may or may not be an observation is going to be. Yeah, this is why he's in your head, mate, because literally this is what I said about the flat earth brothers. They're all pointing it out for what it is. He hasn't got the response he was after, which is why he's now there goading still, which is disrespectful to Flatsoid. And like I say, fundamentally a compliment to you, Nathan. He's still seeking validation of any response from Mr. Oakley.
I don't know, man.
It's much simpler than that.
Right, he's got a crush
It's
on
much
him.
simpler than that. No, it's much simpler than that. Will Duffy said it on his own channel in his own voice with his face on the screen months ago, that his intention was to conduct a social experiment upon the reactions of flat earthers. And looking back now to what's happened recently in the past few weeks from his channel, talking about flat earthers in a denigrating manner, he's employing an overarching bulverizing campaign employing that very topic, bulverism. Okay? Part of what
Okay.
he's doing, and he admitted to it, by the way, himself, he's attempting to paint flat earthers in a bad light, to basically conduct a social engineering for the public. So he's going to take advantage of everything he can to denigrate any character flaws, any of those types of things of flat earthers anytime he can.
I'm sorry. Would you go back to the beginning of what you said in the beginning? That you said that he stated on his channel about some social engineering. Can you just repeat that? I was unaware of that. Can you say that again?
Yeah. Months ago, when he was first coming out with this thing, he was talking about, this is going to happen in the future. However, an important part of this is not what happens in Antarctica, but what's going to happen among the flat earthers, how they're responding to all of this. And he was basically saying, you're going to watch how they respond, and that is part of this experiment, the social response. And so he said, the final experiment is already begun. It's not going to happen in Antarctica. It's beginning right now when I start this campaign.
Really? Can you fish that
I
out?
was-
Listen.
Hold up. So I was correct then. So it's just regards to his motivation as to why Nathan's in his head, because he's obviously delusional, thinks he's conducting some kind of social experiment. So irrespective, Nathan, you're in his head. Now, the reason you're in his head is because Pastor Will Duffy thinks he's conducting a social experiment. He's going to, absolutely delusional then, isn't he, this guy?
Did he audio, 1 second. Was it on audio? Did he actually say that?
That's what
It's in a video on his channel.
Can you fish that out? You don't have to do it right now, but, over the next couple weeks when you get bored.
I want to because, I do want to do that because that video, in conjunction with one he put out recently, where he was basically making these accusations against flat earthers that nobody's really a flat earther. Because he's saying, look, guys, we've seen all that the flat earthers have responded to this. And I think the answer is because none of them are actually really flat earthers. They're involved in this topic, and then he starts listing, various, denigrations against personalities and character flaws and vices, and basically, setting the stage that flat earthers are basically scumbags, for lack of a better term. And that's why they're involved. They don't really think the earth is flat. They don't really know the earth is flat. They don't really care about truth. They're really just, dregs, basically.
Right.
And then when you combine those two things together, and then this thing coming up that we're about to watch, and then you look at his smarmy face, it's pretty clear what he's trying to do.
Okay.
You're going to hate me saying it. You've connected together two principles that Brian barks on about. Why don't you like Brian? Right. So Brian says a similar thing, which is to say, it's an all or nothing fallacy. He's saying, by doing this, I undermine everything. It means it wipes the slate clean for the last 10 years. Right. And also another thing that Brian says is their main line of attack is to attack the individual, to attack the personality. It's combining those two things. And you've now combined it and said, well, it's ultimately bulverism. And you're right. It is.
Huh. Okay. All right. So let's get on with this. As usual, this is a typical treatment. Flatsoid, you're fair game. You come out talking, you're fair game.
Oh, I'm rooting for you, Flatsoid.
Can I say something
Really
right quick before you go? Yeah, I want to give Flashlight props. He did do well. I had a phone call come in.
Well,
Sorry about that.
We'll see about that.
Okay. Yo. So,
Chocolate.
I mean, Chart.
I
You've
don't.
got every faith in Flatsoid, haven't you, Chocolate? We're about to
No.
start. I
Say again.
know QE's going to pick faults somewhere. I'm not fussed about that. I mean, I've got every faith that he'll.
I haven't. I tuned in for 60 seconds, and as soon as I tuned in, he was buying into the dichotomy and talking about the validity of either or model. That's Flatsoid. That's why I tuned out. I'm like, oh, God. Disappointed immediately and leaving.
Yeah, but don't poison the well here. We got to hear it ourselves.
Okay.
Anything else before we begin?
Sure. Subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and Nathan Oakley channels, respectively.
Of course. So we're on Modern Day Debate. This is not a debating platform, ladies and gentlemen, and this will be a shining example of why it's not. This is called debate, which it's not, Flat Earth and Antarctica predictions. Okay? Don't lose sight of this. I always point this out to people. What is the topic? And I'll always highlight it to everyone for a reason. So let's see if this lives up to the billing. Here we go.
Good day, everybody, and welcome to Modern Day Debate. I'm your host, Ryan. Today, we're going to be debating flat versus globe. Will Duffy versus Flatzoid. So thank you so much.
Flat versus globe. That's not what this says.
It is what it said before. I don't know. They must have changed it.
Really? Well, this is what we got, so that's what I'm going with. We'll continue.
Well, I guess
For being
it was
here
at least in the thumbnail. It was flat versus globe.
Yeah. Well, I don't do thumbnails. I do titles. Flat Earth and Antarctica predictions. So let's see how it goes.
Well, we're going to hand the floor over to you for your up to 6-minute introduction.
6-minute introduction. Baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion fallacy that no one. Where's the debate in that? Ryan. This is not a debating platform, ladies. I've been telling you that for years, by the way.
So we're going to be talking about flat Earth and Antarctica predictions.
There, he just said it. Flat Earth and Antarctica predictions. That's what he. Yep. That. Now you're on board. Now we got 2 titles. Idiot.
Thanks for being at Modern Day Debate.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. I've been really looking forward to this. Just so everyone knows, if you don't, I created the final experiment.
It's not an experiment. You've been already exposed on that.
About a year ago now. And we're going to be going to Antarctica in about a week. And that's the one place that flat earthers have said for years would tell us.
Stereotype fallacy. Go on, Adam.
Are they back before Christmas?
I don't. I have no idea. Don't know.
Yes.
Are they able to stream live, or have they got to come back?
I don't know what the internet quality is like in Antarctica. I'm sorry.
Just genuine question.
I
have we got to wait till they come, or are they actually going to be able to stream from there?
I have no idea, Adam.
I do actually know the answer because apparently there is a kerfuffle between McToon and Jaren, as McToon was suggesting you'd go down with a whatever you call those little cameras that you can wear and have a little battery in them and last a long time. And then Jaren said he'd do the same, but then monetize the footage if you wanted to purchase it. That caused me to become aware of it as people were moaning about one side and the other. Beyond that, that's all I know. They were going to have body cam footage and from both sides. So yeah, all bases are covered as far as the footage, if you're happy to trust body cam footage. As for live streaming, I highly doubt it. It's not been mentioned.
The significance, Adam?
You want it live, obviously.
The rate of feedback, it's not like going to a flat earth conference. People will be watching this, whatever you think. I wonder whether have they got what can they upload? How can they upload? Or do you get a stream? It was just a point that I was thinking about and actually didn't know the answer.
No, it is a worthy point. If I put my spin on it, I'll make this a worthy point. Right. So when we did the Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth Live event twice, and the participants were invited to show their sunrise, sunset, and solar noon. One of the participants showed us a 24-hour sun in the live stream, live from his phone throughout the day up in the north. And because of the abundance of internet, he was able to show us. Here you go, sun's still up. There it is still. There's the sun. You know what I mean? You got to see the 24-hour sun from his sort of vantage point from a live stream, which is what you want, right? Do we have that for Antarctica already? Oh, we don't. So therefore there's some contention. Okay. Well, how about we assume we go to the bottom of a ball before we look at anything? Okie dokie. No, let's not do that. No, but we don't have 24-hour streams of this in abundance like you can acquire in the north. Well, isn't that interesting? So we don't have it then. Right, Adam? Yeah?
When you travel south of the equator, like I said, they're separate issues. And It wasn't a point for me to make. It was a point of ignorance. It was a genuine question. I didn't know how they're going to do this in terms of, because, like you said, it would be a very basic. The trouble is, you see, we all know that as soon as buildings get out of the way of things, satellites don't work as well. So it's probably unlikely.
It's consensus. It's down to the lobbying. If the Penguins want better than 3G, they'll put their hands together and they'll lobby. But for the now, the Penguins are happy with the 3G service, and that's what they get. It's just not strong enough for live streaming.
I am trying my best to stay away from pitch data for at least 20 minutes. Now, just FYI.
It's going to be hard. Here we go.
But Brian's at the shop. I've got to wait for him to get back, you see. So
yeah, it's going to be difficult. Here we go.
Us definitively if we live on a globe or if we live on a flat Earth.
There's the false dichotomy.
Oh, that's it. I've ruined it. Well, if you wanted to that, you should have took Brian's suggestion and just took the pitch data for the flight over there. And you'd have to.
Brian pointed out the humour of it because I hadn't really put it in a timeline that made it humorous until, and now you've mentioned it, Adam. So this Antarctic stuff comes out, and Will's inviting people to proactively contact him. Brian takes him up on his offer and proactively contacts him and says, I've made a video about how you could better serve your financial interests and the interests of your viewers by proving it categorically. You don't have to go anywhere. You just need to get pitch data. I've been trying to get it out of pilots for years. Response from Will. I'll watch your video on condition you buy my false dichotomy and admit it in writing to me. And I'll watch your video. He gave me a conditional acceptance. Brian turns around and says, you what? How outrageous. Right? And that's kind of where it ends. And then a guy from chat called Bucksodbuster tells Brian where he can find NTSB published publicly pitch data. That was a lot of P's. Good job I got a better plosive situation than Quantum Eraser in that recording. Anyway, he tells him where he can find it. We get it. Then Will Duffy gets back in touch with Brian proactively. I think you need to be talking about this and debating this with me. It's like, oh, hang on. So now we've got the thing that Brian had put to you and you only had a conditional acceptance in response is now of greater importance. Now we've actually got the data that shows your journey down, in quotes, there isn't down anywhere. It's flying with respect to a plane. Now you need to talk to Brian, do you? How funny. Brian laid out that timeline on Flat Debate a couple of days ago. Much better and more amusing than I've summarised it. But yes, very amusing.
And I gave it.
Oh, you're here.
And I gave it
Brian,
away.
sorry. I didn't realise you were in.
I've been listening in. I just happened. Yeah, I was driving and stuff. Yeah, the might have background noise. Yeah, just what Adam said. Sorry, Adam, that's not correct. That was what Nathan was saying. What I suggested to Will Duffy was that he get pitch data from two reputable sources, whether it be Qantas and Lufthansa, whatever, right? And that way he doesn't have to go anywhere. It'll all be safe. No one has to take time off work or leave their families. No one's going to fall off any ice balls. Everything will be safe, and you'll actually prove or disprove. What is it you're claiming to want to prove or disprove? Because his original claim was that he was willing to spend money for truth, right? So I gave him something that he could spend money on and absolute truth out of. Now, he obviously is correct. When I sent him that video, he told me he wouldn't watch it unless unless I agreed to certain conditions or unless I conceded to some stuff he wanted me to concede to and whatever else. It was nonsense, so I just told him to go away. I don't even think I said to him, actually. I just made a video about his response. Now, when we did get pitched at it, suddenly he comes back to me and he's commenting on the very video that he said he wouldn't watch unless I conceded to things. And I said, he wants me to go, he said, I have a pilot, he said, who, if you want to come and have a conversation with the pilot, because me and you don't know anything. This is what he's trying to push at me, right? As if I don't know anything, which I absolutely do know things. So he tried to pull that angle on me, and I said, pilot, but Billy, you mean Wolfie? You want me to be Wolfie on your channel, more or less? He was like, yeah. Well, yeah, sure. Just my fee is €5,000. I don't have my time basis. So a 2 hour debate, €5,000. That's my fee. And then he came back and said, well, my fee is €2,000 to stage the debate. It's like nonsense, right? I said, I don't care about your fee. I'm only interested in my one. And I said, if you have a fee of €2,000 €5,000 to stage the debate, Nathan will stage the debate between me and Wolfie me and Wolfie, Nathan will stage the debate between me and Wolfie on his channel for free. So you just pay me my fee, Nathan will do it for free. We're ready to go. No response. So I don't know who spoke over me there.
Remember his conditional acceptance question now. His conditional acceptance to you, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, was I will watch my video if you will accept that the final experiment will either disprove the azimuthal equidistant projection, aka flat Earth in his vernacular, or prove the globe. In other words, accept the false dichotomy. That was what he asked you to accept conditionally for him to watch the video, correct?
That's exactly it, yes. Yeah, that's it. Who was it spoke over me there?
Who won?
Nobody.
I'm good now.
Someone did speak, yeah.
Chocolate. It might have been Chocolate. He's been trying to get in, so off you go, Choc.
It was me!
I'm just sitting here thinking about this nonsense. Like, imagine spending hours and hours flying over a flat plane to go somewhere to prove it's a globe. Like, you got to be a serious idiot.
Well, that's
Like,
that's
what
why
the hell?
that's why Will Duffy opened with that sentence. Listen to his opening sentence. It basically was this: flat earthers say that what we see in Antarctica will arbitrate this proposition, whether the Earth is flat or not. Now, is that true?
Nope.
No.
No.
Not even a little bit.
But he wants people to believe that that's true, because then whatever happens, any flat earther who then says Antarctica has nothing to do with arbitrating the proposition of the flat Earth in regards to seeing the sun or not, they're then going to be castigated as liars, dishonest, the dregs of society, exactly as a Bulverism plan would play out.
Yep.
What he'd really need, though, is to work. No, I understand that. Oh, sorry, Adam.
Just to say, we can look at that, but the reality, because of the pitch data, whether we don't see penguins sunbathing at midnight, right? The reality is, because of the pitch data, we know that whatever you see, you have not assumed an antipodal position. And at that point, Will's argument's already done, because that's what he's assuming the consequence of whether or not he sees a penguin sunbathing at midnight means. The pitch data demonstrates that's irrelevant. You haven't assumed the one thing that you have to do, yeah, on a ball, which is assume the antipodal position. There's nothing. You've travelled in straight, flat distance, and the pitch data demonstrates that, Will.
Yep.
Hold on, AI. I've got a sarcastic remark to add, and then you can go AI. All Will Duffy would need in this scenario, though, to validate his position, would be to just have a couple of stoogey flat earthers that were quite big names to go along with it. Has he got that? And if he has, who's he got? Just out of interest.
Are they flat earthers, by the way? Really?
Who are they? Who would they be?
That would be Hanoi Jaren. I'm going to tell you. That would be Hanoi Jaren and Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball.
Oh, I can't. I didn't mean to call them stooges. It was only because he would need stooges. It almost seems like I'm calling them stooges. Yeah, I am. It's because they are.
All right. Can we continue?
This was really, I was about to say, this was well off the beaten path, huh?
Yeah, that I fight with it to the death every time I do this, Flatsy. There we go.
As soon as I said pitch
data, the main
thing
thing
we're going to be doing. I knew would say something as soon as you said, "Here we go." I knew he'd do it. I knew it.
Not my
Antarctica
fault.
is seeing
it's the
whether
power of the pitch data.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
Play the clip.
There is a
Shut your mouth.
24-hour
You're
sun.
not part of the show.
So
I'll put you on mute for a little bit.
we're going to make
Okay,
some
here we
predictions
go.
today. I'm going to make some predictions.
All right. Looks like I'm going to have to go back. All right. Are we done?
Yeah, just a little bit of advice for a few people that aren't part of the show. Your input's not required. It's been noted a couple of times. Third time when you're giving me advice, put you on mute for a couple of minutes, I'll bring you back. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Please don't do it again.
Definitively.
Certainly don't need advice. I certainly don't need advice or comment on mine and QE's and Nathan's interaction. Thank you very much, AI.
Oh yeah, I'm free to comment, brother. Thanks.
You are, but not on my interaction with them. So, take the advice. Mela bouche.
Advice noted and summarily dismissed. Thanks.
Here we go.
Okay. Anyway, summarily dismissed. I'm not taking that. Make your mind up.
We good?
No, not at all. Not at all. Taken and summarily dismissed. How would you receive that comment?
Dismissed. What's the problem?
Put his ass on mute.
That's what I'd suggest.
What's the problem?
Taken and dismissed. Okay, dismiss it. The point of dismissing it would be that you then get server muted for a bit. Because if you're not going to take my advice,
Hold on. If you got to ask that question, you ain't paying attention, Nathan.
No, pay up, Nathan. Anyway, you're on mute for just a couple of minutes and then we'll bring you back, AI. But please take the advice. Yeah? Sarcasm, and then when given advice, and then you feel the need to be sarcastic and flex a little bit, won't be tolerated. So, take the warning. Thank you very much. Let's get on with the show. Please don't interrupt again, AI.
Because he told QE to play the clip. Is that it?
Nope. I'll let you go back, Nathan, and we don't have to hold the show up anymore. Just maybe take my judgment.
Yep.
Fine.
Can we roll?
Yes.
Thank you.
If we live on a globe or if we live on a flat Earth. And the main thing we're going to be doing in Antarctica is seeing whether or not there is a 24-hour sun. So we're going to make some predictions today. You're
going to make predictions today. That would have to be scientific predictions then. You have yet to observe the natural phenomena, the dependent variable. So that's non sequitur. You would fail intro to 3rd grade general science. Right off the bat, you're finished, right? Hey, Ryan, do you know, are you with us? Hello, moderator. Nope, I guess not.
I'm going to make some predictions.
Really, Mystic Meg predictions. You don't know what predictions are, sir. Scientific prediction is a scientific hypothesis. Period. End of story.
Based on the globe.
Based on a globe? Sounds like that's begging the question.
Hopefully Flatsoid can make some predictions.
Why would Flatsoid need to make hypotheses for your train wreck experiment, sir? Yeah, Ryan! Hello, McFly!
It's Flatsoid in this scenario. I know it's been explained to me. I'm not a fan of not as in I'm decrying modern day debates in any way, but does Flatsoid have to literally sit and endure
yes
a few minutes of all sorts of nonsense?
6
and
minutes.
Just say nothing?
No.
So essentially, let's just hypothetically say I'm sat where Will Duffy is, right? I could sit there and just chat garbage about my opponent for 6 minutes straight, and they would have to sit and take it.
Yes, sir.
Not 6 minutes and 5 seconds, though. Then he'd have a reason to interject.
If I was Flatsoid, right, when the mic opened, I could say the man in front of you is a proven fraud. Here's a few documents that prove it in business. Now I'm going to demonstrate it in his current endeavours. And then go through them for 6 minutes. Right?
He could.
With the standard, Nathan. Yeah.
If I wanted to go by the standard that he's about to go through, because he's putting stuff to an opponent that can't say anything at the moment, talking about what Flatsoid is, isn't he? Flatsoid's got to sit there in dumbfounded silence, hasn't he? Apparently.
This is pictures of you at the Hilton in Dallas. Who is this young lady? Yeah, you can do all that for 6 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Based on flat Earth. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen right now. Let's see here. Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to answer 3 simple questions, and I hope Flatsoid can do the same. So the first one is, on the globe model, what is Antarctica?
That's not what the question says.
Adam's all over it. That's not what the question says. Will is an abject retard. So that makes no sense, Will, and it doesn't reflect on your screen. Go ahead, Adam.
That was it.
That was it.
It takes him a second, and he's demonstrably being duplicitous. Yeah, there's a caveat in there And that's going to change the whole intonation of the question.
Which one do we
I'd
want?
love to know what Antarctica is, right? What Antarctica is on a model? Is that lumpy white bit on the bottom of your ball? I know what Antarctica is on a ball model. Even though I don't know what a model is in this case.
Well, that question's non sequitur. First, you'd have to show the globe model to Flatzoid to have him answer the question. And for the audience to answer the question, you would have to show the globe model. So on the globe model, what is Antarctica? So this is a bit non sequitur and very strange. Will, are you retarded?
It's a bit who cares.
Oh my God.
So on the globe model, Antarctica is a continent, and it is an island continent, meaning it's completely surrounded by water.
Well, let's see that globe model then so we can confirm. We need to confirm what you just said. Let's see it.
And that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. Ryan, doesn't he have to confirm his assertion? I guess not.
I did get a clip. Someone sent me a clip. I can't remember who it was to give him credit, but it's relevant. So this does come up later, and somebody had obviously decided to say, look, no, it is a good bit that Flat sort of participated in. At some point, it comes up again, much, much later on, so we're not going to get to it, so I'm not just poisoning the well, I just want it to be in here. He's asking Will, Flatzoid, later on, for his model. And Will goes and picks up a toy globe, and Flatzoid asks him to show him gravity at 9.8 meters per second squared on it.
No way.
Yeah, it was great.
All right. Don't. Oh.
You were not going to get to like the 2 hour mark or wherever that was clipped from, so it's worth dropping in here.
Oh, did
if I can find the clip, I'll get it.
Did somebody clip it and then send a little clip out?
Yes. Someone clipped it and sent it to me. We can dig it out.
Okay. Here we go.
On the globe model. So I'm hoping to hear what Antarctica is on the flat Earth model.
There is no flat Earth model. Never was. More importantly, there is no globe model either. That's the point. That's why
there is no flat Earth.
What?
If there is no model of flat Earth, so
No,
there is no imaginary flat Earth.
No, there is no model of flat
If
Earth.
A, then Q.
Holy shit. Can somebody mute it? Just mute him.
Hold on, I want to hear what he's asking, though. What's he asking?
Is he asking something?
Q is retard and a liar and doesn't even understand what is Antarctica.
You're done. Okay, so people,
Yeah, okay.
don't come in and
You're
say,
smart there.
Huey, Nathan, Adam, any of the panel members are liars and retards. At that point, even though just asked for you to give yourself another chance, because actually I thought I was actually going to try and clarify your point with you.
Yeah.
If you
Let's move
start
on,
like
Adam.
that, there's a level of manners that are just objectionable and you will be dealt with accordingly. Why should we engage with somebody that's just said one of us is a liar and a retard? Well, then why are you wasting your time here, sir? We will prevent you from doing so further. Carry on, QA.
We should have picked up on it quicker. Well done, Adam. Let's move
Thanks,
on.
Adam.
And I think we're going to see that it's very different than the globe model.
So you're like Mystic Meg predicting what a complete stranger's thoughts are going to be later? Boy, this is starting off pretty sharp there, Ryan.
There's no way I could do this. There's no way I could do this. My blood would be boiling by now.
How far are we into the 6 minutes? Because this
30 seconds.
It's a train wreck, man.
Question is, where is Antarctica? So I've got a globe here.
The next
Stop
question
it.
is...
I told him earlier, it's on the bottom.
On Earth.
Why are we asking this? Hasn't he got tickets? I mean, talk about redundancy. You're asking these a bit late, mate. Got 30 grand tickets for sale to go there. You know what I mean? Where is it? Let's let the pilot know.
Next slide will say, where am I going?
What food shall we take?
Flatsy, over to you.
Super, where's Antarctica?
He's excited. Tom Hayward sent, if the high level of forensic scrutiny for our peers that we see detailed here was applied in other public spaces, Hollywood, for example, corruption wouldn't stand a chance.
Exactly. That very well said, and
It's an
very
unfortunate
insightful.
byproduct. It's very, very insightful, and I want to steal some glory of that super chat because it was awesome. Right.
Yep.
It's a byproduct that we are of this ilk, that is to say, highly scrutinous of all, because we're held to such high standards with the ridicule we receive. I said it earlier. So this is a byproduct, right? Your average Joe can get away with being a bit of a numpty clown claiming nonsense because most people won't check, because it's mostly not really that important and people don't care that much. They care about us, which forces us in a position where we've got to be hypercritical of every damn word we say. They've essentially, society has forced us, the actual flat earthers, because the rest of the numpty clowns that call themselves flat earthers don't care about any standards. When you actually worry and concern about the subject of flat earth, and suddenly, because of the flat earth scrutiny, unwarranted because it's numpties that get it, as opposed to flat earth, which is just the earth and it being measured flat, we have to be highly critical of every word that comes out of our own mouths and anybody around us. So if it's offensive to you, it's like, well, that's what you get. If you're going to criticize people and call them stupid automatically, they up their game. They have to. We have to. Done.
What's next? What is my sister's name? What the he's retarded. Will.
How do I get to the airport? And you call me an Uber?
Yeah, this is pretty stupid, man. Okay. I can't wait for the next question.
And on the globe model, and
he picks up a globe on a stand, has a pole going through it.
It'd be too early to make this prediction, right? We keep pointing out that it's a false dichotomy. It might be too early to call this, but could it be the case that these questions are being thrown up in the manner that they are? Then the verbal insertion of the false dichotomy comes afterwards, so that it's still there, but not so egregious as to be in black and white text on a screen in a presentation where we can go, there it is, he's written it down for us. You know what I mean?
What did that have to do with him picking up that knuckleheadery?
Superchat. No.
Supermodel.
Him's sake, he sent, why is Antarctica?
Why is Antarctica? That's excellent, him. I like where your mind's at. Thank you, sir. Back to Nathan. What did that have to do with him picking up this and saying this was the globe Earth model?
He's got where is Antarctica on the screen. With every slide, his overarching point is to have the false dichotomy highlighted. So he's inserting it, whereas the slide just says where is Antarctica, completely non sequitur to whatever's going on. He's got tickets right.
Yeah, he just called this a model. Is this a model?
No.
That's my point. Thanks.
Antarctica would be as far south as you can go on the globe. So if you go all the way south,
whoa,
you will.
It's a contradiction in terms. Sorry, south, a direction with respect to a horizontal plane of reference on a globe. No. What are you talking about?
Yep.
South on a globe. That makes no sense to me. What's he talking about?
He just contradicted himself. Can't have south on a globe dart. Directions are based on horizontal planes. Pull your compass out. How does compasses work on a globe dart? The damn needle would be embedded in the bezel ring.
If anybody was unclear, why would QE and Nathan and anybody else from the Flat Earth Debate or Ballbusters panel be living rent-free in Will Duffy's head? This is why.
Yep. He's a retard.
End up hitting Antarctica. A lot of flat earthers.
Get ready for the stereotype fallacy. Go ahead.
Challenge globers to show how you can go to the South Pole and then keep going south, and that's a misunderstanding of the.
Yep.
It's the contradiction in terms south. What direction with respect to a horizontal plane? Pole. Oh, like an axis of rotation described with respect to a plane also.
Yes.
You sort of interweaving these flat Earth terms and making them sound like you've got poles at the bottom. No, this is the antipodal assumption that he's sort of stuttering around a little bit at this point. A little bit nervous about pointing out this antipodal assumption with these terms like south and pole. You're going to need flat Earth for both of those.
Yep.
This is why we're living rent-free, Will. Every word you use needs a flat Earth, and we'll be pointing it out every step of the way.
Does he mean the pole that's actually in his model? This pole down, the black one going through, is that what he's talking about? The pole?
Any globe pole I could be thinking of in terms of actual globe Earth rhetoric would be the axis of rotation described with respect to a plane. That's the only pole that he could be using if he's talking about a globe as a paradigm. We're yet to see a model, as you were rightly pointing out, and I was slow to pick up on.
Correct.
The globe, you cannot go further south than the South Pole. So very simple. Here is the island continent of Antarctica. And where it is it's on the southernmost part of the globe.
Southern?
And then there it is. Stop. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is called an antipodal assumption. If his journey is to the southernmost is flat, what he means is the point antipodal from the aim to be north of a hemispheric global system in his paradigm. When traveling to the bottom of that, well, you're already at the bottom of a globe. You don't need to prove a damn thing if everybody automatically accepts. When in Antarctica, you are So the answer to your question, where is Antarctica? Well, according to you, this is why we're living rent-free, eh, Will? It's antipodal. Now, that would be an assumption that's beyond the pale. I'm not going to assume when all information in terms of Earth measurement shows the contrary of that. That would be that it's flat. I don't have to assume anything. Where is it? Antipodal is the word you're looking for there, Will. You keep using flat Earth terms to infer antipodal positioning, like pole and south. They're not, they're flat, just so we're clear about that little jape that you've made there. Ed.
Wait, can I ask?
And lastly, the third.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Chocolate first.
Go ahead, Adam.
Right. Quickly, the way he said it is the caveat, you see. The southernmost point on a globe. The southernmost point could be the furthest you've been. It's not necessarily a limitation. As soon as you say on a globe, suddenly it's actually a point that he's claiming you can't go past because suddenly you're going north. He's interjecting his false paradigm, trying to just build you along with it. Because we're all going to agree, if we've conceptualized the South Pole, well, yeah, you can only go north. This is part of his bullshittery of agreement ladder. Over to you, Chuck.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask real quick. What's the rent-free thing? Did he talk about us or something, or you or somebody?
I think it was AI explained that he is talking about us in this video and indicting. No, it wasn't. It was Roger explained that he later in the video is indicting us on this, that, and the other. Not that we're too concerned about his personal attacks on us. It's the reason behind them. When we say this is why we're living rent free, it's because he is indicting us later on in this video. And doth protest
okay.
QE did when it was. Why would he be doing that? Said QE. Yeah, right.
Why would he be doing? That's still my question. He's on Modern Day Debate discussing his predictions for Antarctica, wherever that is, and it's with Flatzoid. Why would FED come up?
In the back of his mind, where is it? Antipodal, says Nathan, and QE, and yeah, that's a fallacy, isn't it? Begging the question, circular reasoning. It's the thing you're trying to prove. That's why.
We ruined his grift.
Yeah, we ruined his grift and called him a fraud justifiably. Can he sue me for calling him a fraud? No, he is.
Yep.
Right, well, he's got this experiment that isn't an experiment with an antipodal assumption, a flaw in the logic that he's selling tickets for, demonstrably proving his fraud. What's he going to do about me calling him a fraud? You're a fraud, Duffy. If I was there 6 minutes, I'd be showing you to be a fraud for 6 minutes straight with you sitting there in silence. That's what I'd be doing.
Yep.
If I live in a house with 4 doors on each wall, whichever door I go out of, I'm going north. Where am I?
I'll take What is antipodal assumption for 300, Bob?
There you go. That's Jeopardy. Yeah?
Third question is...
Here comes the third question.
What does the sun do in Antarctica?
Well, the sun's not in Antarctica. It's up in the sky. You retard.
I think now he's done it 3 times, I can say I've called this correctly. The reason he's formatted it this way is because he doesn't have to explicitly have on screen in writing the false dichotomy that we keep pointing out. Now, if I'm calling it before it's happened because I'm pretty sure it will. He'll now go through the false dichotomy. If I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure I already know I'm right.
You're still Adam, please. I'm asking for somebody to acquiesce here. The question reads, what does the sun do in Antarctica? It's not in Antarctica. So it doesn't do anything.
That question doesn't imply that it is when he's going. It's just saying, what does the sun do in Antarctica? Well, as far as I know, when it does go to Antarctica, which it doesn't, it's been known to do the Macarena.
The Macarena.
I heard the sun just chills out there.
Then
Burn
you're saying
penguins.
missing to make it sound like chocolate is too. What do you mean? What's wrong with the question? What does the sun do in Antarctica? That's the premise of his quasi-experiment. Are you saying it's not in Antarctica because it's not part of the ground? I'm not following what your objection is here.
Yeah, does it have a GP in Antarctica at any point of its transition between the tropics? Are those tropics? Is Antarctica within the tropics, i.e., within the GP of the sun?
Nathan, it's like if I'm in Georgia and I look up and the sun's directly above me, would I say the locations of the sun is in Georgia? You know what I mean?
More laughable.
Well, yeah.
Nathan's here. Well, yeah.
I still think I'm missing something here.
You are, but that's okay. We can move on. It's pretty funny though. We'll just roll.
The very, very important one. On the globe model, during...
Yeah, we're going to need to see that first. On the globe model.
During certain times of year, specifically during the southern summer solstice.
Is there certain times of year on the globe model also? I'd like to see that.
Why you just show me time?
Which we are coming up on in a couple of weeks. Most of Antarctica at that time has what's known as a 24-hour sun.
It does? That's what I thought you were going down to check.
Well, I was going to say, if that was the case, why are you going? You know that.
Go us live, like I've done in the north. Me personally, I've had someone join a live stream and do it for me, but I've demonstrated that is occurrence, and everyone's fully aware of it. Nobody even contests it. Yeah, you're stating it as fact.
Yep.
Moving on.
Is there anything that he's stated so far up to this point that has been coherent? I challenge you.
It's not that it's not coherent. It's that it's hard to hold him to anything. It's very slippery. Hence the comment on the slides. What do they What do they demonstrate? What do they hold him to? Nothing. What does the sun do in Antarctica? Great, profound. Yeah, he's bothered to. Well, this is his moment. This is his 6 minutes.
Yep.
And that's what you prepare. Okay. Why? Why would it be this week? Why wouldn't it be at least outlining the argument?
Yep.
Not just.
Well,
like I say,
I've got to say it's driving me nuts. These are the same standards as Witsit's employing, right? These are question proofs, aren't they?
Yes.
Thank you, Nathan. That's exactly what I was about to say. And you took it right out of my mouth.
Ruined it.
He rumpused me. Not
yes,
fair.
He did. I heard him. I heard him, Flatsy. Yep, and he snuck right in there. Yes, he did.
That was a low blow.
Yeah.
You heard me trying to speak up after Adam. I was going to say it.
Yeah.
Flatsy was about to say that these are like question proofs exactly the same as Witsit, weren't you, Flatsy?
Exactly what I was going to say. And then I was going to give him at least some credit, the coherency of complete sentences. I mean...
Well, before you interrupted me, I was going to give you future credit for that which you hadn't said. You just didn't give me the opportunity.
Yeah, right. All right. And my whole point was dismissed. He's not said anything coherent, Adam. So it's not no. I haven't heard a single coherent statement out of his mouth just yet.
Just
And this
need
is
to respond to
because
Flatsy.
on the globe.
You want to
She's just
respond to
giving him
Flatsy?
credit. Yeah. In the discernment of reality, the ability to correctly punctuate has no merit, even though you gave him some. But it's nice.
Oh yeah. We're gonna critique my kudos to complete sentences.
I'm saying it's non-meritorious. It's lovely. It's like it can bake a really good cake.
Globe, the globe model, we have what's known as an axial tilt. That's
The globe. Okay, we're still. This is about the third or fourth claim with the globe model. We haven't seen the globe model yet, so anything that follows after that is nonsensical baloney, sir.
No credit being given to Adam for that. Was it 13-letter word? Was it non-meritorious? Glorious, like silk.
Thanks.
That's why when you purchase a globe, it's tilted. And so
Oh, we can purchase a globe and then tilt that mug.
I thought they were the ones that were broke. That's why they were left and no one had bought them.
look here, I'm going to tilt the globe towards the camera. As the Earth spins, you can see Antarctica the entire time. And so during the southern summer,
What kind of retard response is this? This is really frustrating that in 2024, the way a globe approves something is by holding a globe they bought from Walmart last week up to the camera and going, it's like a drunk English guy in a Spanish bar just going, more beers, Pedro. No copito. More beers, Pedro. Look at that ball. If that's your argument, dude, when you've got 6 minutes, it's an indictment of what your argument is. It's exactly what Nathan alluded to.
He doesn't have.
Sorry,
he
Flatsy
didn't post.
alluded to.
He didn't post an argument. There has been no argument.
No, that was my summation. It's exactly what Flatsy alluded to. It's what Witsit does, look. They're question arguments. They're not there for him. They're to make you think and come to a conclusion via the agreement ladder he's laid out.
Do you think this is a question argument? What does the sun do in Antarctica? Do you know what an argument is?
It feels like a timeshare seminar.
What does a man with beachfront property do?
This half a swimming certificate idiot is retarded. He's a retard. Look at him. What else can you say?
Incompetent as opposed to retard. Just so the algorithm favors us slightly less unfavorably.
He's a retard, sir.
as the Earth is spinning, a lot of Antarctica is exposed to the sun the entire time. So that results in what's called...
Really? I didn't see that. Where was the sun in this scenario?
Do you remember? Oh, you're going to hate me for doing it. Remember, is it Bentley and Newton, the letter? Not with cognitive faculties or something.
Yes.
There are so much better ways of saying it.
Well, why don't you get that and then send it to my secretary, and then I may consider it.
He's a retard.
24-hour sun or a midnight sun.
Adam?
Well, that's why the UN send sunscreen this time of year.
What do you call them, sir?
Penguins.
Penguins.
Sunbathing when?
Well, this is what we'll find out, won't we? Whether there'll be sunbathing penguins at midnight in Antarctica.
That's exactly it. That's what I wanted. Thank you.
And if so,
this is something that flat earthers
the pitch data is still valid.
We're all talking. I'm He's playing the video. He's doing it deliberately, Adam.
Shut up.
No. It's making you think, isn't he? So he's actually really clever because you've had to think about this question proof. Fit it together. Isn't that smart of him?
Yep. Brilliant.
Or a midnight sun. This is something that flat earthers have said for years.
Stereotype fallacy. Everything after this is fallacious, and it can't be. It's strike it from the record. Go ahead.
Would you like unlimited access to a beachfront property? Yes. Would you like to not have the overheads of a multi-million-pound property? Yes.
Definitely wouldn't want that.
Why don't you buy this timeshare then? These are they're questions that, yeah. What does the sun do in Antarctica? It's not, yeah. They're all things that, like I say, it's an agreement ladder. You to come to the conclusion for him that actually, I know I dream of a beachfront condo. But I'm happy to get this two
Adam,
bedroom.
what does the sun do in Magaluf?
Exactly, it comes up and goes down.
Where is Magaluf?
It's a place of dreams.
Or a
Drunken
midnight
teenager.
sun. This is something that flat earthers have said for years does not happen in.
I'm a flat earther and I've never said it. That's why stereotypes are fallacious.
Nathan Oakley has.
As he's saying, I've said it, which is not necessarily the case. I've said what I actually said, which got trimmed out when someone went through thousands of hours to find something that had a semblance of a connection to this. I said, "Oh, I'd like to go down there." 10 years ago, that was as much as they could scrape out of me saying, "I claim there must be a 24-hour sun there." No, I described it at the beginning of the show. Then I'll put it in here again. There's a consequence to a globe model, which means there must be one on your globe model. If there isn't, it can be turned into a logical consistency debunking the globe. However, there's no consequence to me as a flat earther either way, unless you put it in a false dichotomy after your antipodal assumption for your globe, but must have a 24-hour sun. When you say flat earthers have said this for years, no, it's a prerequisite for your model that must be fulfilled. You're going down there, and it's really only a net negative that you can achieve here. If it fails, all bets are off for you. You can turn it into a modus tollens. However, if it does have a 24-hour sun, what? It's absolutely no difference to me in terms of how Earth is actually measured and functionally useful. It's an interesting anomaly, if you want to call it that. That's
It's
it.
not the anomaly for us, Nathan. Because of shout out to Brian, because we've got the pitch data, we now know that whatever and how far you travel, you're not taking an antipodal position. Therefore, the assumptions they're making that they're going to take an antipodal position to then see or not see the sun is irrelevant to us because, shout out Brian, pitch data.
Yes, exactly.
Can I ask a question?
To be fair, before we go on, the flat Earth proposition from the beginning. All right, go ahead.
Chocolate, then I just chocolate first. Go ahead, chocolate.
Just a question. I haven't heard.
Chocolate.
Has he made? They don't find.
Chocolate.
24 hours.
Chocolate.
Let me answer him. Probably on Thursday, chocolate. If we decide to do it, then we'll see how it goes. Go ahead, AI.
Yeah, so the point I was making is that the idea that the sky and the ground are two separate things, which aren't synergistically or causally or contingently linked, has been proffered by members of the flat Earth community since the inception of the flat Earth community in the modern era, like in the past decade, because obviously flat Earth has been around before that, right? We've been saying that we've been pounding that into people's heads. We do it on 24/7 all the time. You guys have done it here all the time. It's, hey, dude, the sky is not the ground, right? And yet they want to convince people now that flat earthers have been saying the whole time that the sky dictates what the ground is, because guess why, friends? Whose weakness is it? Like Nathan said.
Yep.
They're trying to pawn their weakness onto us.
Yes. Exactly. Now do you get it, Nathan? What does the sun do in Antarctica?
Yes. Well, it may have a GP position useful for me to say it is at my geographical position. It's not the ground. It's in the sky. Yeah, I get it now. those in the audience that are saying, what are they asking him to get? Earlier, I was like, am I missing something here when they say the sun is in Antarctica? No, it may at some stage have a ground position above certain points of land or sea. That's merely its ground position. That's to say the sun, in this example, would be at my zenith in England at a given time. Does it ever reach zenith here? I don't know. Anyway, point is, it's not the ground. That's this argument.
Kind of. It's a little simpler than that, but that's okay. At least you got.
No, it's
that.
more complicated. Just let me give props to AI because he's alluding to something that I've said in other arguments, like when they ascribe us falling off the edge. Why? Well, because they've got an edge for boats to fall over. They call it Earth curve.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, this is the same thing. I've just said it, and it's never big till to you, AI, until you said it just a moment ago. This is another comparative. We need to pawn off our really, really weak position.
Yep.
It's a dangerous position because if this fails, the globe fails. Full stop. It's all bets are off for them. So what's the best position to reposition that dangerous circumstance? Flat earthers have been saying for ages, this is a prerequisite for a flat earth. It must succeed on a flat earth thusly.
Yep.
Or fail on a flat earth thusly.
He's a moron.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
The globe needs this. We don't need Jack. They need it to happen.
Go ahead, Chocolate.
It's dangerous.
Try it again.
Yeah,
Try it again, Chocolate. Your mic was a train wreck. Go ahead.
Mic check. Mic check.
You're good now. Go.
Is that better?
Yep.
All right. What Nathan was just saying was kind of what my question was that got broken up before. Listening to this guy, right? Because I haven't really listened to much of this idiot. Have they expressed that it would be a problem if this thing was not observed? That what they're so predicting is supposed to happen? Like, if it doesn't happen, has anybody heard this guy say that this would be a problem for their quote unquote model?
No,
or they're just going to keep business as usual if this is not seen, and then we're just going to keep hearing the same nonsense? I'm curious.
I've heard them say that they would have to give up the globe. I have heard them say that.
That's not really what Chocolate's asking, though. Chocolate's saying, how's the phraseology currently? And the phraseology currently is flat earthers say this can't and won't happen. That's how what you're saying. Well, what happens if it doesn't happen? Do the globers accept that if it doesn't happen, their model fails? I'm saying I can put it in a modus tollens, destroys the globe. You're asking, are the globers accepting that if they don't see this 24-hour sun, all bets are off, as I'm putting it? And I'm saying, no, the way Will Duffy's phrased this dangerous circumstance is to say, flat earthers have said for ages that this can't happen on a globe. He's flipping their weak point onto us in the argument.
So if this is observed, they're going to expect us to fold over and just be like, yes, it's globe all day. But if it's not observed, they're not going to change anything about their rhetoric. That's what I'm getting.
It'll be pointed out that flat earthers are wrong in whatever they've predicted for whatever reason, I don't doubt, if it does fail. Or it'll be forgotten about, brushed under the carpet. I'm not hearing that chanted from the rooftops because there's only one champion, it's Will Duffy. Anybody else that chants in his wake are chanting his rhetoric. And his rhetoric is, flat earthers, here's my examples, right? He goes out of his way, have people try and find one. Like I say, the best he could find from me was, I wouldn't mind going down to Antarctica, or words to that effect. I can't even paraphrase myself, it's so long ago. The point is that he's looking for clips of flat earthers for like Dave Weiss saying, you can't have a 24-hour sun, or you must have a 24-hour sun. Forget which Dave would be on. It's a really big ball, right, Dave? Which one would he be arguing for or against again?
Well, I had a small prediction, and it's that it's very likely that we'll hear nothing about this unless there is a 24-hour sun observed. If there isn't one, we won't hear about it.
That's not a scientific prediction, though.
I never claimed it was.
Sounds a bit Mystic Mag, Brian.
Yep, sounds Mystic Mag to me.
Very number 9.
Well, there's no flat earthers there.
Just on this, all of this is, and this is why it's frustrating that when you go to the website, there's two well-known flat earthers, and I won't go into that.
Are they flat earthers?
No, they're not. That support this. And what they're actually supporting is what's going off here. Will's pathetic attempt to present a dichotomy. As we've just gone out through with pitch data and sunbathing penguin, there is no dichotomy for us. As Nathan said, the only people that can lose here are them.
Yep.
They're the only ones that are actually painting the dichotomy. He's desperate to try and make us flat earthers be on board with that. And this is where he has miserably failed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if only if that's where he failed. If only he'd have got some, prominent flat earthers get on board with the false dichotomy, then it would have succeeded. It's a shame he never got anybody.
He still hasn't. Not actual flat earthers. Sorry about that.
In Antarctica, they have said there is no 24-hour sun.
I've never said that. That's why it's fallacious. Objection, Your Honor.
They have said you don't see the sun in the sky.
I've never said that. So your they is another stereotype fallacy, each incident.
For 24 hours, and they've made a very adamant stance.
Objection, Your Honor. Another.
Against this, and the globe model says, hey.
Globe models. Now the globe model speaks. Can you show us this globe model?
Duffy, there will be a 24-hour sun. It is I, the globe model.
What is feebly attempting to do here is trying to portray some historical significance to this thing. Now, as a flat earther, it was a curiosity at best, but the only evidence, which is whereas flat earthers actually base our opinions, was fake CGI. Now, I don't take fake CGI to mean one thing or another. I just mean that's a lie, and I can kind of move on. Strange that there's not this footage, but it doesn't prove anything to me, Will. And that's what we need here is proofs.
Thanks, Adam. So you're on board with the model that's speaking?
No, I'm again frustrated with what he's actually trying to portray here, which is us as where we have some kind of hand in this game with regards to it's been part of our history. And as he says, that we say this, we say that. No, we don't. I think I said it probably a couple of months ago. If this was the case, what he's trying to portray, that this is relevant to us flat earthers, why is there no 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Housekeeping question. It's not part of where we are. No, it was a curiosity back in 2016. It was something Nathan interviewed this bloke that had been there, and couldn't affirm the consequent for us, But it's never been one of our proofs as to why the Earth's flat. Not anything any of us are hanging a hat on.
Yes.
It's not even something I thought about that much. Sorry, Adam. It's not even something I really thought about like that. Like maybe 8 years ago, I was like, yeah, that'd be cool if that happened. Okay, moving on.
Yeah. But...
like, what do you mean, bro?
The clip they got of me, I almost didn't recognize myself. I was that handsome. I mean, I was beaming and beautiful.
You had that pregnant glow about you.
Did, but one more point being, as much as I can big up how beautiful I am and still was more then, right? It was a long time ago when I had a tacit interest because I'd gone out to a flat Earth meetup. The guy had gone, I've been down to Antarctica. Down, he would have used, right? Even I'm still doing it.
Sure.
Blaming him.
So I was interested into it for a few seconds because Robert Shortman was on Robert Pisano's show. And he came on and he was talking about his trip to Antarctica. And I asked him a few questions. And I thought it was very interesting that he was down there for so long. And that's where it ended. I never said anything after that.
There went the down.
Down where?
Oh, brother. Here we go.
Hey, there is a 24-hour sun.
If flat Earth terminology, QE, you can only have down with respect to a plane.
I never knew that.
Your discussion with Robert wasn't done in the antipodal assumption, was it now? Or was it?
And so that's why I created the final experiment. As I said, let's
not an experiment. You're a fraud.
Just go and see. Now, in terms of modeling,
in terms of modeling, really, who do you got?
And now on the catwalk, we've got
gentlemen,
the globe Earth model. This skimpy bikini number. You go, girl.
Lots of people on the globe side have done models of
I wish I would have done a model. I've never done one.
what they expect the sun to do, where we will be at, which is.
Wait a second. You've got globers that have conjured models on what they expect the sun to do where you're at? Come again? Do you know what a model is, son? That's rhetorical. He doesn't.
Which is Union Glacier, Antarctica. But a guy named Ole D. Hasselier, hopefully I'm pronouncing his name right, he sent me a model of.
He did.
Of what the sun should do on the globe model.
He sent me a model of what the sun should do on a globe model.
You got a model? Well, actually, as it happens, I've got a model of the model modeling a model. It's awesome.
Where we will be. And so I'm going to go ahead and share that now.
Oh, he's going to show us.
And this model, you'll see the rotating Earth in the upper right.
What the hell is this? Where's this modeling from? The moon?
What? Nah.
Why is the moon flat?
Did you say why the moon? Why is the moon flat?
Yeah.
It's a ball over a flat plane. Like, what is this?
This is a modeling.
Okay, let's have a look.
Is this like
Corner,
a model
you'll see
inception?
the sun there and the motion of the sun, and you also have the
He's gonna use
terrain
that
around
eventually.
us.
Stop.
Sorry, stop. He said you'll see the sun there. 3 seconds have elapsed. No sun.
There it is right there. I think that's what it is.
Is that it? Oh, sorry, that single pixel. I take it back. I retract it.
I think it is. I'm just thinking it. I'm shot in the dark that's the sun.
Where's Witsit and Jaren?
Where's Witsit
and
Jaren? Where's the penguins?
Can I just point out so far they've used azimuth and elevation for this model?
Did they?
Why are we on the moon, Ryan? Is that the moon? And why is the moon flat?
Who knows what's going on here, Adam?
Why is there only one star in the sky at night? Or is that the sun?
I'm thinking that's the sun, man. I'm thinking it is.
It can't be nighttime if it's 24-hour sun.
Where's your mouse? Is your mouse in a second law of thermodynamics violation right now?
My mouse, I don't know where my mouse, this is two-dimensional, Nathan. My mouse is right here, right where I think he's claiming the sun is.
Is that sun a second law of thermodynamics violation also?
I don't know where he thinks the sun is, so I can't make a claim on that just yet.
There's a lot of questions. Let's spin on.
All right.
At Union Glacier. This kind of modeling can be done because the globe is real.
What?
Oh, well, then we're done here. Why are you selling tickets, you fraud? If this model can only exist because there's a globe that's real and we're on it, I mean, we can all pack up and go home, really. This is good enough, isn't it? Other than it being garbage and not proving a damn thing.
He needs to be institutionalized, man. This is really
No.
Because
because look, obviously, if the sun is a dot and the moon is flat and we can see shading on it, it's a globe. Proven, look.
I don't know what this is it's so incredibly stupid. It's hard to comment.
Really bad model of a model, isn't it?
Yes.
This is the bad model of a model.
Is the moon flat?
You couldn't do modeling like this on something that doesn't exist. So because the globe is...
It would be more expensive to fake it, wouldn't it, Will?
Can I just point out again, the modeling he's claiming is going on here is using azimuth and elevation. What has any of them got to do with a globe?
Nothing. You need a flat Earth for both. However, Brian, right, you've got to understand. See that thing in the right-hand side, that globe there?
Right.
This model affirms it. I assure you, Brian, it would be cheaper to literally create a globe-shaped globe, like a real, actual size one, than to be able to fake it. I mean, this basically proves everything. Let's just pack our bags and go home.
Yeah, why are they going to Antarctica at all if they already have this?
There's no need. This is good enough. I'm done, Brian. I'm sorry.
They have that flat out model.
run.
They don't need to go that
Great run.
globe proven. Yeah,
this is good enough.
It's real.
Without
You're able
this,
to model
you
the
couldn't have this
exact
without a globe.
Would you let him go, for God's sake?
Sorry.
movement of the sun at any particular place on the globe. You'll
No. This is enough. No. We've now got flat moon elevation angles describing the path of the sun, and just like an Earth, a ball Earth that's just been painted dark on one side. I don't know what's going off. Even his modelling and its computer modelling will be moving that little dot, which we presume is the sun, with regards to an XY flat horizontal baseline, which he's bothered to paint in on some travelator moon.
Supermodel.
Supermoon.
Mike 808 sent blank.
Blank. Thanks, Mike 808. Appreciate it. Adam, we're trying to make some sense out of this. It's a potpourri of moron.
Yeah. And the only sense I could get is that in all of this bullshittery, look, to make any sense of it for him and for the computer, he's had to reference all of his viewing of a dot that's the sun and a ball that's a ball Earth as a flat reference plane. Admittedly, the moon cameraman is on a travelator of some sort, but it's flat.
Well, to his credit, Brian has already said this. So.
Oh, boy.
Notice that the sun is going up and down. That is also due to the tilt of the
down.
globe.
The sun's going up and down.
See, that's why you should have let Adam go. Because now his point is immediately validated, because what he's about to say has total reference to what we see on screen and it's egregious use of flat Earth descriptions and terminologies going on, Adam.
Oh, perfect summary. Press play.
Yep. Can't have up and down on a globetard, you moron. Simply. What? I'll just hit play.
Flat Earth has an explanation for that.
Flat Earth doesn't talk. It doesn't explain anything. It has no vocal cords.
You needed a flat plane of reference, as did this model in the last description you gave. The up and down part, you'd need a flat Earth to describe that. It's a prerequisite. It's used and it's part of Earth measurements and this model.
Oh, boy.
Maybe Flatzoid will say that the sun is not going to go.
Why are we concerned what Flatzoid's going to say? It's completely irrelevant. Your Honor, this is irrelevant what Flatzoid has to... He doesn't have any part in this whatsoever. It is your 6 minutes to provide your argument for your globetard.
You've got to give Flatzoid props at this point, though. Having said literally nothing, he's done better than 99% of flat earthers out there. Let's be honest.
He's not allowed to say anything.
Yeah, and therefore, by default, he's done better than 99% of flat earthers, who, if they'd have opened their mouth by this point, they'd have done badly.
Fair enough.
Up and down through this.
Don't have up and down on a globetard, idiot. It only have in and out, not up and down.
Sky like that. So
in the sky? What sky?
I hope Flatzoid can answer those 3 simple questions.
Why are you?
What 3 questions? Can we have a concise recap of the 3 questions, please? Because what questions? Where is Antarctica? It's the place you're going with your tickets. What is Antarctica? Well, for you, it's an antipodal assumed to be on the bottom of a ball position that's based on flat Earth elevation angles for the things like latitude and the flat maps that you used to got there.
And then
What's
your
the third
favorite
question?
And then your favorite. What does the sun do in Antarctica?
What is the purpose of my questions? He's trying to validate Antarctica. He's trying to validate something to do with this observation. Instead of demonstrating to people why bothering to go all that way will prove something.
His question: what does the sun do in Antarctica?
Correct.
Accepts blame that the boogie should rightfully accept blame for.
What you do? You go to Antarctica and then you get the sun and you ask the sun, what is it that you do here?
You ask the sun, am I antipodal? And he says, are you stupid? You saw the pitch data before you left.
It would reply, did you all figure out it was the boogie's fault?
Oh, brother.
Do not blame it on the boogie, Oakley.
Yeah, stop it with the boogie.
Blame it on the sunshine. You can blame it on the moonlight. You can blame it on the good times.
He's rumpusing you, Adam.
What is Antarctica? Where is Antarctica? And what does the sun do in Antarctica?
There, you summarized your questions, man. There you go.
And then we can have a discussion together about this.
We can have a discussion on your questions. Is that your argument? You clue-sniffing idiot.
And then at the end, time permitting, I would like to talk to Flatzoid about some comments he's made about me being insecure.
Oh, my God.
Oh, here we go. Oh, feelings.
And you baltards, you think this is your champion.
A little therapy session.
I was just
together.
about to sing it.
Sing it.
Feelings, nothing more than feelings.
Nicely done. Where is feelings down here in the debate flat Earth Antarctica predictions? Have we stumbled on anything? Ryan, hello, McFly. Got a problem with your title, clown.
He's an approved counselor.
About my religion.
He'll mediate beautifully. He's a counselor. This marriage guidance will be on the right track with him there.
If we have time. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Ooh, okay. So there's a little X.
Ooh, okay. He's excited, sir. Ryan. He doesn't have a case. He's a retard, sir. There's no case. There's no debate. This is nothing burger. Hello. My God.
Just with the three questions, is it not just reasonable to just laugh as your retort? Well, this guy's supposed to be painting his argument, not asking me some questions to then we could have a discussion about after I've responded to his questions that somehow substantiate his argument. What is your argument, mate? You haven't got a clue what you're going to say, and even when you get there, it's not going to firm out because of the pitch data.
Yes.
Like Huey just said, he hasn't got one. He hasn't made one. This isn't one. We might have a discussion and then talk about our feelings and have some counselling. That's what's happening here. Like it or lump it.
Look, you summarised it earlier. There's no screenshot. There's not even a soundbite to hold him to a claim. He's done nothing other than touchy-feely. What do you think, Flatzoid, as a man from South Africa, about what there'll be in Antarctica? What do you think the sun will do? The best was the super chat. Why is Antarctica?
Yes, it was a good one. Yes. Why is Antarctica? That's one he missed. Okay.
Who is Antarctica?
Here we go.
Heat we didn't know about. Well, thank you so much, Will, for the introductory statement. We are going to hit it over.
You thought that was an introductory statement into what? What? Ryan doesn't care. Seems like he's interested in the super chats. That's, I think, where his focus is.
Over to Flatzoid in just 1 second, but I'm going to remind our audience that if you don't know, I want to welcome you to Modern Day Debate. We're a neutral.
They're a neutral platform, Nathan, where non-debates take place, off-topic discussions, and glue sniffers. That's what he's promoting.
platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We hope everybody feels welcome here. If you haven't already, smash that like button. We appreciate it. Share this out in those spaces you like.
Why would we do that? This is not a debating platform, sir. You're a moron.
But more importantly, if you want to grill one of the speakers on screen, we are going to take super chats at the end.
There you go. More importantly, he said it to you right now. They're super chats. They need super chats. That's all he's concerned with down here.
There is a debate
Your
here.
questions in now.
Where at?
I see all kinds are.
Sorry, where at?
The debate is, and genuinely, will we see a 24-hour sun? Not 24-hour daylight. Will we see that? Actually, I don't know is the answer, right? But that is the debate. That's all there is.
Is that
Does it mean it's flat ball? No, because of pitch data.
Is that a debating question? Isn't that just a question?
Right. There's no need to indict this guy. He's done nothing wrong.
Oh,
just move on. Guy that we were just talking, the guy that runs modern day debate, this guy.
Yeah.
Whoever he is, what he's done is segued from one guy to the other, promoted his show, and invited people to pay the bills. I don't see that he's done anything wrong.
He hasn't done anything right.
What's to do right? His format is what you have a grievance with. Perfectly reasonable. But in this moment, we're in the format. It's just moving along as it is. And what he said, there's nothing wrong with what he said. It's perfectly within line with his format. He's just trying to pay the bills and run his channel. He's thanked his guests. He's moving on. It's just a segue.
Yeah,
with a little bit of a shout out for Super Chat. There's nothing he's doing wrong here.
But it's not a debate. And he's running a modern day debate. You don't think there's anything wrong with it?
No, you've highlighted that, and I've said fair enough.
All right, there we go.
Everything else is fine.
All right.
We're popping in. LJ is biting at the chop there, or champing at the bit, I should say. I can't talk today. I'm
Shut up.
from last night, I swear.
Shut up.
Natural world through.
Sorry about that.
Let's
Let's get back to the beginning.
Well, science, based on definition, is the systematic study and the structure of behavior of the physical and natural world through, note, observation, experimentation, and testing the theories against the evidence.
This is incorrect. I don't know what happened here. I don't know where you got this from, but this is incorrect. Testing theory? You don't test theories. And that's not part of this definition. Everyone knows this definition. You want me to go? I'm not going to go search it out, but it doesn't say this.
I will just go with the words in red. Not too much critique the citation, which is probably not a citation by the looks of it. Otherwise, you'd probably cited it.
Correct.
It sounds probably a little. The bit I'm picking up is this observation and experimentation, and well done, because that's where this guy needs holding to. Point one.
Fair enough. I'm just saying that this is incorrect, and it's not a citation. That's probably why it's not cited.
Obtained. So we have to observe what we're claiming, and then we have.
No, you have to observe a natural phenomena, to be specific. So not just so that is incorrect. You can't just observe something. No, observe a natural phenomena. That you might say it's nitpicky, but it's not.
Not at all.
You have to do experimentation.
Super non-observation.
Phoenix Rising 86 sent, everyone, I'd like to congratulate DD for being one in a long line destined for the throne judgment. What? Make an example of me. Father will make an example out of you. Sorry, gang, I'm not playing games here. Okay. You don't need to use super chats to air out grievances, buddy.
Yes, he does.
Hey, you tell that to Mrs. QA.
That's right. Honey.
On a side note, that was the best super chat of the evening. I heard that one fully. Brilliant. Oh, here we go. Another go.
The super chat.
Super chat. That's my booger. Phoenix Rising 86 and I'll watch the rest later. Peace.
Peace. Thanks for the super chats, man.
Before you press play,
okay.
I said earlier in sarcasm that Flatsod was doing well, and you're like, well, not being nitpicky. No. If you're going to attack it on this front, you've got to get this right. So this is the saddest part of my job. right? Because I don't want to be critical of Flatzoid. This isn't fun. No, he's getting it wrong from the offset. You're going to criticize this for not being an experiment. You absolutely need to tie down what an experiment is.
Yes.
QE, could
To
he
make it
not
called.
just have gone to globeterminator.com, find these sources of great citation of what science is, that it'd have been able to just cherry. Sorry?
What?
Yeah. I shouldn't be talking through you. I'm rumpusing your point, but I'm just thinking, yes, what on the fly, I'm talking through you as I do so. Rather than being critical of Flatzoid and saying, you've got this wrong, right, to just nick QE's references and get it right, we'd much prefer that you were just robbing his citations straight from his website, but getting it right, than trying to make your own so you're not plagiarizing QE's or nicking other people's citations. Just nick QE's, go to the globeterminator.com and get it right. We'd prefer that.
That wouldn't be plagiarizing. He's just taking a citation. That's why they're there.
Or just do a Nathan Oakley and nick somebody else's point.
Yes, so you can do that.
Either way, if it's your words or stuff that's cited from sources, regardless, the point is the overarching point. If you're going to attack the guy for being a fraud, this is the most key detail, right? We call him a fraud for this. Serious stuff.
Yep.
Because he is. You've got to prove it. And if you're getting what an experiment's wrong, that's bad. But QE's got it at his website, globeterminator.com. And if anybody else is in the same circumstances, Flatzoid might be listening to this, and that's where you get it. Call Adam.
I just want to add quickly before we move on that Flatzoid is guilty, I think, of doing what a lot of people try to do. Is they try to make something more fancy than it needs to be. Just state it for what it is, nice and simple. You don't need to fancy it up, because then you're adding in language that has no meaning to what it is that you're trying to describe.
Science. So, do we observe the sun? Well, I agree. Yes, obviously we see the sun.
That's where we run into a problem. So, do we observe the sun? Yes. Is there a phenomena there?
It's concrete now.
Yep. Exactly.
What do we observe about the sun, though? Let's see. We observe the sun moving across.
Now we're getting into some phenomena. Right?
I didn't have an objection to the question. Do we observe the sun? Yes, we do. Only during the day. That rarely have I seen it at night. But we do see it in the day.
Hold on, Adam. I do actually want to see how this plays out. I want to see how Flatzoid does in this regard.
I'm not being obstropolous there. I thought you guys were. Actually, that's a reasonable question. He's now set up the premise. Hopefully, he'll now go on. Hopefully, to point out that it's not is that in of itself a phenomena? Not really.
Right.
You guys said it's a concrete noun, but maybe then set up what could be. Maybe whether or not this thing can be scienceable. Hopefully, that's where he'll.
Yeah, that's where he started here.
Yeah,
the phenomena are listed here, so it's all good now. But his first statement was incorrect. That's all we pointed out. Now he corrects it subtly, without saying it. These are all phenomena, correct? We see the sun moving across the sky. We see that it gives. We see that it gives.
Let's hear him do it. Let's just hear him do it.
All right.
Across our sky. We see that it gives heat energy. We see it lights up the sky. We see divergent rays. We see it following a circuit with its times and seasons. This should be interesting because since Will Duffy is a Christian as myself, and the Bible does talk about the sun following a circuit, it should be interesting to see how he will speak about this later. We see its change is in angular size based on the weather and just the angle movement. Sometimes you can see the sun huge at the horizon. Sometimes you can see it small.
We see it change its angular size with weather. Huh? Or even angle and move. I can't do anything with that. What's that mean?
This is weak as. Let's just move on. Hopefully, he doesn't spend too much time here.
Okay.
It has different optical effects, and yes, we are even able to show angular size change with lens with lens caps. So next we have to.
Huh?
Not lens caps. That means you can't see anything.
Yeah,
Oh God, let's not turn this into a ping pong golf ball.
No, because it's obvious he meant filters, doesn't he?
Yes, yes. Okay, fair enough. We'll give him that. Sometimes that happens. Okay, let's go back. We don't have to listen to it.
Shout
again,
out
but
to
we
Chris
are.
Van Metre.
Yep, shout out to Chris Van Metre. Absolutely correct. Chris Van Metre in 2016 showed with solar filters that the sun does change in angular size, not that it's meaningful throughout the day and year.
With lens caps. So next we have to make a hypothesis. What is a scientific hypothesis? A scientific hypothesis is a testable statement that is a prediction of the outcome of an experiment and is based on prior knowledge and observation. So
What? Where did he get this? That predicts the outcome of an experiment and is based on prior knowledge and observations? That's incorrect.
Right. This is what
You can't predict the outcome of an experiment.
This citable stuff that will support your point. What you don't have to do is go to Johannesburg Community College and ask the children there to get you a... This is war. Right, I'm not attacking Flatsoid here. I'm saying go to the Globe Terminator. If you want to put something with cowbell, with that means it's not challengeable, like what we're doing here, where we're going, oh, really poorly constructed, and your point will be lost.
Yes.
Go to theglobeterminator.com.
Yes, and just nick them and then put the citations in here and you'll be done. There'll be no scrutiny. It'll be over. Why do this?
we have to test it based on a prediction, and we have to do an experiment based on a knowledge of these observations. Okay, so what is a hypothesis, you might ask?
No, that was incorrect. And now we're here. What is a science? What?
Both stepping on each other to say the same thing. He gets it right in the first half. So as I'm listening to it, I'm kind of trying to not read it as I'm listening to him saying it. He's getting the first half right. Then he's adding on something that makes the first half wrong.
Yep.
Like, oh, why?
Yep. It's
so close.
It's needless.
Can I just add in? Sorry, go on. Sorry.
He's going to step in it again right here. He has a scientific hypothesis, has 3 essential parts. No, it doesn't. Has 2. And his first part is an explanation, for crying out loud. A scientific hypothesis is not an explanation. It's a supposition. If it was an explanation, then you wouldn't have to test it.
Yeah, which is counterproductive for us. I will let you go in a second, Brian. But when you describe it as explanations, that's the magic trick that our opponents use against us.
Yep.
No, absolutely not. A statement that sounds like it's validating something as an explanation. So if and then statements are suppositional in nature are if A, then B. In other words, you haven't validated that A does cause B yet.
Yep.
If you just change it with a tonal inference, if A, then B. Suddenly you've turned a hypothesis into an explanation. So it makes his formatting here actually egregious to our cause.
Yep.
Which is bad. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say that a lot of people end up inferring the word prediction when they're speaking about it. Experiment. You can't predict it. That's the point. You don't know. That's why you're doing the thing. So you can't predict it. You can presume. What's the term you use?
No, it's a supposition.
Supposition. Sorry, supposition. It's a supposition, of course, but you can't predict it.
Yeah, it's
if
called.
You could, you wouldn't need the experiment.
Yeah, you're getting too pedantic. It's a predictional supposition. That's what it is. So that you follow? Predictional supposition.
Yeah, I don't see. How can you predict something?
It's a predictional supposition, Brian.
That's why you take that predictional supposition to experiment.
Exactly. So we're good.
I don't know. I don't see how the word prediction can help it.
Well, it's fair because here's why it's fair, Brian. If you have a phenomenon, right, and you see something happening, and you have some ideas about what might be causing it, you can't just make a prediction that lollipops cause it if it has no bearing on anything. You have to kind of narrow it down a little bit, and so you're guessing in a predictable supposition that if I apply this, maybe something will happen. So now that I've made that, let's test it and validate that that's the case.
Exactly.
Or validate the null. And by the way, globe busters, if you validate the null, you've proven something.
Yeah, but you just laid out what an experiment is. My problem was with the word prediction. Go on, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Well,
it's a
just to-
predictional
just to get us
supposition.
back on track, because this is quite funny. And because all of it, this comes up and we all go, "Oh, have a emotive reaction, a little bit of sick in some of our throats when we see this. I tell you now, there's no way Will Duffy's giving any critical analysis to this. He'll cack it at this. He hasn't got the understanding to apply the critique that all of us have just done to this. This is probably quite intimidating to him.
Oh, he's absolutely clueless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's not lost on everyone, Adam. Let's continue.
Well, it's simple. There's just three very basic essential parts. The explanation. This is
No, it's not.
the explanation is part of the hypothesis,
It's not.
which means you have to know the independent variable.
That's non sequitur. Which means you have to know the independent variable that those two didn't. They're disconnect. That's non sequitur.
The independent variable is the factor that the researcher has to manipulate to see if it affects the other variables. The other variable.
No, not other variable. Number one, that's only one aspect of an independent variable. Number two, it doesn't affect other variables. You're trying to get it to affect the dependent variable. Why did he do this? When he knows that he's watched the science presentations for years. Why is he doing this?
He wants to get it right. Right, we've got to be a bit less hard on him, right? I don't want to sound condescending when I'm like, he's trying. He is, and I want to encourage him because he's so close. Yet so far.
But why make shit up? It's already done for him. I'll leave it go.
It will have to affect is the dependent variable. So the dependent.
Don't let it go. It was the point of my interjection of dropping the website. Sometimes things happen for a reason. This is an opportune moment. I'm pasting it in chat. Globeterminated.com. Don't make shit up, people. You don't have to. All the hard work has been done for you. There. Make sure you cite it. And if you're kind, at the end of your slideshow presentation on modern day debate, maybe say thanks to QE for that. But you don't even have to do that.
No.
Just take it and represent properly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There
Thanks,
could be
Adam.
a miscommunication on our part, which we'll start moving forward. Now we're not covering Witsit all the time, but you've probably heard in a furious rant about the egregious mistakes and lies that Witsit are telling us, going, don't use our arguments. In other words, we were trying to disassociate ourselves from this guy representing us. Don't misconstrue that. That's what the Globe Terminator is for. So, with a nice positive tone towards Flatside in this instance, just go and wash it all out from a really top quality source that has been vetted, rather than just trying to fumble, because this probably took him some time and effort, right?
Sure.
He wants to show that he can do it of his own volition. Like, well, fine, but if you do, you got to get it right, man. Sorry, but I appreciate the work. It's like I want to give him credit because he's trying to show that he can do the workings out, like we used to say back in school. Like, you don't have to show that you can do the workings out. You've just got to win and get it right. Is what it takes to get it right. Is just nicking it from someone else. In this instance, just nick it.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Variable is the other variable that is affected by the independent variable. So let's just make this very short.
Oh boy.
Short and simple. The IV, the independent variable, has to be manipulated to cause the effect for the DV, the dependent variable. This has to be happening to make it scientific. So, what is an independent variable? Simple. It is the independent variable are directly manipulated by the researcher, while the dependent variables are not. They are dependent because they are affected by the independent variable in their experiment. Notice that this is in the experiment done,
That's
not
wrong.
just.
Yeah, I was going to.
Hopefully, you hope it will be, but you're not expressly stating that in what you're describing, unfortunately, Flatsoid. You hope that the independent variable will affect the dependent variable, because then you've got a successful experiment in terms of what you're trying to validate, the cause of the effect, right? but it isn't explicitly going to, like it's stated in your statement. Like, that is what's going to happen. You hope it's what's going to happen. You might validate the null. And, you know, if you validate the null, still great. You've proven things, but you haven't established the cause of the effect when you validate the null. And that's not even mentioned in this statement. It is just wrong, unfortunately.
Yep.
It's hope's a non sequitur. Yeah, it's nothing to do with hope. You actually think that this is the cause, whether it's just through data gathering and a logical conclusion or some abductive reasoning. There's a reason you take it to all the F of experiment so that you're able to test it, right? But that's hope's a moot point here. Yeah, it's
in the statement that he has made, it's a supposition yet to be validated, and he's got it stated that we will have a cause and effect by virtue of the independent variable and its absolute certitude that it will be causing the dependent variable. That's what's going to happen. You're like, well, where I put hope? No. At this point, it's a supposition yet to be validated.
Correct. We all knew what you meant by hope.
Due to observation. Observation is not an experiment. The hypothesis requires an IV and a DV, and the IV has to be manipulated because that is the presumed cause for the effect. So, can we manipulate the cause in the final experiment?
Well, let's start with the dependent variable first, but okay. We'll
I just want to give him props. Right. He's done enough, as much as the stuff that we're going to critique, and it is wrong and right. We are right to critique it, right? Because Will Duffy doesn't know this stuff, right? Believe it or not, he has done enough, and in his last statement and question, to be winning now, right? It doesn't matter that he's got things wrong, because he's done enough.
Yep, he has. With this statement right here, can we manipulate the cause in the final experiment? Nope. This is correct. Then it's
right, so he's won. This is his Bosch moment. Yeah, so he didn't. What we just said and criticised him for was for nout, because it doesn't matter, because he's done the job. This is him doing the job. Props.
Yep.
Right. That was about to be the way you said it. That was about to be my critique. He's boshed too early. At this point, he's just laid it out. Okay, we've critiqued it. But what he needed to do before he went and asked this question is lay out what the core, the independent and dependent variables will be.
Yes.
In Will Duffy's final experiment. Then go Bosch. If I'm being uber critical, yeah?
That's true. Absolutely. He should have laid it out in terms of formulating it on behalf of his opponent who does claim it's an experiment. Perfectly right. He should have been doing that. You're right.
Yes, but this is good enough. This is a Bosch moment too.
Yes.
Yep.
No. So not science. No.
Bosch.
It's not an experiment. So
Bosch.
therefore we can't.
There's Bosches everywhere.
Right, props. Everyone give him a round of applause. Right. Thank you, Flatsoid, for doing an exceptionally good job.
Yep. That's it. That's it for Will Duffy right there. He's a fraud. It's all over.
The final
Huey, what did I tell you?
I
was proud of him.
Yeah. No, you said it. Yep. He did a good job right here. He's right on point. Duffy's dead. He doesn't even know it. He's too stupid to know it.
Experiment because it's not scientific. Now, why is the final experiment a false dichotomy?
Ooh, now we're branching out. All right.
Well, it's very simple. A false dichotomy is a logical fallacy that presents a situation as having only two options, usually extreme opposites, when in reality there are more possibilities.
How can you destroy a false dichotomy?
Destroy one or both of the options, or present another option.
Yeah, I don't know where he got this from. It's a minor point.
Yes, this is what the final experiment pushes, either globe or either flat because of sun. Therefore, it's a false dichotomy. What is the argument for the final experiment?
And sorry, just give him props.
Yep, props. Yep.
He could have labeled it. He could have dressed it up. He could have put a bit of a higher pitch into his voice. If I'm going to be hypercritical, but he's doing the job right. This is good. This is really good. Next. Q's disappeared, thinking I was going to give him a longer monologue and more props. I'll do it anyway then. Even though were you on mute then? Because I couldn't hear you.
I was going to say, lad, if you need to fill, because I was going to say something, and then I thought QE was going to press play, and then it never did, so it lagged, didn't it? At worst here, these absolutely like with Witsit, where we're saying you're not representing us. He is. Okay. Now we might be adding critique to support his argument, but nobody's got a problem with him. The argument he's presenting. It's just nuances here. So if anybody's listening, listen to the critique. It's fine nuances, not actual objecting that you've ping pong golf ball hand wave dismissed when asked about gravity. The hand wave dismissed relative density and buoyancy, and invoked that I believe everything's electrostatic. Yeah, that's a very different critique as to what's happening here. We're saying, dude, users, the library's there, cite it, get it right, because it'll actually be fundamentally, if and only if you were talking to somebody who had a clue what they were on about, it makes you more bulletproof. And that's kind of the good he's getting. Everything else, we've already given a round of applause. So,
he deserves props, but I hate this format. Like, so not only have you got to sit through 6 minutes of potential ad homs, baseless assertion fallacies being thrown out at nausea. When it comes to your turn, right, which is how many minutes are we in? 11 minutes. People's general attention span on YouTube is about 8 minutes. We're into fading away. The audience has lost interest by now, just so you know, statistically.
The point, what you're trying to say is...
Nearly there. Oh, he's got a choice. Oh, my God.
Well, yeah, what you're trying to say is, with that amount of time, all the points are lost.
Yes. But further to that, now he's got a choice. He can either carry on with this as he's doing, and he's getting props for it, so he's made the right choice, clearly. Or he can start actually addressing the baseless spew of fallacies and nonsense that his opponent put to him and potentially attacked him with, like by name. And that just stays out there now till when? It's like a fart hanging in the room.
Yep.
It's what pissed me off royally. I'm sorry to swear.
It's a pisser. Exactly. Yep.
As a neutral viewer point of view, they're not going to hang around. And I say I need to maybe correct myself. From this neutral viewer's point of view, 2 lots of 6 minutes, that's probably all I'll need. You talk about YouTube time, Nathan. Probably all I'll need. So these are your moments. So far, we've had Will ask us questions, what, why, where, when is Antarctica. Yeah? And Flatsoid present, whilst with us hardcore flat earthers have got minor critiques, present a really solid rebuttal and actually demonstrate it's not science, it's a false dichotomy, and then we're up to where we are. Actually, 12 minutes is probably enough of this cockwaffle for an intelligent person that wants to see where this is at. It's probably enough time spent listening to the two guys.
If we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then that means a globe Earth. And if we see its setting sun, then it's the flat Earth. The issue I have with this is, it doesn't matter if it sets or is above the horizon 24 hours a day. It will not either invalidate or validate a flat Earth. The only ones making a claim here are the globe. Just like Will Duffy did in his presentation, showing the sun and models of the sun moving around the globe. So in other words, it's only there to invalidate a globe, not a flat Earth. Flat Earth is able to have the sun.
On mute, QE.
I'm sorry. Nicely done. That was, I kind of figured that. So everything he said. Okay, I'm off mute now. So everything I was saying was that everything he said was correct. So applause. Yes. He put it to him.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
Sun going in a circuit around Antarctica 24 hours a day and not as well. It doesn't really change.
Pause. Again, yes, he did, but not with enough intonation.
Yes.
That is your winning. That's the point where you're laughing in their face.
Correct.
Right? Where you're rubbing it in. Yeah. Actually, the only guys that can be undone here is you Muppets. Yeah.
Yes.
That's really what you should be saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it should have Bosch in big bold letters with exclamation points.
not only are they the only ones that can be undone here, they're being undone by their own statements.
Yes,
and their own
exactly.
supposed claims. That's the best part of
That's
all
what,
of this.
exactly. That's what makes it special, Chocolate.
If you're out there listening to this, Flatsoid, no, number one, our standards are, you can't get any higher. Number one, to be getting praise out of us at all, that's a tall order. Number two, our only criticism is you should have won harder.
Yes.
Just let that sink in. Right, but props, Flatsoid. I'm proud as I could be.
Yep.
I know Adam's saying you could have done better, you could add more, you can always add more. You've done the job, man. Props.
Yeah, he
props.
has. Yep. Up to this point, you've been boshing him.
Well, he did spend enough
the
time
Earth
on
is
our
flattened.
panel, so.
So, why do we look at the sun and ignoring all the huge glaring issues? Why do we not observe physical curve?
I like what he does here, even though he did. This is important.
Everything we observe is optical. This can be demonstrated and shown to be so. Why don't we observe Earth movement? Well, it's simple. We know the stars are moving like the Bible describes it as well. Why don't we observe gravity? Well, the claim is gravity is real, although there is no science
Yeah,
for gravity.
I've got objections here straight away after he got mad props too.
Well,
no,
Adam was first, so Adam, go ahead.
I got a feeling it's probably the same point, but I viewed it as a kick in the nuts to pass the will, like the Bible says. That was my point. I'm thinking that. I think very shrewd, sir. All right, yeah, very shrewd. Was that your point of objection, Nathan? There that he's invoked scripture, or
No, that's not his objection. Go ahead, Nathan.
My current rhetoric, 2024 rhetoric, on the front foot. If he's just dispensed with all of the Antarctic issue, if that's what they're there to do, he's got his own agenda that he could press here. So rather than on the front foot, now start, Earth's measured flat. This is how we measure it. This is how Earth is practically applied with flat Earth angles, or whatever he uses, right? So now, why isn't Earth a globe in this now endeavor that he's moving forward with, isn't he?
Yep.
It's kind of old school. I'm not going to give him a hard time over it. If he hadn't have done so well up until now, I would have done, though. You know what I mean?
Yes. Got it.
It's based on pseudoscience.
Hold up. That was pretty clear and concise, what Nathan said. Why should we hold up?
Okay, press play.
Thanks.
And false attribution to things falling. So,
30 seconds.
Just a whole bunch of claims with pseudoscience backing as masquerading as science. And that's my opening statement. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you so
Okay,
much.
so now he has finished. I just wanted to check. So the only critique we've got is that he didn't save the last. I'm not disagreeing with Nathan. That appeared to be his point, that he didn't save some time, move forward. That last slide was a little bit P-Wally. What you're saying? No. Whenever we're given the chance, make sure we lay out to people whatever crap we're having to deal with. Trips to Antarctica. Make sure we lay out that the Earth is measured, aviated, navigated, mapped, flat.
Yes.
And point out to people in the very limited exposure we get.
Yeah, bosh him with that's what he should have done, right? I got you.
And first, not at the end. So what he's done at the end is gone, and the globe's not real for these reasons. Fair enough, right? That's old school. But before he even started to take apart Will Duffy's rhetoric about 24-hour suns and taking apart his scientific endeavours that they aren't, you should start with Earth's measured flat. As an example, it takes 20 seconds to say elevation angles with respect to latitude for any of the examples. Pitch data. It doesn't matter which one. Just pick something and say it first, the moment you get the mic. Because he probably got the mic at the 10-minute mark. There's a good chance that 90% of the audience have already gone. With the 10% that are remaining that have got an attention span beyond 8 minutes, you've got to catch them immediately. If you wait to the end of your 6 minutes to say Earth's measured flat, that's going to get criticised. If you don't do it at all, like is the case, it's going to get criticised. And why make their arguments, extra arguments about gravity and stuff, regardless of you poisoning the Bible well with it, when you don't need to. That's his claim. Let him do that. And you've already done the job of taking a load of stuff apart that he's put out there. Why introduce new stuff? Just tell him your side of the story, which is Earth's measured flat.
Now,
Hurry up. Super chat.
super where to place your arguments.
Theo Megawordy sent Flatsoid just boshed to 10K viewers in 24 hours.
Yes. Yep. He did a really good job. I tend to the way I would have done it was the way Flatsoid did it. I would put them at the end because I'm dealing with him straight up first of all, but it would be some serious intonation at the end with everything Adam just said and just boshed. It would be some serious superlative boshing going on at the end with those points. I think it's strong.
Just one more from me, just in final response to that. This tatate. No, what I'd have done in that case to keep you satisfied is had a pen and paper and written down one of the points that he used in his words when he made his 6-minute presentation and started out with that. So it seemed associated, but was just a ham-handed segue, an opportunity for me to say Earth's measured flat with one of his words and then gone on to take apart. Then it seems like I've still dealt with it head on.
I see. You could have done it that. Okay. Yeah.
I think again, we're critiquing his format. I think, not cheese on toast, full shit sandwich. Start with what Nathan's saying. The Earth is measured flat, yeah, navigated, mapped, etc., etc. Move on to what he did. An amazing job, Flatsoid, yeah?
Yep.
Just taking this guy's claims that it's an experiment. Then finish up, just as a final nail in the coffin, remind him that the Earth is measured flat. Correct. And that the journey he's on, the pitch data will demonstrate he is not assuming an antipodal position. Good night. God bless.
Correct.
Enjoy your penguin trip.
That's what you needed for a distinction. You got a high merit. That's all.
Yeah. He did a really good job. Other than those things we discussed, and yes, I will compromise. So shit sandwich. But in other words.
For your introductory statement, we are going to kick it into open discussion. So a big reminder to our live chat that we are going to take the super chats at the end. They're flying in there, guys. So I'm going to set.
Before we get into the nonsense now, again, like Nathan said, he's probably half the people have already gone before Flatsoid gets to speak. Actually, if you're going to give this thing a chance, that was its chance. And it might be the only thing you bother to listen to. Two well done presentations. They both had slides. It wasn't just somebody rambling.
True.
But at that point, to a reasonable person, if I've gone to the effort of making slides, right, then that's everything. Every point I've got. From my brain, if I was just wandering into this, just being me who's not a flat earther, and I listen to these guys who've bothered to make slides, that's their argument summed up. I'd ask everybody in chat, one, for Will Duffy, he presented a coherent argument that he felt he won, or two, Flatsoid. Have a look at that, because I think those demographics will be important, I think, just solely because of people's attention span on YouTube.
What about people's attention?
I mean, this is a skill thing rather than a... Yes, if you're going to appeal to the attention span, you're going to have the ADHD crowd of YouTube that need a flashing thing with text on it that's being said to keep their attention. And I don't dispute that. But by the same token, you think of the very best comedians who can keep people's attention with political subjects in mind, with no slides, just their verbal prowess, just their stage presence, as it's known. For me, I have to disagree, because the gold standard in that regard for me is to be able to keep everybody on the tip of every word you say and make your point abundantly clear without the need of slides, without the need of references.
The point I made.
No, you're right. Okay, I'll agree with you then. I thought I had by saying I agree. To keep the ADHD crowd, he's got to do the slides, and I think
I'm talking about. No, let me make my point again. I'm talking about if I'm looking at these guys and I'm looking at, have they made the effort? Has he just turned up? Is he an eloquent speaker? But how's he bothered to make his salient points? Well, clearly he has put the effort in because he's made slides, all of them. Well, that's your salient points. Now, as I said, they're question proofs, yeah? Now, as a logical person to me, see the two presentations, right? Outside of whether you're a flat earther or a ball earther, just to look at the two who's dealt with the issues, who's addressed them. I think Flatsoid wins hands down at this point. Yeah, I know I'm blowing smoke on him, but the difference. But and this is the point. Both men have made the effort. Is the point I'm saying. To me, as the neutral viewer, I can see that's their best argument. They made slides. Yeah, I might be flippant, but that was my point. Not, yeah.
Thanks. Appreciate that. We'll move on.
Let's do
really?
40 minutes on the timer there, and then I'll check in with you guys.
What do you mean, really?
No, I mean this comes the painful bit. This is the sinus rinse.
What comes the painful bit? I'm lost.
Wilfrey speaking.
Oh, these two talking to each other. You might be right.
What happens now? So after the baseless spew for 12 minutes.
Yep.
You get what? We get them just talking to each other back and forth with moderation.
Yes.
Okay, that seems reasonable.
No,
okay.
Normally, I'd
it's not.
again.
Just neutral. Final point, Brian, and then I'll hold it. No, as a reasonable person, right? You've just had 6 minutes. I've made my mind up. If you can't tell me now, you two over talking each other for the next 2 hours ain't going to resolve nothing.
Well,
we
don't know what's going to happen though. I mean, that's what usually you're right on point, Adam. That's what it usually does happen that way. But we can't. I don't know. We haven't, unless somebody's seen this. Is this what's going to happen? Is it going to be a train wreck? Don't state it. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say I hate that format, but in that particular circumstance, because I don't view Will Duffy as a debater, I would go along with that format to be able to get that 6 minutes that Flatside has had to do what Flatside did or whatever, because it's perfect for Will Duffy. Because what you want is to be uninterrupted to a large audience, telling them exactly what Will Duffy is.
Sure, that's why they go on these debating platforms. It's not a debating platform. Yeah, that's why they go there. Because it's not a debate. If there was a debate, oh my, it'd be over for him in 30 seconds. Yep, that's why the ball turds go here.
I think certainly for me, that's the point of realization tonight. And I heard Nathan do it. What? So I could just lay out all the accusations and I've got 6 minutes. Now, because we're honest, genuine people, it's not necessarily the thought, but actually, yeah, you've got 6 minutes. You can do what you want. Yeah. Now, no one's going to suggest we're going to have, undercover pictures. Well, point is, you've got 6 minutes, QE. That's actually, think about it, reset your mind instead of it being objectionable. And think about how it could be useful to you as a tool. It's not a bad thing necessarily.
I disagree. I wouldn't do anything. My name's Quantum Eraser. This is my claim. That's the way I'd start. And this is my support. Debunk it. And then number 2. Then number 3. And then you have one. Will Duffy, what's your claim? Support it. And then I'll destroy it. Yeah, not this horseshit. No, that's not me.
So
and that's debate as opposed to
yes,
how this will be digested.
Correct. So let's see what happens. Like I said, I don't know, but you're right. That's what usually happens on here. So the train wreck ensues. Let's see if it does.
Just heard in the intro, and we'll try to get a natural.
Why don't you fix your mic too?
So whenever you're ready there, Will.
Great. And I can still share easily, same way?
Sure thing, yep.
Okay, cool. So, number one, this discussion, as both of us knew going into this, was supposed to be about predictions.
But predictions, really, you didn't make any. So, what the hell are you talking about?
And you didn't make any predictions.
Hold on. Is he appealing to the Fatsoid hasn't succeeded to his demand that he put to Brian, that if you're going to engage with me, I'm going to look at anything you say, you have to agree that this dichotomy is actually true. And he's seeing his arse here. Is that what he's...
No, he's saying
no,
that...
that's not what's wrong with him, Adam.
No. He's saying that Flatzoid. Hold on. He's saying that Flatzoid hasn't made any predictions. My God, do you want me to roll it back?
No, no, that's not what I heard. He said this was to do with predictions.
Yeah.
So Flatzoid's presentation shouldn't have been what it did, what we gave it plaudits for, which was to outline a cockamamie nonsense. It was to have dealt with the predictions.
Remember when refracted curvature went down to McTunes to debate Refuting? And it was a refracted curvature's challenge that he was going there to complete. But they took, what was his challenge, and they turned it into their own thing. And then they were asking him why he's not playing by their rules that they made up to help them to win. And that's what's happening here. Flatside is supposed to get into the prediction nonsense that Will Duffy is trying to get him to be involved in. So Will Duffy has some chance. What Will Duffy is really unhappy about is that Flatside just destroyed him in his 6 minutes. That's what he's really unhappy about.
Let's see where it goes.
New going into this was supposed to be about predictions, and you didn't make any predictions.
There you go.
There you go. You were
that's what I just
play
said.
Along. Yeah. You were supposed to play along, and you didn't play along.
Why the hell? What the hell are? Hey, glue sniffer Will Duffy. Number one, you don't know what predictions are. Number two, it's not Flatzoid's job to come up with predictions of your claim that you haven't stated yet. Are you retarded or something, sir? What is this bizarro world? A moron. Oh my God.
In your opening statement, so hopefully that will change as our conversation.
Why would it change? Oh, I'm gonna punch him in the face. He's a clown.
Concerning the title of this episode and it being about predictions, I would say that it is entirely okay to come to this type of debate with a position of no predictions.
Look at Flatzoids. Look at him. I didn't look over.
But then his face says, yeah, I'm not going to buy this. It's good.
Goes on. I did anticipate you telling me that it's not an experiment.
You anticipated him telling you that.
Did you?
So, who gives a shit what you appreciate?
Did he predict that Flatzoid would do that?
So does that mean that he's going forth knowing damn well it's not an experiment, but he's just going to go anyway?
Yeah. This is the Black Knight. Yeah. I predicted you would remove my arms and legs with that sword.
I want the woke Karen. Can we have a J? Because I want the full woke Karen, which is I didn't appreciate the fact that you like Donald Trump.
Yes, I gave you a full J.
In your opening statement, so hopefully that will change as our conversation goes on. I did anticipate you telling me that it's not an experiment.
Was that good?
Sorry. I thought he was getting upset. He anticipated it. What? Because it's true, you numpty. Of course you will.
Well,
if I tell you that pizza is made of tree bark, I can anticipate that you're going to say that's nonsense. It's like when you claim going to the Antarctica to see whether or not penguins are going to get sunburned at midnight is an experiment. Of course. And that's a proof that you're a deceiver. If you've anticipated that, you know that you're pimping a lie, sir.
He's woke.
Well, let's give him a chance, because maybe now that he anticipated that Flatzoid was going to tell him that it's not an experiment, he will grace us and tell us all why it will be an experiment.
Yes, nicely done.
No. Let me predict what he's going to say. No, let me predict what he's going to say. He's going to tell Flatzoid that he doesn't have to call it that if he doesn't want to. Let's see if I'm right.
No way.
It's worse than
But right. No, before you do go on,
something he said
is valid. Brian, I'll come to you. Chocolate's point's valid. What he does or doesn't do is irrelevant.
Yep.
From a reasonable position, That's the only thing. If you're here for truth, not to win a debate, it's not. Actually, to figure out. That's why it's eloquently laid out why it's not. Now, he's just said, I anticipated you would say it's not. The only reasonable thing, if he's on track, is to say, but this is why it is.
Yes.
Over to you, Brian.
That's what Chocolate said. Thanks, Adam.
I
Thanks
wanted to
for
underline it.
reiterating what Chocolate said.
Yeah, because it was bloody good.
Good, Brian.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, what's happened there is Will Duffy just hand waved away what Flatside did, because he said, I anticipated that you would tell me that it's not an experiment. No, Flatside didn't tell you that it's not an experiment. He demonstrated that it's not an experiment.
True. Let's see what he does.
A little subtle difference.
It is a subtle difference, but everyone's aware of that. But let's see what he does. Yeah. What's the next move? Let's see if everyone accurately predicted what your dumbass is going to say.
So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen real quick.
Oh, you didn't anticipate that, predictors out there.
God. Pulled out the Jedi
And I do have a
mind
question for you.
trick.
Are you a doctor?
Are you a doctor?
What?
What the hell? Does he want a mid debate examination?
No, but I play one on TV.
You know what I mean? What?
What the hell?
I did right now. Just for the non sequitur of that, right?
No, wait a
did
second.
anticipate-
Wait a second.
Hold on.
None of you predicted this. None of you predicted this.
You sure? I did predict it.
What did you predict? I didn't hear you say
You
anything.
didn't say anything.
I predicted. Hold on. Way before you guys even started the show, I predicted that this would be barbarism.
Okay, but that's not a specific prediction on what exactly he was going to say to this specific point.
I know.
Overall, generally,
That's why I use general.
overall,
General predictions are
generally,
fair. You
that's
can wait.
don't. Overall, generally,
sorry.
that's. Oh my God. Generally, overall, you are correct, but you'd be correct in everything. We're talking about the specific predictions that you numpties had on what asshat is going to do, and this wasn't it.
Yes, correct. I did not call this, but calling him Dr. Flatsoid and bringing up a video with him labelled Dr. Flatsoid and asking him if he's a doctor was not what I expected. But I really am intrigued to see where this goes.
There's going to be an attempt to discredit him, isn't it? But listen to his words. I assumed you were going to question whether or not the bullshit I'm pimping is an experiment and probably demonstrate admirably, as you did, Flatsoid, that it isn't. In anticipation of that, I've got this thing with you, which is going to be a binky-taking thing, claiming you're Dr. Flatsoid, as my ready-made distraction. Piff, puff, puff, look! Don't look over here, where I'm look over here. Is this real? Or are you actually selling medical cures online,
All right.
Flatsoid?
What's going to
No,
happen?
there is only one answer to this that's correct. When someone asks you, are you a doctor? The only correct answer is, I am no gynecologist. I'll have a bloody good look at it for you.
Okay. Any more predictions on how this is going to go?
I have no prediction on what chicanery he'll use next to distract away from a pertinent point now.
Okay.
I'm still with my prediction that what did he say? You share my screen. He's about to pull a QE and give a whole presentation on how this final experiment is indeed an experiment.
You think?
Just hold your breath.
Really?
Hey, you're not what's on screen.
So far, what I said was most correct.
No, Chocolate's wrong. He's got Dr. Flatsoid on screen.
I'm
Yeah,
driving.
that-
I'm not watching the thing.
Oh.
Let
Sorry.
me explain.
Fair enough.
Doc, I'm on board with you. He's going to do exactly that. What he's going to do now, which is the thing that's on the table, is after Flatsoid explained why this wasn't science and nonsense to describe it an experiment, he's going to demonstrate why it is. And the way he's going to do that is to prove whether or not Flatsoid is a real doctor or not.
Let's just summarize what's going to happen in reality. This is a non sequitur rebuttal. You're at the restaurant, you ordered tiramisu, a lasagna arrives, and you go, "This isn't lasagna. Where's my tiramisu?" And the waiter responds, "Do you burn easily in the sun?"
Thursday.
Exactly. That's exactly what this is. I can't wait. Here we go.
No, that was a joke.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to tell you something fun here. If you don't like the name, which I happen to like, you can just call it something else.
Pause,
What?
pause.
Oh, we have
Correct.
All right,
Nathan
drum
won.
rolls. Hello. No. I called it.
No, you
Yep.
didn't.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
what
I
Nathan said.
absolutely did. I called it.
Nathan
I was right.
Nathan gets the win. Nathan gets the pot. Everybody give their $5.
Nathan won. I heard it.
That was good,
Right,
Nathan.
I'm gonna give the $5. I'm gonna give the $5. Everybody else, we'll see if they pony up.
Am I
Nobody required, but I did
correct
call
in
it.
assuming now, guys, that the standards that we've set is we can call him the paedophile pastor for Will Duffy. It's up to him to just change it. It doesn't really matter. But
Nathan didn't call this. It's all non sequitur. So anything that he says, Will Duffy has been non sequitur up to this point. So that's a non sequitur he just said. Just because Nathan said it would be non sequitur doesn't make Nathan right.
No,
He has to be hyper specific.
Chill. Oh, QE, chill. No, I didn't say it'd be non sequitur. I specifically said he would tell Flatsoid he could call it whatever he wanted to. And quote me. That's what he's just done.
I think you need to go back to listen what I said.
Oh,
a few minutes ago,
God.
that
We're going to
Will Duffy
continue.
had hand waved
Hey,
away
let's
what Flatside did.
take bets. Let's take bets. I'll go back and read it, and I'll come back with the facts. You
All
guys
right.
can take your bets now.
We're not.
I'll be the bookie.
We're going to continue. Thank you very much. Here we go.
Like maybe
All
the
in.
final expedition. But what I've learned, Keith, is that when people focus on things that are not substantive, it's because
When people focus on things that are not substantive, like what? You called it the final experiment, sir. So
I was just gonna say, not substantive, like what you called it yourself,
Yes.
idiot. Are you
Yeah,
serious?
what an idiot. So this is quite substantive there, clown.
because they don't have answers to the actual arguments. So
No,
I
no,
bet
we'll get to. You didn't provide any arguments yet. You had idiot question proofs that an idiot second grade retard would laugh at. My God.
Globers, and I won't do this, I won't say anything about you calling yourself Dr. Flatsoid.
What does that have to do with you?
did.
Oh, my
I
God.
mean, that's a lie. Let me get it straight.
doing-
Hold on, I love.
He just
outright
did.
lies. Hold on, Adam. He's lying. So you hold up a picture of somebody. Is this the picture you published of yourself naked online? Oh God, yeah, it is. Now I wouldn't bring up a picture of you posing naked online. It's on screen. He's literally calling him Dr. Flatsoid in his argument, then telling him, "I've got no problem with you calling yourself Dr. Flatsoid."
Yep.
Other than when you use it in an argument right now, you bleeding liar.
What a moron.
Is this really the standard that this guy has?
Yes, he's
Sorry,
retarded.
Brian.
Yes, he's a retard.
What the? So he had this prepared. He knew that Flatsoid was going to tell
Yeah,
him this
that's
is
even
not an
more
experiment.
scary.
And he pulled this up, ready to go to show Flatsoid, like, you call yourself a doctor, but you're not really a doctor, are you? So you can call this an experiment, but you don't have to if you don't want to. What? This is sad.
Yes. Trox's aspiration is that the fact that he preemptively anticipated that someone might call out the non-experiment final experiment as not being an experiment. And what's he going to do? I know what I'll do. I'll present Dr. Flatsoid to him with a picture, ask him if he's a real doctor, and then tell him he can call it whatever he likes. Because I've thought about it. I've even got slides, right, Adam?
I was going to say, haven't we got pictures from last year where Flatsoid was dressed as Santa? And is he going to throw the... What are you here? Purporting to be the giver of gifts on Christmas Eve? What is he... And more
need to clear
importantly,
something up here.
if he... Excuse me, Brian. Sorry, go on.
Go on, Adam. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go on.
Oh, you go ahead, Brian.
Too late now.
I wasn't aware
Brian,
that
go,
Flatsoid
Brian, go.
I wasn't aware that Flatsoid was charging people for medical advice as Dr. Flatsoid. Because if I'm not mistaken, Will Duffy has been collecting money off of people
Correct.
to go and get involved in what's been called the final experiment.
Correct. You got a good point. Correct. Yeah.
He's
It's non
highlighted
sequitur.
a double standard. No, it's not non sequitur.
Yeah, it is non sequitur, Adam. It's a false equivalence fallacy and a red herring. It's stupid. It's fucking non sequitur, Adam.
Swearing.
I don't disagree with that summation. However, it's also defence that's been presented by by Pastor Will Duffy. So when asked to, and he stated, I knew you were going to point out that this wasn't science and therefore can't use the title The Final Experiment. In rebuttal, I was going to pull this out as a false comparison fallacy, that because you jokingly used Dr. Flatzoid, I can, and this is the point, mug people off with a knowingly joking that it's a non-experiment, like he's not really a doctor. So as long as we know it's not an experiment and we know he's not really a doctor, we can move forward, all of us.
Yep.
Is that your defense?
Yes, yes, it is. Got it. You pinpointed it. Yep.
Because that would only mean I can't respond to your actual arguments, and so therefore I need to make fun of your name. Okay?
You're an idiot.
So we don't need to talk about whether or not it's an experiment. You can
hold on.
Which I happen to like. You can just
call. Oh my God. Hello, can you hear me? Saying, does that mean I can't respond to your actual arguments? Now, the inference there is that because Dr. Flatzoid isn't actually a doctor, so he's indicting the fact it is not an experiment and saying, just because you're not a doctor doesn't mean that I can't now address your arguments. That's his argument that he's making now. So he's conceding just because it isn't an experiment. Do you follow?
Yep.
call it something else, like maybe the final expedition. But what
well, let's just call it another thing that it's not, because it's not an experiment.
It's not the final expedition either. They'll do others after you come along with your fraudulent reselling of tickets that are available to all. So there's nothing final about an expedition that's also fraud. It would be inferring that there's a limited offer. That would be fraud that you definitely get called on if you did relabel it. In fact, it makes it a worse, more egregious fraud. There's nothing final about your expedition. You're reselling tickets from someone else who will have further expeditions.
Yep.
You're making it seem like there's a limited supply. That's fraud.
Yep, he's a moron.
What I've learned,
becomes fraud,
Keith, is
just it would be reasonable if Pastor Will didn't know his arse from his elbow and that was his only defence. But what he's doing here, the Dr. Flatzoid example, is to demonstrate that he knows it's not an experiment. Yeah, that's when it actually becomes fraud. Yeah, when you're knowingly selling a London Bridge, pimping it, showing pictures of Tower Bridge, that's fraud, and that's what he's just admitted to with his Dr. Flatzoid analogy. Only a bit of fun.
Yes, exactly. So to just tie up that analogy a little bit from Adam, if you say, I do have London Bridge for sale, and then someone turns around to you and says, fraud, what you're selling is a 100th scale. The person turns back to you and says, you can call it whatever you like. Oh, I see. So you know it's fraud and you're not actually selling London Bridge, and your response to the fraud is to say, call it whatever you like. No, it's not an experiment. That makes you a fraud, Duffy.
Is that when people focus on things that are not substantive, it's because
this is substantive.
No, that's an indictment of his own quasi-experiment. Again, not substantive. Okay, so therefore, its claim of validity in the form of experimentation is the thing that loses all substance then.
Yep.
Yeah, it's another indictment of your own lack of validity when you lose this title. AKA fraud. It's not an experiment, as aptly pointed out by Dr. Flatzoid.
I asked him, why'd you call it that then?
What he's actually stating.
That's a good point. Why did you call yourself Dr. Flatzoid? It was a joke. Why did you call it an experiment? Because it lends credence where it isn't warranted, is the answer.
What he's actually saying is that when people focus on my fraud, that's not good for me. That's what he's actually stating. Thank you, Kiwi.
The actual arguments. So I bet Globers, and I won't do this, I won't say anything about you calling yourself Dr. Flatzoid, because that would only mean I can't respond to your actual arguments. And so therefore, I need to make fun of your name. Okay?
Oh my
What
god.
seriously? What kind of Jedi mind trick is this? Yeah, what are we going to babble on about? Whether Flatzoid is a prank is just when he's typed his name into something. Whether this is relevant. I said it jokingly, Chalk, but we got it right. This is actually his rebuttal as to why, when given a coherent argument as to why it's not science, what he's off to do, and therefore can't become contextualized as an experiment.
Yeah, and he had this all prepared for this because he knew he was going to get called out by Flatzoid on this, and he had this whole nonsense prepared with Dr. Flatzoid or whatever the hell. Like this is pathetic.
Yep.
He already had a video out. He already had a video out doing all these things he's saying he wouldn't do. It already came out before this debate aired.
Who did? Be more specific.
What did?
Will Duffy. Remember earlier in the show when I told you that he had an episode from the past and then one recently where he's basically just calling flat earthers all kinds of negative things? So he's not telling the truth here. He has done it. He did it, I think, within the last week, if I'm not mistaken, in the lead up to this debate.
It's true to what's pattern, if you will, true to form, because he's done this before when we've covered Will Duffy. I will call it whatever you like. That's why I predicted that's what he'd do, because he's done it before and he's just following through the motions.
I've been on a few debates, and with most things, I'm diligent in my research. Now, if I was off to have a debate about my final experiment that I've been pimping for the past year, and I knew that the guy was going to give a selling argument as to why it's not an experiment, how would I invest my time to counter that argument? You know what the best thing? Go back in time and see where your opponent has put a jokey name that's clearly not true, and use that as a rebuttal as to why your final experiment is an experiment. And it's because, ladies and gentlemen, it is an experiment because Flatzoid once put Dr. Flatzoid. That's where we're at. This is your level, Master Will Duffy.
Superchat.
You're on mute, QE.
Oh, it's okay. Boogers is kind of in trouble right now, so he's not saying super chat. Eddie Wayne, he sent watching from Manchester, UK. Thanks, QE, Adam, and Nath, absolute legends.
I'll respond to that.
Sorted?
No. We went to Manchester this evening, battered you boys. I mean, we got back tonked in the week, but lucky bit. Thanks, Eddie Wayne. Hope you're not a red.
You ready yet?
Yeah, that'll make sense.
QE, can I add something right quick just to top this off? Think of not a Professor Dave for a minute. That's all you got to think about. You'll get it.
Well, I was going to go there next, actually. Was that Roger?
Well, yes, it was.
I was going to go exactly there. It would be different if Dr. Flatzoid was his channel name. He was punting it to gain views and credibility, as opposed to, you know, oh, well, maybe for all I know, he's talking about Professor Dave. I'm going, check it out. I could just call myself Dr. Flatzoid, tap, 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 and then it appears on screen, right? For all I know, that's the context of this. Just, you know, I know that Dr. Flatzoid isn't a thing, like Professor Dave. Egregious stolen valor that is a thing. There we go. He scrawled to the internet to find this to use as a response to, oh, well, if I'm called out on fraud for claiming experiment when it isn't, I'm going to find a name you called yourself once.
Yeah. That's why it's made him quite clear who and what he is. With some of his demonstrations, yeah? works in a spray shop. He understands. Yeah, there's never. This is the most retarded thing. And I say it's not like there's an accusation from Flatsoid. He's gone through, found a jokey thing. I said, would he accuse him of being a liar if he'd put Santa Claus Flatsoid? No, he wouldn't. At no point does Flatsoid ever purport to have those qualifications. He's got a screenshot, which, as you say, is an obvious joke. This guy's prepared, and this is the point. Chocolate Man, this is this guy's prepared rebuttal for when, because he knew he was going to do it, Flatsoid would point out that this isn't science.
I'm interested in hearing what Flatsoid's going to say to this.
So we don't need to talk about whether or not it's an experiment. You can call it whatever you want. We're going to get to the heart.
Yeah, we do. Yeah,
Absolutely,
we do.
we do.
As it's already been done, it's not going to change history. You saying you called yourself a doctor, how's that going to change history? Wow, he's just done it. We're not going to. He just did.
He's a retard, man. He's retarded. Actually, mentally retarded.
He made this bed. He just has to sleep in it, bro. You're the one who decided to call this the final experiment, right? I would have so much more respect for you if you just said, hey, yeah, I understand it's not an actually scientific experiment. Yeah, we can move on and call it an observation or a demonstration or whatever the hell. But no, he's going to just say, you call whatever you want because you called yourself a doctor once.
Well, that's not fair. That's not fair, Chocolate. Chocolate, that is not fair. Let me tell you why.
Please.
He didn't just call it that. In the early stages, he was talking to people, doing like light interviews, saying, I devised an experiment that will settle this matter once and for all.
Oh, so he created
Yes, exactly. No, but no, not that he created it. He created an experiment that will settle this matter once and for all. He didn't just name it that. It's not just a title. It's what he punted it as from the beginning, that this is an experiment that will settle this matter.
A clown.
So he agrees it's not an experiment then. That's what really isn't.
That's what I'm hearing.
No, he's used the analogy that Flatsoid once called himself Dr. Flatsoid. So by that fact that we all know once Flatsoid called himself Dr. Flatsoid as a joke, he can say whatever he likes to misguide people.
Well, you would think somebody would, like if what AI said is true and he's been devising this for about a year and change or whatever, you would think it would be that important that you would actually fight for what you called it instead of saying, well, that's not substantive. You named it that. So your name's not substantive? Like, come on, man. This is insane. Sorry, I'm done. Let's continue.
It's worse than that though, because he said it's worse than that because he said so we shouldn't be arguing about whether it is or is not an experiment. No, it is not an experiment. Flatsoid just detailed how it is not. That's, as I said earlier, he's hand waving it.
I like a food analogy. Like you go to the shops and you buy lasagna, and you eat it, and then it turns out it's made of horse, not beef. And you go, this lasagna's not made of beef. And Findus turn around and say, call it whatever you like.
Part of the issue, which is whether or not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is possible on a flat Earth. How does that sound?
No, first of all,
What
Dr. Flatsoid
sound
was
you
me making fun of.
Sorry.
You know, I said it was like a timeshare. Give me a J.
This is a sales tactic. He's using a sales technique. It's like soft close. How does that sound? It's not a yes or no question. So it's not the close. The close is, how will you be paying for this if you're going to give them an option at all? Credit card or cash, right? There's no option there, obviously, right? That's a close. This is not a close. This is called a soft close. How does that sound? Is an invite to air your objections for him to overcome them. This is sales patter. He is a timeshare salesman.
issue, which is whether or not a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is possible on a flat Earth. How does that sound?
It sounds like you're retarded. That's what it sounds like to me.
Wow.
How does that sound?
If this guy,
It's like a straw man fallacy. Is the actual answer if you want to give it him, even though he's using it in sales better. How does that sound? Sounds like you're straw manning me with this model I haven't presented. What are you talking about? What model? That's what it sounds like.
All I know is that. Just a second, Adam. All I know is that Flatside, nobody paid money to get involved in Flatside being a doctor. People have paid money, supposedly, to get involved in what he has been projecting as an experiment. And that is this very clear difference between the two situations.
You mean Flatside not guilty of fraud when he jokingly, in quote him, calls himself a doctor, when many $40,000 GoFundMe campaigns are set up in the name of this experiment? That would be fraud, Brian. Yes, that's correct.
But we shouldn't focus on that. According to Will.
By calling Flatside out for calling himself a doctor, that's how you overcome that fraud. You just say, look, you called yourself a doctor once, so this fraud's kind of okay.
If the chance, right, that Flatside did have a secret identity where he was giving medical advice online, would that demonstrate that whether or not we did see or didn't see the sun is a scientific experiment?
No, it's non sequitur. That's Q pointed out originally.
No, first of all, Dr. Flatswood was me making fun of not a Professor Dave because he calls himself a professor and he's not a professor.
Hold it.
Secondly,
So I said I gave it hypothetically because I haven't watched this. I just want to say, not for props for me, but that's what I supposed would be the reasoning behind him calling himself Dr. Flatside, in irony, to highlight the egregious nature of calling yourself Professor Dave. Now, I did it speculatively, and I was bang on. That's exactly why he did it. Yeah. Contextually, he's doing it to highlight some other egregious fraud.
Look at this dumbass. Look at the look on his face.
It's snide, isn't
Satan.
it?
Satan. Look at him. He's basically Satan lying to you with fraudulent endeavors. This guy's evil.
Yeah.
What the hell is this? Brain dead Duffy?
There's also a famous psychological pick called Duper's Delight, which is appropriate in this instance as well.
Yes. You know why it's Duper's Delight? Because he wants Flatside to latch onto this and talk about not Professor Dave's digressions from the truth rather than his own. So he's delighted that Flatside's latched on and started to explain this. I hoped that I would be speculating only because Flatside wouldn't grab onto this. Adam just pointed out before we got here, this is completely non sequitur. He doesn't need to defend this. But he is, that's why the grin. This is Duper's Delight. Oh, brilliant. You snagged that bait beautifully. Look how pleased he is. SAI. Correct. Duper's Delight. Slapped all over his ugly mug.
Come on, Flatside.
He knows he's on
He's
mute or is he
he's
gone away?
obviously disappeared.
One extreme to the other, Adam. Either he's got to get through this, and if you even think about talking when he's wanting to press play, there's hell to pay, or he buggers off entirely. And we're just left on this screenshot.
Yeah, that's right.
With no
that's right. I have to. I'm human. I have to eat. So I went to go get a couple pieces of pizza. Now I'm going to sit here.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares if you're hungry or thirsty. Nobody cares if you're hot or cold.
I don't care if they do care.
I care.
I care.
I care if you care that they don't care or care.
I was going to say that's
Yeah,
the power of
you're great
pineapple.
at playing videos yourself there, Oakley.
Hey, you want me to press play or what?
Yes, please.
Not really.
Yeah, we'll just get through this by January.
Hey, Rush.
We're not even 15 minutes in, and we've almost been going 4 hours.
Okay, now this is where you have to ask yourself, what more can I gain from this?
You should have said to him, QE, you should have said to him, we'll cover it tomorrow, because that's what he says every time any video comes up in front of him.
Secondly, it's a false equivalence because what I call myself as a name has got nothing to do with what you claim
You see, he's
is
won.
an.
I see he's won.
Yeah, well done. False equivalence.
Yeah.
No, it's non sequitur, but yeah, false equivalence. He means that's what he means. Yes, well done.
Experiment. You have claimed
No,
multiple.
not well done.
Oh.
Don't deal with it. At this point, that is just deal with the flare that's just been sent. No, you just sent a missile off. Keep it on target. Don't know what you're on about, you crazy fool. Yeah? Now, back to the point. How weird are you that you've dug up an image of me where I've got Dr. Flatsoid as your defense? Reiterate
Oh my
the
God,
point
shut up,
here.
Adam. You'd have got the same grin out of him. My God, you're chasing this. No, if you could, for a second, I thought Adam was going to say, you get it straight back onto the point of this not being science.
No, exactly. That's what I just said. No, bring it back to what his rebuttal was. To what? Him claiming that he's got an experiment and Flatsoid, yeah, having beautifully outlaid why it wasn't science and it's not an experiment. And he knew that it was that. Off you go.
I should have let him have that
Super
last
pizza.
sentence. My bad, Adam.
Okay. Super chat. Price of Adam sent. Kevin Spacey smile.
That's an indictment in the UK, if nowhere else.
Sorry, Booger's upset, guys.
Heck, I'm
QE's
upset.
not going to say anything.
Is it Will Duffy's fault?
I'm upset.
Well, just to stop the day they are.
I'll say
times that this
Say it.
experiment will.
happy super chat.
Okay. he
Super
said it.
pizza.
Okay. He wanted to say it. And Price of Adam sent Kevin Spacey smile to Will Duffy's creepy face.
All right, thanks.
Either prove a globe Earth or a flat Earth. Someone's name doesn't prove a model or the other. So yes, the predictions were talked about in me stating it's not science. You are the one making a claim that because sun does this, therefore this is the outcome. Therefore a false dichotomy and not scientific. Now, I'm glad you concede
Right.
it's not scientific.
Yep.
I like that as well.
Yeah.
Now, I'm glad you concede it's not scientific. Great use of language, Flatsoid.
Yeah, it was good. Real good. Yep.
Scientific, that's great.
What's on that
But I
pizza?
don't need to make a prediction because I'm not the one with the burden here. You are the one
Exactamundo.
having a burden
Well done.
because of your insecurities, as you plainly said we were going to talk about. Because you have an insecurity about the globe, you need to go and prove it to yourself.
Okay, cool.
That was nicely done.
I totally
What do you
agree.
say?
Very
What do you say?
well
I,
done,
I missed.
Flatsoid.
I missed that part. What do you say?
He said
Give him
because
a J. It's worthy of it. That we can all add or take away from, but that in the moment, spot on, son.
Yeah,
That bullshit.
And pay attention to Ryan's face.
Yep. Here we
As
go.
you plainly said we were going to talk about. Because you have an insecurity about the globe, you need to go and prove it to yourself.
Okay, cool. You said it's a false dichotomy, right?
Yes, he's correct.
Is whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in reality a false dichotomy?
Ah, no.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're a retard, Sunshine. No.
Wow. Wow.
Right. This is where a Kevin Spacey file is not appropriate. This is where full-on belly laughter is appropriate. And an opponent puts that to you. Actually show how retarded that is by laughing your ass off. And then explaining why it's so stupid.
We might get Flatsoid might get Jadel mind trick. Let's see how he responds.
It is a gift, though, isn't it?
That was a gift.
Yes, because your outcome is either
Uh-oh.
He got Jedi mind trick.
Yeah, he didn't listen to what was said.
Yep.
What was said was not a false dichotomy. No.
Yeah.
Look at the grinning
the
shit.
globe
Look at
or
the
either flat.
just see that grin. You won't pause it on the same frame. Same Jupiter's delight again. Delighted.
Whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica in reality a false dichotomy?
Yes, because your outcome is either.
Yep.
Shit-eating grin all over his face as he knows he's managed to dupe him into answering the question incorrectly.
Did it again.
The globe or either flat.
Okay, let me explain this to you.
So,
Whether or not,
although yes, in factual flow of statements, he's got it wrong, but he immediately clarifies why he would answer yes. Scenario of globe versus flat Earth is the false dichotomy, and Flatsoid's just summarised it with a little bit of rumpusing. We're back on track. Cool.
No, but
there's
he's now about to demonstrate, isn't he, how he doesn't understand it and why we actually laugh at that. He's now going to outlay his viewpoint, which will be more laughable, I'm assuming. I'll be disappointed.
24-hour sun in Antarctica is a true dichotomy. There either is or there isn't. You can't
There
say
you
it's
go.
a false dichotomy because there is no.
That's what he thinks. That's his pub winning argument. Whether there will or won't be, is the dichotomy. Yeah, that's not what we're laughing at. The dichotomy is the bullshittery that you present. Whether or not there will or won't be means it's a ball or flat. You retard.
Yeah, so if Flatsoid was really smart, he would say, okay, according to what you've just said, the only outcome that you can surmise based on a true dichotomy is whether or not you see the sun, the penguins to sunbathe at midnight. That's the only thing you'll find out then. You've sold this as the be-all and end-all of the actual false dichotomy of flat Earth and globe Earth that Flatsoid did just summarise only moments earlier.
In that case, it's a true dichotomy, right? Just for a second, because whatever time it is, there will or there won't be a sun. So that's true. Yeah. Now that's fine, and that stands alone. It's got nothing to do with the nature of the Earth. And
exactly.
Yeah.
Or there isn't. You can't say it's a false dichotomy because there is no third option. So if you want to call it a
excuse me, 30-1 at the bookies 1 year ago.
Nuxons.
Nuxons.
Aside from the farcical list, which could go on forever, Adam, he's repositioned the actual observation into whether or not the actual observation can fit into true dichotomy. I just want to see if Flatsoid caught that or not. See.
Hang on, Nathan. Here, listen to what he said again. If QE has his hands free, if he could do a J on that. Maybe he can't. Thank you, Keith.
Whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a true dichotomy. There either is or there isn't. You can't say it's a false dichotomy because there is no third option. So if you want to call it a
there you go. What has the third option got to do with something being a false dichotomy or not being a false dichotomy? Something either is a false dichotomy or it's not.
Yeah, and he's saying it isn't because in terms of whether or not there is, literally because it's a whether or not, that could be put into a true dichotomy, but that isn't his claim. When I was saying earlier on his slides,
what he just said, though, Nathan.
When he had his slides up earlier, I was saying, look, he hasn't actually stated the false dichotomy position. He's verbalizing it over the top of the slides. Now, in argumentation, he's making the question-proof argument that the slides made, which aren't phrased in false dichotomy. Now that's why shit-eating grin was slapped all over his face, because he thinks he's so ever so clever, because he's managed to trick Flatsoid into not recognizing where he can pose the true dichotomy circumstance about whether or not, true dichotomy, we will see this when going down there. The down there bit that's the false dichotomy side for him on the globe, his actual phrasing has managed to trick Flatsoid into restating well, no, I'm right to call it a false dichotomy. No, you're not. what he's now saying doesn't prove anything, as Adam just said. What's that got to do with anything? Okay, so you got a true dichotomy, but it doesn't prove the essence of what you're selling to your audience, which is whether or not it's a globe or flat in false dichotomy. That's not how he's cleverly phrasing it to Flatsoid. See where I'm going?
Yeah, I get all that. It's just what he said at the end. He train wrecked himself at the end with what he said. He said, it can't be a false dichotomy because there isn't a third option. So what has that got to do with something being a false dichotomy or not?
The pastor's trying to deceive right now. He's trying to get you to a point of acceptance that in front of you, reasonably, because there are only two options to add to these muffins: chocolate chips or blueberries. And he's trying to say, but if it's blueberries, right? And what he's saying is that's the dichotomy: chocolate chips or blueberries, right? Sun, no sun. Well, that's a correct dichotomy at this point from any viewpoint. The false dichotomy we're saying is whether you see that or not doesn't prove ball or flat. That's the false dichotomy that his whole flat Earth experiment, final observation, whatever you want, whatever he's lying to people and calling it, that's the false dichotomy that he's being held to. Now, what he's trying to do here is deceive the audience and change what the dichotomy is, the validation, the reason for going. Because if we go, it will either mean ball or sphere. What he's holding Flatsoid to account on is, are you trying to say that there won't be a sun or there will be a sun? That's a true dichotomy. This is shithousery.
Exactly. And he thinks he's clever about it because he knows in the back of his mind he's trying to trip Flatsoid up with it. It was written all over his face with Jupiter's delight. Let's see why Flatsoid reacts though. See if he catches it.
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah?
It can either be something or nothing. It's not a false dichotomy, but because you have to give me a third choice.
No, because if it's nothing, that would be asinine. There has to be something.
Let's just see how he responds, please.
False dichotomy. Tell me what the third option is. Option 1 is there's not a 24-hour sun. Option 2 is there is. What's the third option?
Chocolate chips.
Again,
you ain't gonna answer it?
No, smashing flats. This is now he's changed the whole topic of the conversation with a Jedi mind trick, as I just called it. Sun or no sun. You can't do anything that point out that that is a true dichotomy. It will either be there or it won't, will it? Yeah.
The smart answer here from Flatsoid is it won't be proving the nature of Earth then. That's the smart answer, but I want to see what he actually says. He's halfway through the first breath of what he's going to say to this. Let's hear it.
The smart answer is that's not what is the premise of the final experiments dichotomy that it presents. This is the Jedi mind trick here, the switch, the bait and switch. Switch the perfectly legitimate dichotomy of whether there'll be a sun there or not to the false dichotomy, which is why it's called a false dichotomy, is to whether or not there will be a sun there or not will prove whether it's a ball or flat.
Yes.
Exactly. You finally got it.
Argument is, if sun, then globe. If no sun, then flat Earth. That is the false dichotomy. Whoa. It's not just because sun or not.
Yeah, he got it.
Scumbag. So as he absolutely nails him to the wall, it seems that Will Duffy had everything to say through the top of him nailing him to the wall. Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, neutral platform much? You just watching the super chats? Nailed him to the wall and you did nothing about him interrupting him. And what did he do in the middle of the shit-eating grin interruption? Nothing. How neutral are you? He just absolutely nailed this fraud Will Duffy to the wall, and all Will Duffy did was chant through him and then grin about it. Nothing, Mr. Neutral Moderator.
Sun. Your argument is because sun, therefore model, therefore it's a false dichotomy.
We will get there, but you're not answering my question.
That's right. Bravo.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he got him. He's
but you should listen to what Will Duffy just said. He's such a prick.
Oh! I get Bugger's not in the room.
What did Flatsy just say?
I didn't know nothing, Neil.
I said
Nothing.
he was
Move
a
on.
prick.
Press play.
Nothing.
Press play.
I just
Is
did.
whether or not there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica a false dichotomy?
There we go.
There you go.
There we go. Circle jerk back to your vomit.
Because he knows
Oh,
he's got
they
flat
blueberry
That's what
chips.
Astrid's wrong. Hold on, Adam. He
No,
knows he's got.
let's be honest. Sorry.
I'm nearly done. Circle jerk back to it. And I'm not defending him, but I'm saying he's got half a right to because Arsoid answered incorrectly. Now, he immediately addressed why he would answer it. He didn't qualify that that's why he gave the incorrect answer. He said yes, didn't he? That's why I circle jerk back here.
Yeah, but
that was before.
Sorry.
That was before. That wasn't his answer this. That wasn't Flatzoid's answer this time. Hell, you are.
No, that's true. That's true. But what happened? The only place where Flatzoid went wrong, besides saying the word yes to his question, where he went wrong is to not come back in straight afterwards and say, "Actually, no, you're correct. What I said, you're correct. That isn't a false dichotomy. But what is a false dichotomy is what you're claiming concerning it, and then lay out that. Then Will Duffy can't go back to that. Just be honest. You're wrong. That's it.
Respect, Brian. Absolutely correct, Brian. This is why I say right, at the start we're all like, "Oh well, it's going to seem like we're harsh and our standards are so high." This is why standards we're held to are unreasonable. Flatzoid's put one half step wrong, and it is now a seeming justification to circle jerk back to that and only that, ignoring all else. Is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Of course. But, he's a flat earther, and he got this question wrong. And why am I getting rumpus? I ask myself. Therefore, Will Duffy sees fit to go back to that point. No, let's just hold you there. You got that wrong, didn't you, son? Everything else can be ignored justifiably, Mr. Flat Earther, because you said yes when asked if a true dichotomy was a false dichotomy. You said yes. So here we go again. That's why I say we're holding these people like Flatzoid, Witsit, etc. to such a high standard. You've got to be held to that standard by your own, or you'll never achieve it in the company of people like this. Duplicitous fraudsters who want to get you on anything that you step out of line with and still seem holier than now because he could justify it. Well, reasonable third party, would you agree that whether or not could be described as a false dichotomy? Obviously not, but he said yes. Of course I'm reasonable, says Will Duffy. No, he's not. He's caught one half step out of place. That's why we're as critical as we are. I'm done.
Brian.
Not on its own.
Go on, Adam.
But your premise.
Brian first, because there's some points.
All I was going to say, Adam, is because of that little thing there, the ballers are going to hound Flatzoid forever about is that or is that not a false dichotomy. And when Flatzoid does turn around and eventually say, no, it wasn't a false dichotomy, I was wrong, they're going to say, so you're dishonest, you wouldn't say that in a debate. You're not. So he'll never hear the end of it. Just turn around and be honest.
Not only is, with that one point, let's just labour this further. Brian's absolutely right. We should labour this up because it's what happens. But yeah, so because he's dishonest liar, Flatzoid, who said yes when he should have said no, even though he qualified it after the fact and gave extreme clarity, right? He's to be ignored in the full, deemed worthy of removal from YouTube. It'll be hammed up to the nth, and he'll never hear the end of it. Is it a true dichotomy, Flatzoid, or whatever? He'll never hear the end of it, and that is worthy of writing off every other point in the mind's eye of an anti-flat earther. So yeah, absolutely. We could ham it up in forever, right, Brian?
Yes, exactly, Nathan.
So and it's not to attack your point. It probably said it without realising it. You drew an allusion to Witsit here, and considering on the pulling it to a conclusion point, no, there's a big difference here, a very big difference. All we're doing with Flatzoid is going, dude, say it like this. Make sure you cite this. Do this. Do that. This was Witsit, remember? We'd be going, I don't know what would be going, because remember, Witsit's fully on board. He's already got his ticket. He's going there with this pastor. Yeah. So, no, the critiques are very different, and both in terms of who we're directing in that and the intent of the critique. The intent of the critique of Witsit, I think we've already outlined. The intent here is to help him to improve, whilst recognising what a great job he's done.
Listen, he just made one false step. Guys are hammering him. Right? He made one false step, right? I can forgive him for that because he circled around and dealt him a death blow.
And destroyed him.
Yeah.
So I'm all right with it.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it too, because it's just a small misstep. The moral of the story is here, when you're involved in these discussions, anyone out there in the audience, you have to pay hyper-specific attention to what your opponent is actually saying and slow down. Just slow down. Try not to be quick. Think about what's just been said to you. That's the moral of the story. Okay?
Even when you do, the snakes will write off your every word for a half step you put wrong, even if you clarify what your answer means, which he did. No, by false dichotomy, yes, I mean because you've got a false dichotomy has a flat earth and a globe earth. Did he phrase it like Brian? Well, when I say yes, I actually don't mean yes, is there or isn't there is a true dichotomy, and I accept that. However, your premise in full has a false dichotomy that tallies onto this true dichotomy, which it didn't say that. It didn't give that little bit of extra clarity. Now he's being punished for it. Rightly so? Absolutely not. We're not in any way saying that this tactic, which is all it is, that Will Duffy's using, is justified. It's just what they do.
So what? They can misspeak forever, and we misspeak one time, and we get held for it.
Yes, that's what I said earlier. There's a byproduct to that. It means that where do you end up, Neil? You end up as a polished coin, really shiny. If you're constantly getting battered by the river, you become super refined and super shiny because the standards are much higher. What does that mean for the opponent? You can spout any old crap and be asked why would it think it's food, and it won't matter. That's the standard difference.
I think Nathan misspoke there, Neil. He said Witsit, I think, instead of Flatsy.
Yeah, you threw everyone with Witsit.
When I said no, I didn't mean Flatsy. I meant Witsit. I meant when we have in the past gone through when we've gone through Witsit's stuff and said he could do better here, this is what he should have said, this is how the argument should have gone. It's the same. We're offering the same critique of Witsit in years gone by as we are now with Flatsoid. In other words, we're doing...
No, you had it in another context. We understand what you were saying. You screwed up. Just take it.
That's a great point. No, we're not. Please. Certainly from my point of view, no, I'm not. When I'm reviewing Flatsoid here, I'm seeing a man doing the best he can, and I'm appealing to him to say, use this, do this, go here to build your argument better, right? At no point am I disagreeing with his argument, yeah? Just with hindsight, critiquing it. Yeah. Not even claiming I could do better in the moment. And then that's a tough thing to do. And kudos to Flatsoid. But we've reviewed all of this stuff. What the point we're highlighting here isn't necessarily his argument, because he refuses to use our argument. It's what the argument he does, where he takes the argument, which is to invoke ether, non-traveler light, be contradictory, but still hold the title Flat Earther. The two critiques are fundamentally different in terms of why I'm doing it.
Earlier on, I argued for the word prediction being involved with scientific experiment wasn't a good word to have involved in the description of it. I was wrong. That's it.
Good.
This is based upon either flat or globe, which makes it a false dichotomy.
You cleared it up right there. So we're good.
Yep.
He cleared it up. So outstanding job.
Yeah, you see this fundy mute again? He didn't get to finish. He
came
I heard
with
that. A smile of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You're right.
Just obvious.
Yep. Just like I'm doing to you. You just don't. You can't make your full point without being interrupted.
I'd already muted before you started to overtalk me.
But
Mod, neutral much? He's done it again.
What's up?
This is an indictment on the moderator.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's annihilating the opponent, and seemingly the opponent, when destroyed, is allowed to just chant and mutter through the top of the annihilation. Neutral much?
Yep. That's what it is, neutral. He's just brain dead. We're looking for super chats. He's an absentee landlord. No one's at the wheel.
All manners on behalf of the
We'll
pastor.
get there. Okay, we'll get there. So whether or not there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica is...
We'll get there. That's your whole argument that you haven't made yet. Flatzoid had to make it for you.
No, he's about to say, no, he's got half a point on the half a step Flatzoid put wrong and clarified twice. Now he's going to point out, no, that's a true dichotomy again, because we're not going away from that.
Yep, that one small misstep, even though Flatzoid, this is going to be a circle jerk. Guaranteed.
But why? Why? Because literally, we've 3 or 4 minutes in from the point that he addressed by proving that Flatzoid's not a doctor. Yeah, I knew you were going to bring up that this isn't science. And this is, literally, I know we've been here an hour or so. There's 3 or 4 minutes here. And this is what this guy's got. He's brought up this and then the next thing. But none of it dealing with the purpose. He wants you to come back and just deal with his possibilities from his worldview. Please.
It's twice now. So hold on, there's moderation that needs to occur. If it happens again, it's egregious, highly egregious, especially with 2 interruptions thus far. I'm just saying that there's a point been made about false dichotomies. Then it's been questioned, rebutted with interruption, questioned and rebutted again with interruption. At this point, it's like, no, moderator, what are you doing?
Nothing, he's sleeping.
Yeah, but isn't that dependent
moderating.
on whether? Isn't that dependent on whether this moderator even knows there's? I don't know who this guy
You're not
is.
paying
but-
attention to the point, Chocolate. Who doesn't know, well, should this be moderated? Is it egregious? The point hasn't been paid attention. He's not looking up and listening. And you can't see anything cogs-wise turning in his head as he listens to, oh, well, you say that this argument is a false dichotomy. Does he prick his ears up to say, right, let's see what Will Duffy says to this? He's not paying the slightest bit of attention, is he? The moderator I'm talking about.
No, so we're going to get another circle jerk.
They descend into a third circle down the drain. We'll see.
Yep. Yeah, you ain't seen anything. That's what it's gonna happen. He just started it again.
Is a true dichotomy. Okay, so that's number one. What was your position on the 24-hour sun in Antarctica prior to the announcement of the final experiment?
What does that have
Well,
to do?
don't you try and railroad me, boy.
What color did you paint your fingernails before you heard of the final experiment? That's at the level that we're at now.
I heard affirmation that it's a true dichotomy and moving on with something else so that you don't get the opportunity, and certainly in the listener's mind, to rebut that because he's going to put something even more contentious so that that's a bigger bait. Yeah. He starts it
Flatzoid's
with claiming he's just won the argument.
Yep. Flatzoid's on it, though. Let's see what he does with it.
Well, my belief was I wouldn't be able to see it because
he fell for it.
Yeah, now he's screwed.
Yep.
Because everything they've ever showed usually is faked. But then again, you just now.
Yep.
Oh.
The hole's just going to start getting bigger and bigger, I bet.
Obfuscating from your false dichotomy because your whole argument is, which you're now ignoring.
He brought it back. He brought it back.
Well done.
Yeah.
I have my head in my hands. Go, Flatzoid, go.
He freaking recovered, man.
Because we see the sun, it's either a globe or flat. Is that true or not?
We'll get there. I do.
You'll get there.
I love it.
No.
So this is great. This is a dogfight now. So what Flatzoid did then was after the chaff was released by Will,
yep,
he seemingly veered off after it for a second, and they go, all right, back on his tail. This
Yep.
is awesome.
Yep, that was awesome. Yeah, good job, Flatzoid. Outstanding.
You believe we can falsify the globe, and I believe we can falsify flat Earth based on whether or not there's a 24-hour.
Yep.
Boom. So because he won't concede it, and oh no, if there is or if there isn't a 24-hour sun's a true dichotomy, didn't acknowledge it, he circle jerked back to it twice, and now he's into asserting the false dichotomy right in his face. It's literally, I was about to use an analogy that I won't because it involves swearing. He's being very disingenuous to Flatzoid at this particular moment because the argument that's been taken apart by Flatzoid is now being reasserted to him.
Yep.
He's asking Flatzoid what he believes about Will's argument.
I do want.
Yep. Well, let's go back. Sorry about that.
He's feebly trying over and over again, Brian, to shift the burden, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Before you move on,
go ahead.
This is. I called him a salesman earlier. This isn't salesman. This is a very clued up guy who's selling shit, and he knows the moment there's a whiff of shit, right, how to move it on. The way this guy juggles stuff shows he's not genuine, because there's no genuine engagement. The second we get to a pertinent point, we all go, whoa, look how skillfully he smiles, and moves it on to another point without conceding anything yet, which I've got to give him credit for. Well, battered a number of times, and he's just.
Yeah, he's a retard. Yeah, you give him credit for being retarded. Let's see if Flatzoid.
No, he's a liar. He said we'll get to it. You were dealing with it, and you saying we'll get to it is what liars say to move away from things they don't want to talk about.
Yeah.
So, Will, held your head in shame. You're a liar. We'll get to it means I want to get away from it, and you damn well know it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if Flatzoid does it again.
But that's the difference between debate, where you think you're controlling the situation, so you can, and actually what the audience here, which is you mitigating, moving away, subterfuging, attacking somebody, calling because they once were a doctor. Yeah, that's what actually people hear and take away. What he's forgetting.
Yep.
Flat Earth based on whether or not there's a 24-hour sun. But I think this is super important for the audience to know what your position was prior to the final experiment.
Pause, please.
Why?
Pause. If we cross paths, Will, I'm going to do this to you. What I love doing is taking what people shit-eating grin eaters like yourself do and doing it right back to them.
Yep.
So, Will, we'll get to that shortly, Will. We'll come back to that. Would you agree that what you are doing is, in fact, fraud? Squirm, false dichotomy argument. We should talk about the sun and what it does. Yeah, we'll get back to that shortly. You'd agree, though, that you are, in fact, a fraudster, Will. That's what you get from me, Will. I've watched your duplicitous nature with Flatzoid here. Yeah, you'd get that. I'd mirror it right back to you. I'd enjoy it, too.
Yep.
So I'm going to play a quick video. It's super, super short.
Are you going to play what dress he wore before the final experiment? That's relevant.
This is just a load of character assassination. That's all it is. That's all he could pull up. If he had anything to present, he would have presented it.
Yep. By now. Yep. He has nothing.
Again, I've got a point I'd put back to the lad there. Yes, what's your position prior? Other than saying like down dog, something sarcastic. The reality is, I'd say, well, as we, keeping it on track sort of thing, it's a false dichotomy. However, we all know that that's not your position, Will, is it? So you tell me, what are the implications of whether we see the sun or not, from your viewpoint, Willy boy?
Okay, here we go.
This is the whole point again.
And that's why you get the borders
confused with the 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica.
Uh-huh.
As they see the sun's there 24, but it's not the sun, it's just the sunlight.
Yeah.
You don't even see the sun.
Separator says it's literally sunlight for 24 hours. No, it's daylight, not
Daylight.
sunlight. You don't see the sun.
So now we've got to prove that this is science. We've got some ponderings from Flatsoid in the past. What is this kindergarten Who is he appealing to here? Right. This is where I say about a measure of a man. If I ever brought shit like this, unless it was a personal indictment, which this isn't, what is going off here?
Kindergarten.
What are your standards, Pastor Will?
You know what the problem is? This guy right here. Right here. Right in the middle.
Exactly.
Yeah,
totally.
Totally.
None of this should be tolerated.
There's no sunlight for 24 hours. Only daylight, Libretto.
That's it.
Okay,
That's
cool.
all he's got, you see, to invoke the false dichotomy that he's tried to. Flatsoid's already outlined that that's not. There is a real dichotomy of whether there will or there won't be. That's not the issue with your final experiment. That's not why we call that a non-experiment that actually presents a false dichotomy. This guy's still not got the grace, even though Flatsoid's pointed it out quite saliently. Most neutral observers, he's just going to carry on pissing in everybody's face, isn't he?
Yep. Yes, he is. Because you know why?
Now with direct indictment, yeah.
You know why? This guy. Right here.
I was about to say exactly that. So we're now on the third go around. Because the moderator hasn't paid attention to the actual argument. There's a false dichotomy, says Flatsoid. 2 go arounds, now this is the third. He's not saying, let me get it straight. So, Will, are these videos you're playing with his prior positions on a 24-hour sun in any way refuting his claim that it's a false dichotomy? Because in 3 attempts and 2 rumpuses, you haven't done so. Let's move on. You failed to address his false dichotomy claim. Let's move on. He's not doing a damn thing, though, is he?
Nope. Because he doesn't know what they're talking about.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just going to say, does he know what the word dichotomy means? I mean,
no.
Do we even know?
No, he doesn't know what he's doing, and that's why he's got 200,000 subscribers.
Yep.
Yep, that checks out.
So that was your position before the final experiment was announced, right?
Still is.
And why were you taking such a hard stance that you don't see the sun in the sky for 24 hours?
Because I just said
What the hell? Let me get it straight now. We got the moderator allowing the argument to move on to videos that were played rather than things that have been said right here, right now in this discussion. You must now address these videos that are played that are non sequitur to the point that I'm not addressing.
Yep.
Moderator doing anything about this? No, this is now going to continue, I assume, with the moderator doing literally nothing about it.
He's vaping.
You know what's funny? The one before this with I think MC Toon and some flat earthers, one of the flat earthers was doing exactly what Will Duffy did and was getting in trouble by the same Ryan, this same guy, for doing that.
Evidence of 24-hour sun, either than faked edited videos.
Okay. Now, I've looked at these faked and edited videos that you're talking about, and there's only one that was edited of all of them. And I looked at it very...
Sorry, Flatsoid. Maybe you'll bring this back, but you've now completely chased down this chaff, it would seem. What does that have to do with you utilising a false dichotomy should have been the answer?
Correct.
I've got faith he'll bring it back. He's already brought this argument back from the dead ones. He'll keep that. Come on.
He will. Very carefully. And there's only 11 frames missing from that edited video. What's the big deal?
Okay, based on 11 frames, we've been through this before. Even
pause here.
Yeah,
this is shithousery of a very high standard here.
He knows it.
So this shows this guy going into debate to support his position. What he's dug through is 6 or 7 years worth of footage where Flatsoid. It's to do with the Reds rhetoric.
Yep.
Landing in the water.
Yes.
Like, there's an argument over this video and how it was edited. This is what's being presented here to make sure, and let's be clear, as a rebuttal as to whether or not, it is scientific, the final experiment, or not.
Correct.
We're only 5 minutes past.
It's so non sequitur. It's the equivalent of me saying you're using a false dichotomy, Will, and Will saying, Nathan, let me play this clip of you failing to describe conversion of meters to kilometers.
Yes.
Smiling down the camera as he does so. That's what he's doing.
Yep, because he knows he's got flatsoid, because this is flatsoid video, and it was a big huff and puff back in the day. So he knows that he can get flatsoid off the trail, right? He's not.
Why?
Flatsoid is not. You're not going to be able to. I'm going to make not a prediction, but I'm sorry to say that you're not
necessarily. This might get him back on the track, because I think he's actually over-egged this pudding now. Hear me out. He'd already got. I'd already deemed that flatsoid was chasing down this chaff. And then after I'd said that, he's thrown this in after the fact for good measure. No, I think flatsoid will now identify what's going on because it's that much more obvious by him using this. Didn't need to. He'd already got him chasing the chaff. So I think he might salvage this flatsoid now because he might hopefully recognise what's going on by the example being so much more egregious.
It would take a big man to do it.
See.
Can I just say
this would be tantamount. This would be tantamount to him bringing up something in my Black Swan video, right? QE in this Black Swan video right here, right?
Would you chase? I don't think you'd chase it either. You'd bite your lip.
Yeah, I wouldn't chase it because I'm not like you mere mortals. Okay.
Me neither.
I go after.
Oh, Brian, you've been trying to get in. Go ahead.
Adam, okay, I'll make it quick. Will Duffy just did the worst thing he could have done there for himself, bringing up that. Because anybody out there in the audience, regardless of who they are going to say, no matter who they are, they're going to kind of go, what's this about? And eventually it is going to dawn on them. But this has nothing to do with anything. This is just, you know what I mean? People understand what a personal attack is. And they're going to see it.
Did you just claim to be immortal, QE? Yeah. I need to see the proof of that claim.
Sorry. Stop. You're ruining Brian's point. Brian's point is that he's over-egged the pudding in two different ways, and he's now, Brian's pointing out, that he's over-egging the pudding for the audience too, and making the personal attack more obvious for the audience, right, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's anyone out there. It will become obvious that this is just purely a personal attack and not addressing the issue.
What about the Cant-Fogamirians?
Even then, this is going to become the person next to them would tell him.
We're at 19 minutes. Do you think the Cant-Fogamirians don't fit into that can't tune in longer than 8-minute category? Hello, we're only appealing to the 10% as it is.
Yeah.
I think the reality in this case is the host is a Cant-Fogamirian.
Yes.
I don't know what he's doing.
All right.
I've got a clue what this is.
All right, who's voting that Flatsoid will overcome this quickly? Who's voting that he won't?
I'm not putting money on that, but I've got hope.
I vote if we're reviewing it, nothing will be quickly.
All right, let's see.
Even Ryan knows. You do know those 11 frames are in the video. And because you're bringing it up is showing you just dishonest. And by the way, if you guys have been realizing his whole tactic is try and attack my character. So we're going to go back to the actual argument.
Oh, damn, he recovered.
Boom.
Damn.
He's the man.
Yeah, he's the man. But I'm going to have to give him -1 for the meat hooks.
It doesn't matter. No, the meat hooks there, right, are beautiful because they don't allow him. They allow him to move on. It's there. Actually, that's where meat hooks are there. Go figure out why I pulled those out. Yeah, it isn't too paced over like Witsit does with his bullshit. It's not there for that reason. It's there for you to recognise. Actually, go. If you don't know why I just did that, go and listen back to the ad hom I've just had to suffer without. That's the most succinct thing and way of dealing it. Now hopefully he's going to go, Respect flat.
Well, what will happen now is for the third time, Witsit will bring this back on track. and
Witsit?
Pound says that he gets. Sorry, Witsit, Flatsoid.
we-
Flatsoid will bring us back on. It's because we've been doing. Hello, I don't need the interruption. It's because we've been saying Witsit for a month. Flatsoid will now bring it back on track for the third time, and he'll, my prediction, get interrupted by Bill, and nothing will be done about it.
Let's see.
Oh, no, wait.
Of
I already hit
is
it.
the final
No, just stop on pause again.
I already hit it. It delayed, you numpty. Go ahead, hurry up.
Oh, this is important. This is reality I'm talking about here.
You
Over
better
the past
belly
year-
up to that mic.
Oh, are you deaf? Over the past year, the term meat hooks has somehow been like denigrated. The way Flatsoids used it there, I'd like to introduce a new word. The ballers are used to new words that don't really mean anything new, but it's only because they've really changed the word. Power hooks. Yeah, the way he brought that in, power hooks, that is actually highlighting it. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I like what he's done there. I think that's very clever and very, unlike me right now, very succinct.
Yes, exactly. Let's see it
So
again.
we're going to go back to the actual argument of, is the final experiment scientific and a true dichotomy? No, it's not scientific, and it's a false dichotomy.
Damn, he's right back.
I love it.
Oh, man.
I love it.
Bosh.
Get him.
Bosh. Get him.
Well done.
Domino,
Brian's-
motherfucker.
Mad props, because it's hard to do that in the middle. This is very difficult thing to do, Flatsoid. So kudos to you, sir.
Duffy has an insecurity about his own belief system. Now, I'm going to say this again. Does this TFE debunk a flat earth or a globe? No, it does not disprove or prove a flat earth in the least. The only one it can invalidate is a globe, because the invalidation is based on a claim made by the globe. So the
Bosh.
That's so cool.
Yep.
That's extra. That's extra credits.
Yes.
He's pointing out what I said. You can turn it. When I said you can turn it into a modus tollens, that's to say the only person who's got any danger is the globe.
Yep.
Proper props, man.
Yep.
This is extra credits.
Yep. Outstanding performance.
the burden is on the globe side.
You got it.
Not with the flat earth side.
I love it.
Okay, so a couple things here. The reason I brought up the 11 frames is because
he's gonna try to bring it back.
What?
No, non sequitur. Oh no, my non sequitur. Chaff.
Yep.
11 frames, right? Those 11 frames are the reason he's chartered a boat and flight to Antarctica to clear up those 11 frames. This is the guy. This is the liar right now. Instead of talking about his final experiment, he wants to talk about 11 missing frames. Red's rhetoric video 5 years ago.
Yep.
What are you glue sniffing, duplicitous deceiver?
Yep.
To break that down, that's the equivalent of measured flat. Meters into kilometers. Measured flat, but meters into kilometers.
Yes. Now, if Flatside would have done that, what you just said, that I'd have just dropped the mic and left. Is that 11 frames gonna affect your ability to get down there to the final? That's on a whole other level, Adam.
Hey guys, can I add
'Cause
something
it's
right
really
quick? It wasn't 11 frames; it was 4 frames to be exact.
Well, thanks.
But- You're welcome.
You got a wise ass in here.
Excuse me, we train to standards here, QE. So less.
unfair of you to say that someone who edits a video means you should reject what they put on their video because they edited it when you yourself edited a video. Okay. Now, when you say, and I'm very familiar with this because I do my homework.
Again, the moderator's not doing a damn thing.
No, he's not. Nope.
Third time, right? That's always brought it back onto the arguments in the title, which straying away from it for the third smegging time. Moderator does nothing. This is neutral, is it? What, because you've got an airhead that doesn't pay the slightest bit of attention to what's going on, that's neutral.
What do you want him to do? He's in a coma. Look at him.
But the good thing about that the mod ain't doing anything is that he's not actually hindering Flatsoid from making his points.
True.
Right? Usually the mods would be on one side or another. Well, since he's not doing anything, he's basically letting them have the argument.
Yeah,
so I
but
think it's kind of a good thing.
Yeah, no, he's all minuses here.
We already know this is not really a debate platform, so
Sure.
that's why I'm.
Okay, he's testing Flatsoid's manhood again. Let's see if Flatsoid can bring it back again. He's already done it a few times. Let's see if he got a chink in his armor.
When you say that the 11 frames were in the video at the beginning, that's because you were playing it at full speed. A frame is 1/60th of a second. So at full speed, no one was going to notice it. But at the end of the video, when you were going in slow motion, frame by frame, where people would actually notice that it went behind the horizon, that's when you...
This is driving me mad. Can't do it. I can't cope because all I want to do is scream at the moderator. It's driving me insane.
Yeah, it's like this. That has nothing to do with the present debate on the table here that they're supposed to be having, and it's a personal attack. It has both those things, because that has nothing to do with the final experiment. It shouldn't be talked about, and that's number one. Number two, it's a personal attack, so it shouldn't be part of a debate. In the story, it's that simple. So so if anyone wants to ask why, how come any of you guys don't want the modern day debates? Here's your answer. That's what you get over there.
Exactly, and more props to Flatsoid, right? Because what he's done there is, at the least, subtly, a cry to help out to the mod, the mod, because he's saying this is a personal attack, right? So he's putting a flag up to say, hello, shouldn't you be taking note, moderator? I'm getting attacked personally.
Yep.
In other words, obviously, if that's happening, we're off subject. Now we're off on the same exact thing he's flagged.
Yep.
Nothing's happening about. And we're getting further and further into it, and it's being tolerated. This would drive me nuts.
Yep. Yes, sir. Let's see what happens.
Remove the 11 frames to get rid of curvature or evidence of curvature. That's the truth.
First of all,
your precious curvature was in 4 frames of some crap video.
If I had not removed the 4 frames, I'd have shown that the shot was fired from the book deposit.
Yeah, that's correct.
Cool. A guy's edited video to say, look, 24-hour sun. And he's literally edited to make it look like a 24-hour sun. Has not comparison to what I showed. I showed all the frames. You can even put on 2 times speed, 0.25.
Yeah, he's fell for it a little bit here.
No, he's not. He's on it. He's just identified the bullshit that Will's trying to paint here. Do not, just because back 5 years ago when I analysed this and I've done this, this is an argument of cinematography as we first thought. Will's trying to create a false equivalence here.
Sure.
Well done, Flatsoid again.
Yeah, he's still falling for it a little bit, though, Adam. But
I'm
let's
distracted by it, but I sometimes we're pausing too much.
Yeah, we are.
Within a minute or so, and he's just picked up as I've
Holy,
just done there.
holy! Finally, something we agree on.
Just bear with
me.
Go
on, Adam.
Yep. Let's see if he recovers.
He's picked down that up in real time.
Okay, let's see if he recovers.
Look, AI's overly excited. Let's go back to him, because it might be pertinent.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that, a lot of times we pause too often, too much, and I was agreeing.
Yep.
Right, I've warned you about
oh, God, let's just play. No more warnings.
Your critique is not welcome here. It's not wanted. It's not needed. We've been doing all right, haven't we? Until your ass moved in once again with a non sequitur.
Hey, what are you talking about?
A direct add-on towards us and the
We
way
get
we're
back
doing
to
the
the
show.
show.
Shut
Can we
your
get
mouth.
back to the show
Shut your
sometime, please?
mouth and keep quiet. There we go. He's done. Done. We
Good man,
don't
Adam.
need show criticism. I'll unmute him again in a minute. Again, a distraction from what a great show we've been having. Thanks, AI, for that. Carry on, QA,
all
please.
the frames in the video. So that's literally a false equivalence again. And then I even point out to say, look where it lands. And I show you the horizon. I show you the apparent horizon. I show you the inferior mirage. And I show you me taking away the inferior mirage after I showed all the frames. So that is totally not the same as someone making a video and saying, look, a 24-hour sun, and it's faked and edited. And by the way, that model you pointed with the sun going up and down, a lot of the videos we see doesn't do that. How does that comport to the model that was presented?
That's because you don't understand the globe. So if you watch a video,
Huh?
You hit him with the you just don't understand.
You don't understand the globe.
Saying those things, we still don't understand that.
It's 10 to 1 here in the UK, and at this point I can feel my patience getting too thin to cope without me getting too angry with everything that's occurring. So that's a hint.
You want to go ahead and go ahead and wrap it up for this evening?
I'm not exhausted or anything. It doesn't sound like Adam is either. It sounds like
You
there's
don't understand.
Either way, maybe we could get some opinions.
Please do not conflate two very different issues. No, actually, you do not understand, which is in 2024 such a historical statement that's been thrown at us. It might be a good place to pause it, but I've got no objection to carrying on.
No, me neither. I'm just saying it'd be a good opportunity because I will start to tire of it and get, my patience is wearing thin.
Yeah,
my patience is absolutely fine. Just please understand, if you're not part of the show, it's not for you, particularly during the show, for you to come in, and give critique of the show. Not required, not needed. It'll be dealt with quickly and succinctly. If you've got a pertinent point, like you've demonstrated, it'll be allowed to run.
We'll go for another 10. We'll go for another. We'll go for another 10. Okay.
Well, no. Just before you do, the third attempt. I think it might be an idea to pause here, but invite some extra views for maybe 10 minutes or more from the panel without any worry that we're going to play more through, because there's been plenty for everyone to digest. And there might be people in the server that are going, oh, I really wish they'd stop and just let me have this point from ages ago. You never know.
I'm good with that.
Was there just 4 slides?
What?
I'm sorry. Were there just 4
I think we should
frames?
just play on the video.
Well, no, let's all have a natter now. If you're going to round out, the best thing isn't just to end it at the video.
Exactly.
Let everybody else that's not, shows have their input on what we've seen so far.
I think it's a good idea. Yeah.
I'm only saying I'm good with it because I got to go in like 5 minutes. So,
Well, why don't you go first?
Either way, was there anything?
Well, why doesn't not anyway? Why doesn't he give his thoughts first?
Louder.
Super chocolate.
Perfect timing.
Thank you, Booker. Yeah, Theo Mega Wordy sent. Agree with Adam, get muted.
Fantastic. That'll make things run a lot smoother. It shows a lack of comprehension, but okay, carry on. $2 in Mrs. QE's pot. Easy to deal with.
Internal tete-a-tetes that are on the
I know. There's a point
Thank
to
you
anybody.
for the super chat.
If anybody wants to argue in Super Chat and earn QE money, I'm happy to engage. I'm sure he'll let me.
Okay, well, internal squabbles and disagreements aside, I'm hoping we can go down the line internally.
Pause. Nothing internal here. AI is not part of anything.
Nathan, you're a video now?
Leave Adam speak.
Yeah, it's only just to correct Nathan, like we requested, because you can't have 6 minutes. He's not part of anything. That's part of the request to him. He's not part of this show. Okay? So I've not been mean. I've not interrupted him when he's not, but I have noted when he is agenda has got nothing to do with anything beneficial to the show. That's where I've had to deal with it. Got a problem with it, he can write to @toughtitty.com.
Okay,
I've been involved with this show for years. What are you even talking about?
Good night again. Not relevant.
Dearly, we'll go down the line and get people's opinions on.
You want
please,
to come in with an appeal to history fallacy as a rebuttal to me, you're going to get dealt with, like you just got dealt with, daft lad. Like, let's move on with the show, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Trying, Adam, you're precluding me. I want to go down the line and get people's opinions on Flatsoid's performance, because I think it was, for the most part, exemplary.
I thought it was.
But I think it's important that you show Adam the respect that he deserves there. He's doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I want to do what he's saying. He's saying move on with the show. I'm trying to.
I'll deal with that. This is my mess. I'll deal with it. Thank you for that, Brian. But no, not in the middle of the show. Let's move on, please.
This is the I wouldn't call you Dr. Flatsoid whilst holding up a picture of Dr. Flatsoid. We're doing it. Okay. 6th attempt. Right. Anybody give me props that I want to hear from someone other than someone who's spoken already about Flatsoid's performance, please.
Yeah.
Super Flatsoid performance.
Eddie Wayne sent, I'm still watching. Absolute brilliant show. That moderator is a sausage, mate.
Thanks. Yeah, he surely is. I thought I'll just leave my take on Flatsoid's performance out friggin' standing up to this point.
Agreed. Neil, go ahead.
I agree 100%. You took the words right out of my mouth. We do give him a hard time sometimes when he's off, but Flatsoid was on point. Great job, Flats.
I just want to say one thing, Eddie Wayne. Is a sausage worse or better than a plum?
Sausage is endearing. I call my kids sausage, both of them. Anyway.
It's notable, though, isn't it, that he is. I mean, I think if you look at it, 33 minutes. I think it takes about 28 for a fentanyl suppository to kick in. That appears to be where he's at.
A fentanyl suppository. What the hell?
Super chat.
Super bugger, not doing his
No, I already
super
read it.
job.
I already read it. There's not another.
Did you really?
Yep.
Stumbling Nathan. Not
in a way. Go ahead, Kiri. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, it's just in jealousy in a way, because when I moan about him having 200,000 subscribers, I'm like, I'll give that man 200k. No, that doesn't alter my objections to him as a moderator. They all stand. It is out of jealousy that I'm like, give that man 200k, because it's like, obviously I would like to have 200,000 subscribers and be watching the super chats roll in. Somebody contacted me. I can't remember who to give them credit. I think it might have been Phoenix Rising. Either way, somebody said, look at my super chat that I put in Modern Day Debate, and super chat was directing people to go to your show. And I thanked them, but it's like, you can hear he's not in. Head.
Sensual goat.
It was Essential Goat. Yep, thank you very much, Sensual Goat. I really appreciate the sentiment. But he's not reading them in the middle of the debate. He's going to read them out at the end, and he's just counting the coins, reading them all out one after the next. So it's a shame, but by the same token, jealousy creeps into a certain degree, because it's like, no, I want to be counting the super chats in the same way. Now, in that instance, it's obviously one of my subscribers who's spreading the love through super chats, which is a sentiment that AI said, people will read out these super chats. And I'm sure he did eventually read out Sensual Goat super chat. But like I say, when I talk about those things, there's a job-based aspect of it that makes me jealous. I'll just be honest about it. You know what I mean?
Can we get back to the damn video?
You're going to cover it on QE Live, and we're doing 10 minutes of chit-chat.
I said, can we get back to everyone's take on the video? Jesus.
Well, to put there appears to be a point of contention here, which is outside of Flats and the good pass to himself, which we'll focus on, which is the moderator. Now, to me, a good moderator is non-biased, but what it doesn't mean is you're completely oblivious to the conversation, hence the fentanyl accusation. Yeah, you've got to keep up and make sure that both sides are on topic. That's the point of a moderator, to not guide it, but to make sure it's pertinent. And that seems to be wholly lacking in the bit I've witnessed, as demonstrated by Pastor Will's calves.
I'm going to disagree with you. I agree with you up to this point. You're right. I've watched the whole video. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys. But later on the video, see, the moderator is listening and he's actively teaming with Will Duffy. That's all I'm going to say.
Really?
Really? Later on in the video, he demonstrates his bias towards Duffy.
I want to play more now.
That's why I said, Nathan, you're going to get really angry because it gets way worse than that.
Damn.
Quick,
play. Exactly. That's why it's best not to, Brian and Neil. If I'm saying your name.
Joking. But I still want to hear more, but not to make you angry. That's not. I'm only joking.
Now we'll hit it. We'll hit it Tuesday.
Yeah, I might even join. Because I'm intrigued to hear what goes on, and I'm delighted. I'm a bit capable of giving lots of props because we've been so demeaning of Witsit for his bullshittery. It's not. This makes a really refreshing change. Come on, it does, doesn't it?
Definitely. Yes.
Well, the man has sat on his panel himself, so
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, well,
And just to point out real quick, if I may, keep in mind, guys, we're giving this props. That's great, but also 10,000 people watched this over the past 24 hours.
pretty awesome. This happened yesterday.
What's that? What
You
is it?
told us that already.
Was this on yesterday? It's only been 24 hours since this.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
2 days ago.
That's from what I've seen so far. That is great news for anybody of any semblance of intelligence. They can't discern what's going off here. Yeah, then God help them. If there's that many people been exposed to it, then again, shout out Flatsoid. You've done a great job from the what have we watched? 20 minutes, QE. Fantastic. And what a difference to actually have your critique be like when you're marking a student's paper. Yeah, very subtle. Not going you I've never seen you absolute retard as a score. Something we've had to give for like the past 5 months. What a pleasure to give A's, B's, C minus, whatever it is. But the complete opposite in terms of critique. It's much easier on the soul, isn't it? That's frustrating.
When
anyway.
as you're giving it grades, right? There's a couple of aspects that would get a B, right? Overall an A, and there's aspects of distinction in there. So overall, this would be marked as an A, wouldn't it? You can't get better than that, really. That's fantastic performance. Hey, Dave.
I got one thing to say about that as well, because definitely, like I've been watching some of Flatsoid stuff, and he's very in it. Like he's enthusiastic. He wants to show up. He wants to take the task to the front line, right? And so there's a great old quote. It's called "Battles are won by those who show up."
Usually.
Absolutely. Completely agree.
Or I leave and launch an ICBM as I'm popping smoke in your general direction.
I think you like that grenade launcher.
It was written in the past where they didn't have that kind of stuff.
Flatsoid has had a lot of debates. He has them pretty regular. And I think that really stands to him. He put in the hard work to become, to get his debating somewhat good. And so, he's got a lot of experience there. Like he's had way more debates than I'd say Witsit has. Way more. Flatsoid's debating all the time. Not every now and again.
What's impressed me so far, and I can just see it in Flatsoid's demeanor, is he is trying to listen good. This is about, there's a lot of other things, but if you're not a good listener, you will friggin' collapse. And I'll give him props.
For me Sorry, Adam.
Tell me,
you
can I ask
go.
Let Roger go. Off you go, Roger.
All right, Roger, go.
Yeah,
go.
I want to give props to Flatsoy's panel for holding them up for so long. I'm not going to mention any names.
He's on
You right, Rog?
No,
The
I
absolute
will say that
Watch.
Flash has been like a rock, dude. He's steady. So hats off to him. Will is just a straight up liar. He lied to me when I first met him. He has been lying ever since, and I think this whole thing's a sham to begin with. And you've been calling it like that from the go yourself. So, but yeah, Flash did an excellent job as well. Yep.
Roger, I just want
Yes.
to take a point because I want to point out one of the lies from the beginning that Will Duffy made. When he was on McToon's, Will Duffy acted like he didn't know who was behind the final experiment.
Yeah,
People
that
called
was-
him out on it. And then he put forth an apology video. And in the apology video, he lied again.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah. Well, when I first met him, he told me that he received emails from me.
Hey,
I was supposed to have-
the super liar.
Super liar. I'll let you guys get back to it.
All right, Misfit FB 850 sent 10 more super chats equals 1 more hour. And Eddie Wayne, he sent, I'd say a sausage is worse than a plum, Adam.
In either event, go ahead, Roger. Do you want to finish out your thought about your conversion conversations with Will Duffy?
Sure. When I first met him, he told me he sent me emails, and he manufactured them on the spot, showed them to me, and never really sent them to me. He lied off the go. And he told me to get back to me on letting me go to Antarctica. He never got back to me. It's just been constant lies, and everything he's lied in the media about, just the icing on the cake. So I think the whole thing has been preset, pre-made, and they're just lying to cover their ass as they go along. Pretty simple. Sorry about the ass.
Yeah.
That's my summary of it all.
Yeah, guys, when you have evidence of somebody lying, it's evident. You have it. It's there. It's palpable, and you don't need to run stories about how they're lying. You just present the evidence, and it speaks for itself.
Exactly. I 100% agree.
I can only say that.
But just to keep it on the positive for being positive sake, the stuff that we can really praise. Like Flatsoid has managed to break contact with personally designed chaff. That is to say, chaff that's got his name written all over it, and it's designed to be a glowing light that he'll follow because it's his favourite colour. And he's seemingly gone down, not only not chased it, shot it out the air in a couple of sentences and then got right back on target. And that is so hard to do with personally designed chaff. And Will's grinning away. He's grinning because he's like, I've tailored this chaff to him. I know he'll chase this down. And when he seemingly does, you see the grin all over him, just for him to shoot it out the air with a separate gun. You're like, out the cockpit, then carry on target. You're like, that's hard to do. So he does deserve mad props for that. So many weaker men would have chased the chaff.
Can I give my input now?
Yeah, of course.
I did enjoy what we reviewed. I don't know if I watched this far in because I was getting so sick of Will Duffy, and then I heard. I'm not gonna spoil it. Never mind. But up till now, I thought he did exceptionally well, and I've always thought that Flatsoid is quite precious. So I'm just like you, Nathan, and the rest of the panel. You know, I'm softer towards him. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that out there.
Any more opinions on either Will Duffy or Flatsoid's performance so far?
Well,
Yeah. Will Duffy's a prick.
Yes, he-
That's what
He's genuinely
yeah, can't disagree with that. Well, look, what does Will Duffy do? Will Duffy Will Duffy is just a usual baller. He's just a baller with a face and popularity. But he's the same things: personal attacks, no argument of his own, not willing to answer a question, red herrings. It's a nothing. You know, it's a nothing. And what he wants to do is similar to what Professor Dave does, is sit there and try and smile at people to try and annoy their opponent. If that's all you've got, then you don't have any business actually looking for a debate. Really, do you? Because if that's what you got, you're going to have that in the debate with. You don't have a point. You don't have an argument.
Well, yeah, but what if his intention isn't to have a debate, but just to make flat earthers look bad for his in-group?
Oh, well, I'm sure that is his intention, like. But I'm saying he's looking for a debate that is, you know what I mean, on a particular topic. That, you know what I mean, that's what he claims to look for, but then he turns up with something else.
There's no point preparing any rebuttal you may have to any in-group. It's what we've talked about tonight and what I've alluded to the audience. That's what matters. You're never going to affect the minds of in-groups. Yeah? But don't worry about them. Focus on what's important, and that's why Flatsoids got such kudos, because he's not spoken to he's kept it real. Or you just hot mic in there, AI. Just want to mute a sec.
I'll mute now.
Just can't wait to get in, huh?
No need, Neil.
Shut up, Neil.
No, you've ruined my train of thought, Constantino.
No, you said Flatsoid stood what? You were talking about how good Flatsoid done, and he what? Remember.
Talking about why he got mad props.
Well, that is the point. What he's produced tonight. It's worth.
Remember.
You mute, please. Steve. Oh, it's Roger. Can you just cause an
Hold on a second.
No, just
Can't wait to get in, huh, Roger?
Roger, you
No,
can't
I
help
was-
yourself. God damn it, man. I know what, and I know
call.
the reason is an agenda.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Just like us guys on the Flat Earth debate panel, those who put the hard work in on Flatsoid's panel, wherever you shout out, respect to you, bro. And genuinely, that's a little tongue in cheek, but genuine, there is a point. Flatsoid's like a scientific conversion. Yeah, he runs at his own time. He's got his own crew like us, and they argue amongst themselves. I go over there. It's a place of standards. Isn't it noticeable? If you actually spend your time with people who are noteworthy and hold you to standards, what you produce. Yeah, very different. Chocolate alluded to it earlier, that he did start out with us, didn't he? And he's gone off on his own. What an amazing, brilliant thing. And look what he's done on his own. Respect, bro. Yeah. Standards. That's why we can't really hold him other than to a format fallacy, because everything he says, hang on. And he keeps bringing it back from the dead. Arguments that ballers, ballers in this case, want to bury. No, let's not worry about this. Keeps bringing it back. Absolutely outstanding performance.
Any more? Hopefully complimentary towards Flatsoid.
Or critique. It was
I want
crap.
to let me clear this up because it doesn't seem like people heard me correctly. I didn't say Will Duffy is a bad, like what people are thinking I'm saying. I said prick. P-R-I-C-K. Prick.
That was
You like saying that word, huh?
Well, thanks for clarifying.
Well, I got asked if I could be quoted saying what I said, and I'm like, what are you talking about?
It's kind of like,
said.
no. I don't think you heard me. Hold on. I wasn't.
Call him a prick?
Just to be clear, I was calling him a C-U. That's what you're doing now.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for clearing that up, Flatsy.
Well, I didn't want everybody to think I just said something like that because I didn't. It's a family show. No swearing.
You still haven't got it yet. That's amazing. Thank you.
I've been distracted. I've had to kind of discipline Booger.
Can you spell it again?
Oh. One more time, Flatsy.
No.
I thought you were going to put a G on the end or something to say, no, it's a different word. It's prig. It means, and then something really smart, but you didn't go there. You went, no, don't be misunderstanding what I'm calling him. I'm calling him a C-U-N.
I like that.
Flatzy, you've been
Clear.
quantumized.
Just to be clear,
I don't know what's
Flatsy.
going on. I'm lost.
It's
like,
absolutely
something must have
priceless.
happened.
Right, right.
And with that,
here,
oh God,
nobody here is got any disagreement with your assessment. Okay, what we've got almost a shock at is the use of the word. Now, in where you're from, that vernacular may not be, as Nathan's alluded to. It's equivalent to the CU whatever he spelled out word.
Exactly.
Over here, it's quite.
What it means here.
Yeah, outlandish from such a polite young lady.
yes. Can you spell it again?
Agreeable. And we agree.
It's like nobody disagreed with the assessment or the spelling.
No, I agree perfectly with the assessment.
It was just the shock at the vernacular used.
Indeed, and the clarity of it being re-clarified with spelling is awesome for me. It was excellent.
You guys suck.
We're
I
sweethearts.
don't want to say. I don't want people thinking I said he was a prick. He was a P-R-I-C-K. I love it, Flatsy.
Priceless. Take us home, Nathan.
That another huge, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat today. Loads of you. Thank you very much. Loads of support for Quantum Racer. Marvellous stuff. Obviously, a massive thank you to all the public participants who part in today's show and all of the Ballbusters panel. Of course, a massive thank you to our illustrious leader, Quantum Eraser, for making today's Ballbusters possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and we'll see you all in the next one.
In the fragile realm where mysteries abide, there walks a man with knowledge as his guide. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. A master archer with bow in hand, his aim is true across the land, not just in science, but in every heart. He hits his mark with a steady heart. They call him QE, quantum eraser. It's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles that cage. The crayon eating numpties are running out of time. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades, and with each strike, the glow bursts, illusion degrades. QE's treatments, they cure them of their plight, guide them toward truth with all his might. They call him QE, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about They call him Curie, the quantum eraser.